Traversing the Marvel Universe, I find myself as an unassuming agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, possessing a quaint Omnitrix reminiscent of Ben 10. My invincible days within Marvel unfold with a simplicity that belies their grandeur. So, you call yourself Hulk? Behold my four-armed prowess. Iron Man, your technology still lags behind. Allow me to assist you with my shape-shifting abilities. Spider-Man, let my spider monkey impart the proper techniques for utilizing your web. Thor, your lightning is but a mere echo of my electric lizard's energy. Ah, Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, splendid. Let me summon Superman to adjudicate your malevolence. Chapter 1, The Search for Captain America. How dreadfully dull. Johnny Cole lamented from the co-pilot seat of the aircraft, casting his gaze skyward. Seated beside him was Clint Barton, more famously known in the Marvel Universe as Hawkeye, who paid no heed to Johnny's complaints and remained focused on piloting the craft. How much longer until we reach the Arctic? Sitting here is an utter waste of my youthful vitality, Johnny exclaimed, tossing aside a magazine featuring a blonde beauty on its cover, attempting once more to engage Hawkeye in conversation. Alas, this mission was classified, and it was solely the two of them executing it. Throughout the journey, Hawkeye had remained as silent as a block of wood. In truth, the mission-focused Hawkeye was indeed as unyielding as wood. You've been asleep since you boarded. Your youth has long been squandered, Hawkeye replied with a sidelong glance, offering a matter-of-fact explanation. I'm still young. A healthy amount of sleep signifies potential growth, unlike you, a man in his 30s. Johnny retorted, rolling his eyes. Upon hearing his age invoked, Hawkeye frowned but chose silence, concentrating intently on the controls. Yet, Johnny could not resist the opportunity and pressed on. Don't take it to heart. Age is merely a number. I recall a saying from the East, age doesn't diminish strength, which suits you perfectly. Faced with Johnny's incessant chatter, Hawkeye adjusted the aircraft's controls silently. After a few moments of stable flight, the plane jolted violently. Ouch! What the? Johnny was abruptly thrown from his seat, landing unceremoniously on the floor. Witnessing Johnny's predicament, even the stoic Hawkeye couldn't suppress a chuckle. You did that on purpose, Clint, Johnny bellowed. Hawkeye, the cause of the disturbance, shrugged nonchalantly. Just a little turbulence encountering strong air currents is normal. He raised his shoulders, feigning innocence. This guy's heart must be as dark as night, Johnny mused as he returned to his seat. He could hardly believe a professional assassin from S.H.I.E.L.D. would encounter such mishaps. Unfazed, he shifted to another topic. Hawkeye, you've been flying for quite some time. Let me take a turn. Without a glance, Hawkeye flatly refused. Your simulation scores at S.H.I.E.L.D. were abysmal. Johnny bristled at the insult and shot back. Scores are one thing, they can't compare to real experience. What if I'm a prodigy in practice? Huh. Lies don't hurt. The truth is a sharp blade, but even more painful is the derision of a rival. Johnny's frustration bubbled, his fists clenched, eager to prove himself, but then he recalled his training results against Hawkeye. His resolve waned. Never mind, I shall rise above this petty feud. Johnny chose silence, casting his gaze out the window, where the stark, white landscape signaled their imminent arrival at their destination. Their mission was singular, to locate Captain America, who had crashed into the Arctic ice. Years ago, Captain America had fought against the Red Skull atop a plane to thwart his nefarious plans involving the Tesseract. Though he succeeded in thwarting the villain's scheme, the plane lost power and crashed into the icy depths, and now, under the command of Nick Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. had resolved to find him. I once wondered how Captain America was discovered, only to realize the fool was me. Indeed, I, Johnny Cole, am not a native of the Marvel realm, but rather a traveler from another Lithia, freshly graduated student from a university in the East, who, while crossing the street, was struck by a whimsical magical vehicle, awakening in this Marvel universe. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to traverse realms, I never expected to encounter such a fate. As for how I became part of S.H.I.E.L.D., I glanced at the quaint Omnitrix adorning my left wrist. An inexplicable journey, a mysterious device, and an involuntary enlistment into S.H.I.E.L.D. All these circumstances weighed heavily upon me as a traveler. Does anyone understand? I merely wished to test whether this device could transform me into an alien as depicted in the animation. The experiment succeeded. The Omnitrix is indeed functional, though it currently houses only the initial 10 alien heroes. It is, without a doubt, capable of transformation. However, the commotion it caused attracted the attention of authorities, and I swear, the spectacle was more exhilarating than any escapade in a video game. Police surrounded the street, and the military dispatched armed helicopters, especially as I reverted to my human form just in time. The police chief appeared as if he had swallowed a fly, lamenting the loss of his special honors. Subsequently, I was recruited by that dark, egg-shaped fellow, compelled to sign a multitude of inequitable agreements, voluntarily joining S.H.I.E.L.D. The past is best left unspoken, I mused inwardly. As Johnny continued to vent his frustrations, their aircraft finally reached the Arctic glacier. Stop daydreaming, it's time to execute the mission. Hawkeye unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the cockpit with a cool demeanor. Understood, Johnny replied, acknowledging the gravity of their task. The mission to retrieve Captain America was of utmost importance to S.H.I.E.L.D., prompting Nick Fury to dispatch exceptional talent like Hawkeye. The aircraft door opened, and the two donned thick winter gear as they descended from the cabin. The biting cold wind assaulted their faces, and the vast expanse of white land was nothing short of breathtaking. Johnny, having never witnessed such grandeur, exclaimed, "Wow, incredible." Upon disembarking, he couldn't help but glance around, even capturing a striking selfie with his phone. Marveling at his handsome visage in the photograph, Johnny could already envision the influx of blonde admirers on Twitter. Then recalling their mission, he inquired, "In such an expansive glacier, relying solely on the two of us to locate Captain America is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What shall we do?" "It's not just us searching," Hawkeye began to clarify. "The success of this mission primarily hinges on you, our extraterrestrial prodigy." Upon hearing this, Johnny's expression turned perplexed. Rely on himself? During his time at S.H.I.E.L.D., researchers had meticulously documented each of his 10 alien heroes' abilities, speed, strength, and even transformation durations in detail. Logically, none of his alien forms possessed the capability for such a daunting search. No, a sense of foreboding washed over Johnny while he lacked the means to seek. He indeed possessed a heightened sense of smell. It seemed to validate Johnny's speculation as Hawkeye retrieved a garment sealed within a plastic bag from his bag. During World War II, Captain America, Steve, once performed a stage play on the battlefield to inspire the soldiers. What I hold in my hands is the very attire he donned during that time. Upon hearing this, Johnny reacted instinctively, much like a cat encountering a can of herring. "You expect me to smell his clothes? Absolutely not. I would rather leap off this glacier than do that. There must be another way. To sniff a pair of underwear worn by someone over 70 years ago? Just kill me now." Firstly, I must clarify that it's not underwear, it's merely a soldier's vest he wore more than 70 years ago. Hawkeye presented the sealed plastic bag before Johnny. Thanks to a lady's preservation, this vest remains in remarkably good condition, and the scent it carries should suffice for your search. Gazing at the tainted object before him, and then at Hawkeye's bemused expression, Johnny sighed in frustration. "I have no power to refuse, do I? You could always call Fury and ask for his consent." Recalling Fury's temperament, Johnny realized that refusing would likely result in an uncomfortable return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Why, on his very first mission, must he resort to smelling Captain America's vest? It was utterly bizarre and disrespectful to those with superpowers. At that moment, Hawkeye patted Johnny's shoulder and reassured him, "Don't overthink it, it's merely a task." Easy for you to say you're not the one doing the smelling, and you look ready to burst into laughter. Acknowledging the futility of resistance, Johnny snatched the plastic bag and warned, "This matter must remain confidential." "Understood," Hawkeye replied. Chapter 2, Vidasi, the Super Beast. Johnny pressed the two buttons on the side of his wristwatch, causing the face to protrude, and two triangular shapes overlapped like an hourglass, revealing an alien green pattern. Not Firestorm, not the Cavalier, and not Brickstone found you, Super Beast. With a firm press of the watch, Johnny's form began to transform. Yellow fur emerged from his skin, muscles swelled, and his limbs instinctively stood tall upon the glacier. Howl Super Beast. In less than a second, a colossal alien creature, as large as a bull, covered in yellow fur and showcasing sharp tusks yet devoid of eyes, materialized on the Arctic ice. Hawkeye stood nearby, his eyes reflecting astonishment as he beheld Johnny's transformation. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he remained fascinated by the spectacle of an ordinary human morphing into an unknown extraterrestrial being in mere moments. This scene, more fitting for a cartoon, profoundly altered his worldview cultivated over 3 decades. "Take a careful whiff. Your ability to complete this mission hinges on you," Hawkeye said, placing the vest before the Super Beast's nose. Despite his reluctance, Johnny had no choice but to lean forward and sniff. The Super Beast, also known as the Vapomancer, although incapable of speech and lacking sight, possessed remarkable olfactory, auditory, gustatory senses, and thermal detection capabilities. In terms of locating individuals, he was indeed the best choice among extraterrestrial heroes. Under the Super Beast's acute sense of smell, a pungent, acrid odor emanated from the vest. Ugh, how revolting! Johnny could not help but stick out his tongue in disgust. This was the first time he despised the super beast's unparalleled sense of smell. Can you find him? Hawkeye inquired, equally uncertain, as searching for Captain America on such a vast glacier was undeniably challenging. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D's plan was to wait until personnel resources were replenished before embarking on a large-scale search. However, Johnny Cole's unexpected appearance and his extraordinary transformation abilities offered a glimmer of hope. As long as they could locate Captain America swiftly, their nation would have a steadfast leader to confront future unknown threats. Johnny nodded, bending down to meticulously search the air for Captain America's scent. The smell of fish, the stench of penguin droppings, and seals. Countless subtle odors flooded his nostrils, and before long, he indeed identified the familiar, unpleasant odor of a man. How that direction? Johnny raised his head and pointed with a claw. That was quick. Are you certain it's Captain America's scent? Johnny nodded, brimming with confidence in the super beast's olfactory prowess. Very well, then we shall. Just as he spoke, Johnny swiftly interrupted Hawkeye's movements. He cast a menacing glance at Hawkeye, who had just attempted to mount him. What are you doing? Clearly, Hawkeye could not comprehend the language of the super beast, yet he offered an explanation. The aircraft lacks snowmobiles, so to expedite finding Captain America, we must rely on your agility. How what? After all, your speed far exceeds that of a snowmobile, so we must make do for now. Johnny, embodying the super beast, tilted his head, as if struggling to grasp Hawkeye's words. What nonsense are you speaking? I am the super beast, not your steed. Hawkeye could only manage an awkward smile as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A minute later, Johnny, as the super beast, galloped across the snow with Hawkeye on his back. Steady now, there are fissures ahead, watch out. Ignoring Hawkeye's warning, Johnny leaped effortlessly over a crack spanning more than 2 meters. His sole thought was to locate Captain America swiftly, thereby bringing an end to this absurd situation. Continuing to race. Chief, is Captain America really beneath the ice? A man clad in heavy military attire inquired while wielding a shovel, addressing the leader beside him. Of course, our Hydra informant's intel is infallible. How much longer must we dig? Keep at it, we can already see the remnants of the aircraft. The leader cleared away a mound of snow, stating, once we find Captain America, we can employ the brainwashing techniques within the organization to turn him into one of us. Hydra's dominion over America will be imminent. Hail Hydra! The surrounding soldiers echoed, Hail Hydra! Just meters away, Johnny and Hawkeye silently observed them. Identifying the insignia on their uniforms, Hawkeye recognized them as Hydra operatives, and he was perplexed. How did Hydra know the crash site of Captain America? Such information was classified within S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Johnny was astonished by another revelation. Was this the storyline of the Hydra leader? In the Marvel Universe, numerous branching narratives exist, especially concerning Captain America. There are the righteous Captain America of S.H.I.E.L.D., and of course, the malevolent Hydra leader. Given the current situation, had Johnny not intervened, Captain America could indeed have been captured and brainwashed into becoming the Hydra leader. However, there was no time for contemplation. They needed to subdue the Hydra operatives first. We need a plan, Hawkeye proposed after a moment of consideration. How let's take them down? First, you attract their attention while I maneuver around to disarm them. How let's take them down? Do you not comprehend what I am saying? Naturally, Johnny did not hear this remark, as he charged forward without hesitation. There was no need for a plan, he could simply bulldoze through, for he was a super beast. How arrogant. With the super beast's exceptional athleticism, he appeared before the Hydra forces in less than 10 seconds. What manner of creature is this? Could it be a snow monster? Soldier A exclaimed, dropping his shovel in alarm. The Hydra soldiers were clearly unaware of the existence of super beasts, which was to be expected. Thus far, the only public appearance of such a being had been the initial rampage of the four-armed tyrant in the city, while the identities of other extraterrestrial heroes remained known only to a select few within S.H.I.E.L.D. The leader before him momentarily flashed a look of panic but quickly regained his composure. Everyone, remain calm, it's merely a large creature. Keep your weapons ready and fire. But could they truly execute such a command? Johnny lunged forward, swiftly incapacitating the nearest foot soldier, then grinned menacingly at the others. Realizing the dire situation, the Hydra leader hastily commanded, "Open fire quickly. Do not allow him to close in." A barrage of bullets erupted from their weapons, hurtling towards Johnny at breakneck speed. At 7 paces, the bullets were swift, but within 7 paces, they were both precise and rapid. Yet, for ordinary humans, this held true. The super beast was clearly an exception. With extraordinary hearing, Johnny adeptly evaded all the bullets aimed at him, simultaneously dispatching the approaching foot soldiers. As shots missed their mark and escape became impossible, the battlefield revealed a lopsided outcome. After knocking out the last foot soldier, Johnny flashed a grin at the Hydra leader, slowly advancing. With his magazine emptied, he discarded his handgun and seized a nearby shovel to shield himself. "Don't come any closer." By the time Hawkeye arrived, he beheld a scene littered with fallen Hydra soldiers, while Johnny stood atop a towering mound of snow, emitting triumphant roars. "Indeed, I am neither a rescue dog nor a steed, but a super beast." All the unpleasantness from this glacier mission had dissipated, thanks to the assistance of the Hydra soldiers. Chapter 3. The group photo in the Arctic. The sun shines for an extended duration, and even though it is already afternoon, the sky remains resplendently bright. Hawkeye has securely bound the unconscious Hydra soldiers with ropes, preparing to deliver them to prison upon their return. Johnny, having concluded his transformation, furrows his brow as he gazes at the wreckage of the aircraft beneath the ice. Despite Hydra's efforts, the remnants of the aircraft are barely visible, and excavating the entire structure will require a substantial amount of time. If it were solely up to him and Hawkeye, it would likely take at least 10 to 15 days to accomplish. Hawkeye approaches, acknowledging the predicament. "Perhaps we should request additional personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, it will take us an eternity to unearth this," Johnny suggests, kicking aside a pile of snow. "That is not feasible. S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently understaffed, and dispatching more agents would consume considerable time." Hawkeye replies with a sigh. "Then it's just the two of us digging?" "No way." Johnny shakes his head, dismissing the notion. He has no desire to linger in this frigid environment for half a month. Yet, what alternative do they have? They cannot simply wait for the ice to melt on its own. Suddenly, Johnny glances at his watch. Perhaps the ice could indeed melt, but they would need to ignite the process. "I have a brilliant plan. We will have Captain America home in no time," Johnny declares, brimming with confidence. Observing Johnny's enthusiasm, Hawkeye appears puzzled. "Hey, just because we can't do it doesn't mean an extraterrestrial hero can't," Johnny exclaims, waving his watch before Hawkeye. Realization dawns on Hawkeye. He recalls that there is indeed an alien capable of assisting them in terms of firepower. Without further ado, Johnny locates the appropriate alien icon on his watch and presses it firmly. Human Torch, a being adorned in red magma with flames erupting from his head, materializes before them. "Allow me to warm up the Arctic," Johnny proclaims, filled with unwavering confidence. He extends his hands forward, and with a mere thought, a torrent of flames erupts from his palms. Upon contact with the ice beneath their feet, a thick cloud of steam rises as the ice melts at a visibly rapid pace. A smile spreads across Hawkeye's face, judging by the current rate of melting. The aircraft will soon be revealed, allowing them to successfully retrieve Captain America. "Drink some water to replenish your strength." Hawkeye offers Johnny a cup of hot water. Johnny accepts it eagerly, gulping it down without hesitation. Continuously conjuring flames is indeed a considerable drain on his stamina. However, every effort is worth it. Thanks to the relentless endeavor of the Human Torch, the aircraft reemerges before them, droplets of water cascading from the melting ice. Without further ado, let us hasten to retrieve Captain America, Johnny exclaimed as he discarded his cup and rose to address Hawkeye. Hawkeye nodded. After such arduous efforts, America was finally poised to welcome its spiritual leader. Johnny took the lead, forcefully kicking open the aircraft hatch, the remnants of cool air inside causing him to shiver. How frigid. I hope Captain America possesses the fortitude to withstand the cold. The interior of the plane lay in utter disarray, components strewn about, and numerous cables laid bare. The harrowing scene a testament to the dire circumstances that had unfolded. It was truly remarkable that Captain America managed to execute a forced landing in the Arctic. For Johnny, who had received a score of 0 in aircraft simulation tests, survival on the journey to the North Pole seemed unlikely. He was, after all, the epitome of a valiant soldier, and his piloting skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Hawkeye quietly elaborated beside him. Johnny did not dispute Hawkeye as a time traveler. His understanding of Captain America far exceeded that of his companion, Steve Rogers, the true identity of Captain America. During World War II, he was injected with the super soldier serum, eventually becoming the iconic figure we know today. However, What many do not realize is that the serum not only bestows immense strength, but also amplifies one's innermost desires. Evil becomes more malevolent, and righteousness becomes more virtuous. Captain America was not always Captain America. It was Steve's character that birthed the hero. Moreover, as time passed, Steve proved capable of wielding Thor's hammer, a testament to his noble character, which compelled S.H.I.E.L.D. to go to great lengths to recover him. Venturing deeper into the cockpit, the two finally beheld their longed-for Captain America. He lay atop the control panel, still resembling his youthful self, albeit adorned with numerous icicles. It was indeed a marvel. By age, he should have been a senior citizen, yet he remained youthful. Hawkeye, observing his serene countenance, could not help but express his awe. Johnny, equally astonished, reached out to poke Captain America's cheek. It feels rigid like ice. Is there any chance he might awaken? Johnny pondered aloud. Hawkeye shook his head. I do not know. Perhaps it is possible. The scientist within S.H.I.E.L.D. might be able to revive him. Johnny rolled his eyes at this, certain that awakening was inevitable, but uncertain of the timing. After all, his arrival had led to Captain America being unearthed by S.H.I.E.L.D. ahead of schedule. Whether the technology had advanced in tandem remained unknown. Suddenly, an excellent idea struck Johnny. He produced his phone and, angling it toward Captain America's face, snapped a selfie. Be still. He is quite fragile, Hawkeye cautioned. However, it was too late. Johnny gazed at the selfie in his hand, thoroughly pleased. Do not be overly excited. This is merely a keepsake. The Sleeping Beauty version of Captain America is indeed rare. Moreover, this marks the first photograph of Captain America in many years, which is bound to attract attention. At this moment, Johnny realizes that upon returning, he must print the photo as a milestone of his participation in the mission. While others traverse dimensions to battle foes, he uniquely excavates Captain America, setting himself apart from the rest. As he put away his phone, the keen-eyed Johnny spotted a familiar object, the shield of Captain America. It lay silently in the corner of the room, untouched by the passage of time. Whether in the past or the future, it remains a vital weapon for Steve. With the defiance of physical laws in its attack patterns, it can harmoniously combine with Thor's hammer, truly deserving of its title as Captain America's specialized armament. Johnny approached, lifted the shield, brushed off the frost, and proudly displayed it to Hawkeye. It looks as good as new, doesn't it? He carefully stowed it away, recognizing it as a significant asset of the United States. All right, Johnny replied dismissively, fastening the shield to his right arm. Can we head back now? I have no desire to linger in this glacier. It's far too cold. Hawkeye nodded, his spirits lifted by the successful completion of the mission. Seizing the opportunity, Johnny, with a hint of hopefulness, suggested, how about I pilot the plane on our return journey? To this immature proposal, Hawkeye reacted without hesitation. Consider flying once you pass your simulated flight test. That's unfair. I am a hero of this operation. Johnny protested. There is no room for negotiation. Chapter 4. A sudden turn on the bridge. This is unjust. Why must I be the only one to draft the work report? Johnny exclaimed, sporting dark circles under his eyes as he slammed his hands on the desk in indignation. After the arduous task of bringing Captain America back from the Arctic, he had hardly completed the handover when this individual demanded that he submit a detailed work report. Initially, Johnny thought it wouldn't be a problem, as he executed the mission alongside Hawkeye and could simply copy his work. However, Hawkeye merely tossed aside, I have other tasks. This report is yours to complete, before swiftly vanishing, leaving Johnny bewildered and disheveled in the wind. With no other option, Johnny, fatigued, resigned himself to the task of crafting a credible report. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, seated in his office chair, perused Johnny's work report and remarked, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are required to submit detailed reports upon mission completion. This is part of your job. Hearing this, Johnny rolled his eyes and plopped down into his chair. Were it not for your position as my superior at this moment, I would surely transform into a shooting star to play a prank upon your egg-shaped head. Nick Fury set down the report in his hands and rubbed his temples. This mission had been executed remarkably well, and it was truly thanks to you that Captain America was located so smoothly. In response to Fury's praise, Johnny accepted it with a sense of entitlement. Had it not been for his overwhelming embarrassment in sniffing Captain America's personal garments, S.H.I.E.L.D. might have fallen prey to Hydra's swift maneuvering. The sight of Captain America, a symbol of justice, aligning himself with Hydra, was a scenario that Johnny dared not envision. It would likely send half of the American populace into despair. Of course, Johnny was not there solely for altruistic reasons. He raised his right hand, repeatedly rubbing his thumb against his middle and index fingers. So about the bonus from this mission, is it? Fury observed Johnny's avaricious demeanor and sighed in resignation. Shortly, S.H.I.E.L.D. will deposit the bonus onto your card. Long live S.H.I.E.L.D. Johnny exclaimed, raising his arm in jubilation. After all, what was the purpose of such arduous work if not for the allure of greenbacks? Financial gain provided the motivation to undertake perilous missions. He thought of Hawkeye, who had toiled for S.H.I.E.L.D. for over a decade, now with a family and a lovely villa in the suburbs, enjoying a splendid private life. Having finished reading the report, Johnny declared, I'm off then. With his reward secured, he exited the office without a backward glance. Once Johnny had departed, Fury picked up the report once more, the words within compelling him to proceed with caution. Hydra? Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. truly harbored a traitor? The mission to retrieve Captain America from the glacier was shrouded in utmost secrecy, yet Hydra had somehow acquired such confidential information, indicating that the traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. must hold a significant position. This thought made Fury's head throb anew, if that were the case. Much of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secrets might already be compromised. Thus, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Agent Coulson, I require you to undertake a special assignment. This task is solely your responsibility. Having successfully secured his bonus, Johnny hailed a taxi as he strolled down the street. After a hectic day, the night had now fallen, and he yearned to return home for a restful slumber. Through the car window, he gazed at the towering office buildings, marveling at the vibrancy of New York. New York is truly magnificent, he mused, inadvertently catching the driver's attention. Sir, you don't seem to be a local, do you? The driver inquired, to which Johnny nodded. Indeed, as a traveler, he was not a native. You ought to enjoy life here, whether it be the cuisine or the company, as long as you have the means. However, there have been peculiar occurrences in New York lately. I advise against venturing out too late to avoid any unfortunate encounters. Oh, what peculiar occurrences? Johnny inquired, leaning forward with interest. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of gossip? The driver, finding his voice, began to regale tales. Not long ago, it was rumored that a peculiar figure with 4 hands and 4 eyes had emerged in the heart of New York City, causing quite a ruckus. The police even deployed aircraft and tanks in an attempt to apprehend this anomaly. Oh, really? Surely that's a fabrication. Such creatures do not exist in our world, Johnny mused, his gaze becoming increasingly erratic as he scratched his head. It is no trivial matter when one finds themselves amidst such absurdity. Impossible. The accuracy of this information is quite high. Several of my friends witnessed it firsthand while driving through the city, the driver insisted. That sounds exceedingly perilous. Did the police manage to capture this creature? Johnny asked, concern etched on his features. The driver shook his head, revealing that the police had cordoned off certain areas. But whether or not the creature was apprehended remained unknown. Johnny exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not been recognized. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had thoroughly suppressed the matter online, the sheer number of witnesses in downtown Manhattan rendered it inevitable that some would have seen him. Are there any other intriguing happenings? Johnny inquired further. Sometimes, intelligence that S.H.I.E.L.D. overlooks can be gleaned from the grassroots level. After all, they are often too distant to concern themselves with trivialities that loom large in the eyes of the common folk. The driver, unabashed, continued to share his observations. Recently, in Queens, another peculiar individual was spotted, donning a red hood and prowling the streets at night, robbing passersby. Johnny pondered, a red hood? 2 candidates sprang to mind, Spider-Man or Deadpool. That individual had an uncanny ability to vanish before the police arrived, and it was said that those who fell victim to his muggings were left pinned against the wall, immobilized. It must be Spider-Man, Johnny concluded in his mind. Yet, in the Marvel Universe, there were numerous iterations of Spider-Man. The classic Spider-Man, Gwen Stacy's Spider-Woman, Black Spider-Man. Too many possibilities existed, and without a direct encounter, Johnny could not ascertain which it was. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a jarring halt. interrupting Johnny's musings. "What is happening?" he queried, confusion etched on his face. The driver shook his head. "I'm not certain. Perhaps there has been an accident up ahead. The traffic on the bridge has come to a standstill." At that moment, a panicked crowd began to rush past the car, faces stricken with terror, shouting, "There's a monster! Run!" "Sir, please wait. I'll go inquire," the driver said. Stepping out of the vehicle, Johnny watched as people hurried by, his mind racing with the thought that he might be embroiled in yet another Marvel incident. The bridge, the gridlock, Spider-Man, everything connected. Could it be that the Lizardman incident had returned? Chapter 5. The Lizardman with 4 hands and a tyrant. Realizing that this traffic jam was likely no ordinary mishap, Johnny decisively opened the car door and stepped out to investigate. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, a rush of wind filled Johnny's ears. He lifted his gaze, and a crimson supercar traced a stunning parabola through the sky, hurtling towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Johnny deftly sidestepped and took refuge behind a taxi. The thunderous crash of the car's descent echoed in his ears, and by the time he regained his composure, the once $1 million supercar lay utterly wrecked. "That was a close call. I nearly became a mere pulp," Johnny remarked, having narrowly escaped disaster. Although he possessed a diminutive watch that could transform him into various extraterrestrial heroes, in his everyday life, he was merely an ordinary man, vulnerable to the same lethal threats as anyone else. "Sir, we must flee. A green monster is wreaking havoc in the middle of the bridge. If we don't hurry, it will be too late." The driver, now aware of the peril, returned to his vehicle, his face a mask of terror. He had abandoned thoughts of preserving his beloved car, focusing instead on the urgent need to escape. That creature was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary police officer. "Calm down. That creature hasn't arrived yet. There's no need to panic," Johnny reassured the driver, understanding his fear. After all, it was commendable if a regular person could even stand their ground against a lizard-like being. The driver took several deep breaths of fresh air, his panic gradually subsiding. "Sir, now that we have a moment, let us make our escape before that creature arrives," the driver urged, eager to vacate the bridge without delay. "Not so fast. I need to assess the situation first," Johnny replied, peering ahead. Indeed, not far from the center of the road, a monstrous being clad in green scales was wreaking havoc on nearby vehicles. Its razor-sharp claws relentlessly tore through the metal roofs, and with a mere flick of its powerful tail, it obliterated the front of a truck. This is troublesome, according to the narrative. It wouldn't be long before Spider-Man appeared to deal with the threat, and even if he chose to flee, it likely wouldn't alter the outcome. But is this truly the right course of action? Johnny's gaze fell upon the small watch on his left wrist, a relic of an inexplicable journey that had granted him a second chance at life. In the face of danger, should he feign normalcy and flee? If he chose that path, he would surely harbor regrets in the future. At that moment, a quintessential Marvel quote resonated within Johnny's mind. "With great power comes great responsibility." Uncle Ben's words were not solely directed at Peter within the narrative, but also at the audience beyond the fourth wall. In that instant, Johnny made a resolute decision. It was time to take action. "Sir, stop dawdling. We must run now. If we delay any longer, that creature will be upon us." Johnny gently patted the driver's hand, resting on his shoulder, and added, "Remember to keep what you witness next to secret." "Secret about what?" Johnny did not respond to the driver's inquiry. Instead, he emerged from behind the vehicle and boldly proclaimed, "That green lizard over there, covered in festering sores. Would you care for a fair duel?" The lizard man, who was preoccupied with searching for someone, paused at Johnny's call. However, upon realizing that the provocateur was merely an ordinary boy, he lost interest. For his primary objective was to locate the head of the company and prevent him from administering the serum in the hospital. Seeing that the lizard man disregarded him, Johnny sighed. Realizing that it was time to rely on raw power, he raised his left hand and, finding a familiar pattern on his dilapidated watch, struck it decisively. In an instant, his muscles surged, and he grew taller, surpassing human limits, with 2 robust arms sprouting from his sides, granting him a broader perspective. The infamous 4-armed behemoth, who had once wreaked havoc in New York City, was back in action. The driver, utterly astonished, slumped to the ground, stammering, "Why, you are. Remember my name. I'm the 4-armed behemoth." With that, Johnny charged straight at the lizard man. The lizard man, who was previously rummaging through cars, suddenly felt a powerful impact, and the next moment, he was sent flying several meters away. When he regained his bearings, he found himself facing a towering four-armed creature. "You are the lizard man," he managed to utter with difficulty. Still reeling from the blow, Johnny stretched his forearms and smiled, saying, "Dr. Connors, now we can truly engage in a duel." Upon hearing that familiar name, the lizard man's green slit-like pupils narrowed in suspicion. "How do you know that identity? Who are you? Defeat me, and I shall reveal my identity." The two soon became entangled in a fierce battle, both colossal monsters possessing extraordinary strength, leaving destruction in their wake. Gradually, the four-armed behemoth began to gain the upper hand. For as the adage goes, two fists cannot contend with four. When the lizard man landed a punch on Johnny, he always managed to seize the opportunity to retaliate with two punches from his other arms. Likewise, the lizardman's claws continually left deep gashes on Johnny's body. Realizing he was outmatched, the lizard man attempted to escape by executing a swift tail whip, intending to send Johnny flying. However, Johnny would not allow him to succeed. His four hands tightly grasped the lizardman's thick tail. "Dr. Connors, fleeing during a duel is unacceptable." Johnny exerted his strength to pull the lizard man back, but unexpectedly, the lizard man severed his own tail, the sudden recoil causing Johnny to stumble back several paces. What a troublesome foe. Johnny discarded the writhing tail, and just as he was about to pursue the lizard man, he was taken aback when the creature lifted a small car, crucially with someone still inside. "Help! Someone save us!" The passengers in the vehicle cried out incessantly, but Dr. Connors, whose mind had grown as cold as that of a reptile, paid them no heed and hurled the car towards the four-armed behemoth. He aimed to buy time for his escape. "Damn it!" Johnny cursed under his breath, halting in his tracks as his four hands effortlessly caught the soaring automobile. Thank you. The rescued passengers repeatedly expressed their gratitude as Johnny set them back down on solid ground. To everyone's astonishment, the lizard raised another car, this time not aiming at Johnny, but instead directing it towards the bridge's underbelly. "Curse it!" Johnny dashed forward, hoping to intercept the vehicle midair, but the four-armed behemoth was inherently slow, and the surrounding stationary cars obstructed his path. Before he could reach it, the car plummeted beneath the bridge. Just when Johnny believed all hope was lost, he heard the familiar sound of web shooting, and the free-falling vehicle inexplicably halted in midair. Spider-Man had arrived. Chapter 6. Escape. The one who intervened was none other than Peter Parker. Upon hearing about the incident on Brooklyn Bridge through Gwen's broadcast, he had rushed to the scene, fortuitously arriving just in time. With Spider-Man's presence ensuring the safety of those inside the car, Johnny's focus sharpened on capturing Dr. Connors. Meanwhile, the lizard was equally bewildered. He had merely intended to find someone on the bridge, only to face Johnny transformed into the four-armed behemoth in a one-on-one confrontation. And now his escape plan was thwarted by Spider-Man's timely arrival. Left with no alternatives, he resorted to hurling vehicles to stall their advance. "Spider-Man, I leave the cars that have fallen to the bridge's base to you," Johnny shouted towards Peter. Peter, who had just secured a web to the railing, wore a puzzled expression beneath his mask. "How does he know me? And I must say, Spider-Man is a splendid name. I think I shall adopt it." With Spider-Man's assistance, Johnny deftly approached the lizard once more. The lizard attempted the same trick again, swinging his tail, but Johnny deftly leapt aside, and before the lizard could react, Johnny struck him in the back with both of his powerful right arms. The strength of the four-armed behemoth was formidable even within the Marvel Universe, and the tremendous force sent the lizard flying several meters until he collided with the bridge's railing, finally coming to a halt. Johnny approached the fallen lizard and spoke slowly. "Dr. Connors, surrender now. It is not too late." Before he could draw nearer, the previously unconscious lizard suddenly sprang to life, extending his sharp right claw toward Johnny, only to be firmly grasped by him, as if the Johnny who first arrived in Marvel might have fallen for that, but I've been here for several months now. During these past few months, apart from providing S.H.I.E.L.D. with data on extraterrestrial heroes stored within his watch, Johnny had been relentlessly training with Hawkeye. This little ruse had long since been overused by Hawkeye. However, what Johnny did not anticipate was that the lizard would suddenly exert enough force to sever his right arm. What? The lizard's drastic act bewildered Johnny for a moment, but having freed himself, he immediately turned to leap off the bridge. Quickly regaining his composure, Johnny grasped the lizard's tail once more, yet it was evidently futile. The lizard successfully shed his tail and made his escape. Standing on the bridge, Johnny looked helplessly at the rippling surface of the water below, where the lizard's figure had completely vanished. Did he get away? Peter, who had secured all the vehicles, inquired from the side. Yes, he did. Johnny extended his right hand, now witnessing the remnants of the lizard's right claw gradually disintegrating. He had forgotten that his right arm had regrown, a tactical misstep, indeed. If he had arrived a bit earlier, perhaps he would have been captured, Johnny remarked, spreading his hands toward Peter. I had no choice, you know. I was at my girlfriend's house having dinner when I heard the broadcast and rushed over. I was quite swift, all right? Peter retorted, and by the way, are those 4 hands and 4 eyes a natural gift? Is your skin tone always that red? You could be a milestone in the biological realm. Spider-Man's loquacious nature began to surface, and his incessant chatter left Johnny feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Johnny could not fathom why Peter, without his mask, was a gentle and shy college student, yet upon donning the Spider-Man mask, he transformed into a relentless chatterbox, effortlessly tossing out quips and jests. It was as though they were 2 completely different individuals. Perhaps the day's repression led to a liberation of self upon wearing the mask at night. Nevertheless, it was this stark contrast that made it difficult for anyone to associate Spider-Man with Peter Parker. Don't let my peculiar appearance fool you. In reality, I am a secret agent, Johnny declared with utmost seriousness. An agent? Peter tilted his head. You mean the kind that chases international criminals all over the globe? So that green fellow from earlier was a criminal? Johnny waved his hand dismissively. He was not a criminal, merely a pitiful soul seeking to preserve his own integrity. Of course, what happens next is another story. We must catch him swiftly. But how? He has completely escaped. Are you planning to search the entirety of New York City? Why not? Johnny replied. After all, every agent is affiliated with a formidable secret organization. Finding a green monster in New York City shouldn't be overly challenging. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, with a thorough examination of street surveillance, locating a lizard would be relatively straightforward. Don't underestimate the power of the authorities. Peter grew increasingly anxious with each passing word. If they could locate the fleeing lizard, did that not also imply they could potentially find him? This notion was quite disconcerting. After all, the very reason he donned a mask was to remain inconspicuous. Should Spider-Man's identity be unveiled to the public, one could only imagine the treatment he would endure. More concerning, Aunt May would likely faint from the overwhelming pressure. As if echoing Peter's thoughts, Johnny remarked with a meaningful tone, perhaps we shall meet again. However, for now, it was prudent to flee. Before Peter could voice his inquiries, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air. Given the considerable time spent battling the lizard, law enforcement was beginning to arrive, and the devastation on the bridge was not something easily concealed. It was certain that the police would conduct a thorough investigation. Being apprehended at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to a troublesome predicament. Let's part ways here for tonight. As soon as the words left his lips, Johnny exerted his legs, utilizing the extraordinary leaping ability of the 4-armed king to deftly evade the police vehicles and swiftly depart the scene. Without hesitation, Peter recognized the gravity of being deemed a suspicious individual by the authorities. It was no trivial matter. He immediately shot a web to the bridge and escaped the area. By the time the police arrived, only the wreckage remained, an utterly chaotic scene. Police Chief George Stacy stood in silence, gazing at the aftermath. The shattered bridge, overturned vehicles, and the cries of civilians left him with a heavy sigh. Tonight would surely be a sleepless one. In a sewer beneath the city of New York, a pale hand emerged from the depths, followed by Dr. Connors struggling to pull himself from the water. Reflecting on the events of the evening, a fervent smile spread across his somewhat sickly visage. What a marvelous experience! It was utterly exhilarating, as if he were capable of anything. Transformed into the lizard by the serum, he now felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The burdens of over 20 years of disability were finally lifted by the serum's influence. Not only that, but he was stronger, swifter, and more mentally agile. A truly perfect being. Yet, thoughts of Johnny's transformation into the 4-armed king dampened his manic grin. I require more serum, more. Only then can I truly become that flawless creature. He traversed the sewer, the flickering lights casting reflections of his obsession in his eyes. Chapter 7. Recruitment. The incessant ringing of the phone abruptly awoke Johnny from his slumber. Annoyed, he answered the call. Who is it? It's the weekend. And you call this early? Quant à personne reste? After a brief silence, a deep voice responded, It's me, Nick Fury. instantly alert upon realizing it was his superior. Johnny sprang from his bed. Is there a particular reason you personally called me, Director Fury? The incident on the bridge last night requires a reasonable explanation. Do you have any idea how much manpower, resources, and finances S.H.I.E.L.D. has expended to mitigate the repercussions of this event? The roar of fury emanated from the phone, compelling Johnny to hold it a bit further from his ear. Director Nick Fury listened attentively as I explained that everything had a cause. In the ensuing minutes, Johnny patiently and meticulously recounted the events of the previous night, which included a loquacious mutated lizard creature, a masked figure clad in spandex resembling a baby Spider-Man, and a benevolent driver. After absorbing the crucial intelligence from Johnny's account, Fury took a moment to process it before inquiring. According to your assertion, the lizard creature will indeed return, and if we do not locate it swiftly, the entire city of New York may be on the brink of a catastrophic biochemical crisis? Well, perhaps, Johnny replied, if we adhere to the original narrative. That is indeed the case. However, my presence has already begun to disrupt the storyline, and I am uncertain of what will transpire next. Therefore, I can only speculate the worst, as it is better to be prepared for any eventuality. Moreover, since S.H.I.E.L.D. has been rather idle, it would be prudent to engage in something meaningful, something befitting a heroic organization. Upon hearing Johnny's response, Fury felt a surge of exasperation. It seemed that ever since he had enlisted Johnny, S.H.I.E.L.D. had pressed the accelerator, with bizarre incidents emerging one after another. Nevertheless, given the gravity of the situation concerning New York's safety, Fury could not afford to make hasty decisions. He replied, "We will deploy internal personnel to collaborate with local law enforcement to locate the lizard creature as quickly as possible. During this period, I need you to remain on standby. As soon as we receive any news regarding the lizard, you must arrive at the scene with utmost haste to assist the local police in apprehending it." "Understood, sir," Johnny responded, striking a mock salute while feigning seriousness. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he continued, "Director Fury, I believe S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently severely understaffed. To confront future dangers, I think it is time we considered expanding our ranks." Fury paused momentarily, taken aback by Johnny's unexpected foray into the future development of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a brief contemplation, he curiously asked, "Whom do you propose we select as our new member?" Upon hearing Fury's openness to the idea, Johnny felt a surge of optimism. With conviction, he proclaimed, "The Spider-Man from last night would be an ideal candidate for our selection criteria," and during our conversation, he expressed a keen interest in our organization. I believe bringing him on board would be an excellent decision. Do you have confidence in your ability to persuade him to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fury inquired. "Absolutely. It would not be deceitful. I am confident that once he comprehends the grand vision of our organization, he will be eager to join." Nick Fury selectively disregarded some of Johnny's harsh words and directly stated, "Then this matter will be entrusted to you. Strive to have him join us before the lizard people make their appearance. Peter, you have finally fallen into my grasp. With this, my standing within S.H.I.E.L.D. will no longer be the lowest, and all future work reports will be solely handled by you. However, there remains a minor issue. Director Fury, I am unaware of his residence." "What?" Nick Fury's astonished voice echoed through the phone. After a moment of silence, his teeth clenched, he queried again, "Then what was the purpose of all that you just said? To amuse me?" Ah, he is agitated. It seems Fury still has room for improvement. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., how could he display such overt emotions? One must maintain a demeanor that remains unflinching before the crumbling mountains. Nevertheless, given the current situation, Johnny chose not to further tease him and instead said, "I know his name and the neighborhood where he resides. With this information, S.H.I.E.L.D. should be able to locate him, right? Speak quickly." He was beginning to feel that with Johnny on the team, he might not live as long. "His name is Peter Parker. He lives in Queens, New York City, and he is a college student currently residing with his aunt." Dressed casually and carrying a basket of cheese, Johnny stood before an unassuming little house. Who could have imagined that the masked bandit causing chaos in Queens at night resided here? Setting aside his thoughts, Johnny approached and pressed the doorbell. The door creaked open to reveal a white-haired woman in an apron, appearing to be in her 50s. Upon seeing Johnny, she momentarily hesitated before inquiring, "Hello. May I ask who you are?" "Hello, Mrs. Parker. I am a friend of Peter's, here to visit him. This is a small gift for our meeting. Please accept it." Johnny handed the basket of cheese to Aunt May. In America, it is customary among friends to bring cheese or beef when visiting, while the more affluent might offer fruit. The prices in America, as one knows, are quite significant. "Oh, a friend of Peter's," Aunt May exclaimed as she took the basket. "Don't be shy. Come in. Peter is upstairs. I will call him down." Under Aunt May's guidance, Johnny smoothly entered Peter's home and leisurely settled into the living room to watch television. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps descending the stairs broke the tranquility. Before long, Johnny was greeted by the true Spider-Man. With a head of slightly curly brown hair and wearing a pair of vintage black-rimmed glasses, he stood tall at 6 feet but bore a scholarly demeanor. Observing the stranger seated on the sofa, Peter instinctively asked, "Who are you?" Coincidentally, Aunt May emerged from the kitchen at that moment, glancing at Peter. "Isn't this your friend, Peter?" In order to maintain the secrecy of his identity, Johnny abruptly stood up, draping his arm over Peter's shoulder, and addressed Aunt May, saying, "Mrs. Parker, Peter and I are indeed good friends. He lent me a significant hand last night, didn't he, you, Parker?" Johnny emphasized this last remark, casting a knowing glance at Peter. Suddenly, Peter felt a jolt. He had begun to piece together Johnny's true identity. Faced with Aunt May's inquiry, he could only awkwardly nod in agreement. "Aunt May, he is indeed my friend," he replied, forcing a strained smile. After providing Aunt May with an explanation, Peter hastily concocted an excuse and led Johnny upstairs. Johnny, unperturbed, began to leisurely explore Peter's bedroom, which, on the whole, resembled that of a typical college student. However, upon spotting the massive web structure information wall, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Peter, if someone saw this wall, they might think you're a bit eccentric." "It's a normal social relationship map," Peter clarified. "Is it?" Johnny mused, stepping closer and pointing to a photograph. "Surely, this blonde beauty ISN to your crush?" Enough with the chatter, Peter retorted, bypassing Johnny to tuck the photograph into his pocket. "What exactly do you want from me? How did you find my home?" But Johnny chose not to respond, instead pulling open Peter's wardrobe. As expected, a red and blue spider suit lay quietly in a nondescript corner. He picked up the spider costume, weighing it in his hands. Before Johnny could utter a word, a thin strand of webbing shot forth, snatching the spider suit away. Johnny raised an eyebrow, glancing at Peter's wrist. "Web shooter? Quite intriguing. As the saying goes, the affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation." Peter's transformation into Spider-Man was not solely due to his superhuman abilities, but also his remarkable craftsmanship. The value of a handcrafted web shooter was undeniably high. No longer concealing his identity, Peter gazed silently at Johnny, his demeanor markedly different. His eyes, once gentle, now bore a sharp intensity, akin to a lion warning an intruder in its territory that a fierce attack would ensue should they advance further. Indeed, having lost Uncle Ben, Aunt May was now Peter's closest confidant, and the uncertain presence of Johnny posed the greatest threat to their home. Johnny refrained from further teasing him. After all, his true intention was to recruit Peter. He retrieved his credentials from his pocket and tossed them to Peter. "This is my official identification. It should suffice to prove that I am not a villain." Peter set the spider suit aside, eyeing Johnny with skepticism as he scrutinized the credentials. S.H.I.E.L.D, Senior Federal Agent? A series of unfamiliar terms left Peter bewildered, yet the emblematic seal of the United States could not be a counterfeit, affirming Johnny's claims of being an official representative. Acknowledging the truth in Johnny's words, Peter returned the documents but could not restrain his curiosity. "Mr. Johnny, what brings you here?" Although he had gleaned Johnny's name from the credentials, the purpose remained elusive. Finally, he had hit the nail on the head. Johnny reflected inwardly, recognizing the necessity of enlisting Spider-Man as an ally for the future development of S.H.I.E.L.D, and to avoid exploitation by unscrupulous employers. With a shift from his playful demeanor, Johnny spoke earnestly. "I extend a sincere invitation, in the name of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, for Peter Parker to join us and contribute to the future of humanity." Upon hearing this, Peter was utterly perplexed. "Join us, Peter. Your strength is indispensable for defeating a certain mad titan in the future." He added, emphasizing the importance of future reports as well. Wait, so you came all the way to my home just to recruit me? Johnny nodded affirmatively. Indeed, our organization faces threats that could potentially annihilate the world. And with your spider-like abilities, you are undoubtedly a member we wish to recruit. Johnny's declaration caused Peter, seated in his chair, to gaze with flickering eyes, caught in hesitation. Initially, he donned the mask to capture the criminal responsible for Uncle Ben's death, but now, someone was offering him a chance to join a mission of global salvation. A profound shift that was challenging for the college student to accept. It seemed Johnny needed to intensify his persuasion. Otherwise, this opportunity might slip away. Johnny placed his hand firmly on Peter's shoulder and continued. Peter, as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Perhaps your extraordinary abilities are not mere happenstance, but a calling to aid others. Join us. The weight of those 8 words reverberated in Peter's mind. Clenching his fists tightly, he recalled Uncle Ben's wisdom to protect Aunt May. He could no longer evade his responsibilities as he had before. He lifted his gaze and declared, "All right, I will join you." Johnny's expression brightened with surprise. He had not anticipated Peter's acquiescence so readily, rendering his meticulously prepared arguments unnecessary. With just a few words, he had successfully recruited Spider-Man into S.H.I.E.L.D, revealing his own talent for persuasion. Now that Peter had agreed, Johnny wasted no time in producing an old flip phone and handing it to Peter. Peering at the vintage device in his hand, Peter furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What is this?" Johnny waved his hand dismissively and calmly remarked, "This is a specialized communication device of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite its retro appearance, it has been modified by researchers to receive signals from a covert communication satellite in the United States, ensuring connectivity even in the Arctic. Is it truly that remarkable?" Peter mused, instinctively fiddling with the device. His penchant for small inventions ignited a deep curiosity within him. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be such a bad endeavor. With standard organizational perks, there would be numerous benefits ahead. Observing Peter's inquisitive demeanor, Johnny understood, but cautioned, "Temper your curiosity. Refrain from dismantling the device. Such actions constitute a breach of national security and could lead to incarceration." All right, Peter replied, a twinge of apprehension surfacing as he recalled his earlier impulse to open the vintage phone and examine its inner workings. "So what must we do now?" he inquired as he tucked the phone away. "Wait," Johnny replied. Peter tilted his head, struggling to grasp Johnny's suggestion. "In essence, we simply wait for the lizard to reveal himself." "Very well," Peter conceded, recognizing his lack of skill in locating individuals in New York City, leaving him with no choice but to heed Johnny's counsel. "I shall take my leave then, ensuring the phone remains operational. I will call you the moment I receive any news." With that, he exited Peter's residence. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office, Nick Fury received a message. He affirmed the successful completion of the mission with a sigh of relief. Finally greeted by a piece of good news after such a long time. This would bolster S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength, allowing the plan he held deep within to commence. However, a leader was still needed, someone capable of uniting diverse individuals into a cohesive whole. Fury picked up a proposal entitled Captain America Revival Project. "Captain, time is running short. We need your strength," he resolved, signing his name at the authorization line with a steel pen. Chapter 9. Enhanced Lizard Man days had passed since Peter's incorporation, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. had still not detected the lizard's whereabouts. This delay afforded Johnny ample opportunity to prepare for his future endeavors. Currently, he found himself in the basement of his rented apartment. Before him lay a gleaming bar of gold weighing a full 100 grams. He meticulously reviewed his preparatory tasks. Holy water hand washing, completed. A 4-leaf clover charm for luck, completed. Today's lucky item, a carrot, completed. With all tasks set, he was ready to commence today's work. Draw card. This was the secret he had kept hidden for so long. The card drawing mechanism of his little timepiece. Each time he expended 100 grams of gold, he could randomly summon a brand new extraterrestrial hero from his stash. This was a hidden feature unknown even to S.H.I.E.L.D. Certainly, John had deliberately concealed his hand beneath their very noses. After all, the current S.H. S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to undergo a significant upheaval, and there remained numerous Hydra spies within its ranks. He could not afford to reveal all his cards at once. Taking a deep breath, John pressed the green button in the center of his small, worn-out device. In an instant, the gold bars on the table were consumed by a green glow, and the device's dial began to spin incessantly, showcasing an array of alien patterns. Spider Monkey, Crystal Hero, Explosive Tiger, Colossal Titan. John's heart fervently hoped for a powerful extraterrestrial hero to serve as his trump card. Though mere seconds passed, it felt as if centuries had elapsed in John's mind, his heart racing in his throat. Finally, the dial's rotation came to a halt. Ice Phantom, as the holder of this device, John immediately recognized the alien hero represented by the pattern. His anxieties dissipated in an instant. At last, he had drawn a formidable character. With a sigh of relief, John spoke. Ice Phantom possesses the ability to fly, exhale frigid breath, and even phase through matter, rendering physical attacks ineffective and allowing for invisibility. He is undoubtedly a formidable extraterrestrial hero excelling in solo combat, adept at fleeing, attacking, and stealth. After toiling away at S.H.I.E.L.D. to save money, John had finally taken a solid step in his Marvel adventure. He believed that through relentless card draws, he could grow even stronger, ideally drawing Superman, so that when the Purple Potato Man invaded, he could demonstrate the reason behind the bloom's vibrant hues. However, all of this remained mere fantasy at present. As there was a critical flaw in his plan, John had run out of money. It was clear that each card draw required 100 grams of gold, which had completely drained his savings. Nevertheless, John had a backup plan. Marvel boasted a rather affluent tycoon, Tony Stark, whose wealth could afford John a delightful spree of draws. Just as John was lost in dreams of a splendid future, his phone suddenly rang. Director Fury, had they found the lizard? He was currently wreaking havoc in the city, and local police were engaged in a firefight with him. All right, I'm on my way. Stay safe. He's not the same as before. Hanging up the phone, John furrowed his brow. Not the same? No matter whether he was a mule or a horse, it was time to take him out for a spin. Even if he was strong, he would still have to contend with both himself and Peter, and the advantage of 2-on-1 was in their favor. In the streets of New York City, the lizard rampaged with a large pack on his back, bulldozing through the street corner. The police cars that had initially aimed to corner him were overturned with ease, all obstacles disregarded in his path. Damn it! Chief George cursed from behind a police car. It was the first time in his long life that he had encountered such a monster in New York City. And this creature was even more terrifying than the previous four-armed fiend. Abandon the pursuit plan. Everyone, open fire. Do not spare the bullets. With a commanding order from Director George, every officer instantly drew their firearms and unleashed a barrage, emptying their magazines in unison. The standard issue sidearm for officers fired 556 caliber rounds, a projectile potent enough to incapacitate an ordinary individual. However, it proved somewhat inadequate against the reptilian adversary. The bullet struck the lizard man's scaled armor, erupting in a flurry of sparks, with a majority of them thwarted by his protective plating. Only a scant few managed to penetrate the gaps in the scales, inflicting minimal harm. Yet, such feeble assaults were trivial in the face of the lizard man's remarkable regenerative abilities. The embedded bullets were expelled by his muscular tissue, and within moments, the wounds healed, leaving no trace of prior injury. As the police reloaded their weapons, the lizard man retaliated by flipping a police car into the line of fire. Witnessing the vehicle spiraling through the air, Director George urgently shouted, "Dodge! Quickly, take cover!" Prompted by his warning, the officers swiftly reacted, crouching behind nearby structures. The force of the car's descent knocked several officers off their feet, but fortunately, there were no casualties. Just as Director George prepared to initiate another round of fire, he felt a firm hand on his shoulder. "Long time no see, Director George." Turning to see a face he recognized all too well, he inquired, "What brings you here?" The newcomer was Johnny, who offered no extensive explanation, merely presenting his credentials and stating, "Director George, you must order your personnel to retreat. The current lizard man cannot be subdued with standard weaponry. It is unnecessary to incur further losses." Demonstrating his extensive experience, Director George refrained from engaging Johnny in lengthy discourse and decisively commanded, "All personnel, retreat. Be careful," he added before making his own withdrawal. Once everyone had vacated the area, Johnny called out to the lizard man, "Dr. Connors, it's good to see you again. I trust you've been training in our time apart? Regrettably, Dr. Connors had no interest in casual conversation and charged directly at him. However, before he could reach Johnny, he found himself ensnared by two strands of webbing, unable to extricate himself with his current strength. Stop talking and hurry up, Johnny urged. He is incredibly strong. I can't hold him for long. Peter clung to the wall, gripping the web with all his might to tightly bind the lizard man's movements. The current iteration of the lizard man was a far cry from their previous encounter on the bridge. With a ferocious gaze, jagged teeth, and a movement style reminiscent of a reptile, he was formidable indeed. Dr. Connors, how much lizard serum have you injected? It was clear that summoning the four-armed titan was not a viable option. Engaging in a contest of strength against the lizard man was decidedly unwise. Thus, the only course of action was to buy time and wait for the serum's effects to wane. Let us see if your claws can withstand the hardness of diamonds. Selecting his extraterrestrial hero on the diminutive console, Johnny decisively pressed the button. Diamond Warrior. The Diamond Warrior is an extraterrestrial hero clad entirely in high-hardness crystal, capable of conjuring crystals of considerable volume for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. When faced with an enhanced version of the Lizard Man, summoning the Diamond Warrior to buy time seems to be a prudent choice, as he is both resilient and formidable. Chapter 10. Entanglement. Peter was beginning to falter. The overwhelming strength of the lizard man was causing the wall beneath his feet to crack ominously. Suddenly, the web he had spun snapped, and, at that moment, a massive emerald green crystal materialized above the lizard man's head, crashing down with tremendous force. The previously roaring lizard man was momentarily stunned, trapped beneath the weight of the crystal and struggling to escape. Seizing this opportunity, Peter shot out his webbing to reunite with Johnny. Who are you? Peter inquired, taken aback by the unfamiliar visage before him. Wasn't it supposed to be the four-armed behemoth? Who is this? With a grin, Johnny replied, my superpower allows me to transform into 10 different alien heroes, including both the four-armed behemoth and the Diamond Warrior. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment. Such formidable powers. It makes my spider abilities seem rather lackluster. We could discuss this later. For now, we must deal with this foe. The crystal won't hold him for long. Indeed, during their exchange, the lizard man had already shed the crystal encasing him, his menacing green vertical pupils sending shivers down their spines. Without a moment's hesitation, Johnny swiftly devised a tactical plan. I will take the lead. You focus on restraining his movements and delaying him as much as possible. Understood, Peter responded. Johnny raised his hands, transforming them into clusters of razor-sharp crystals, which he then launched at the lizard man. However, the lizard man was no mere target. He effortlessly lifted a police car to shield himself from the onslaught of crystals. Not deterred by the failed attack, Johnny placed his hands on the ground, causing a multitude of crystals to coalesce and launch towards the lizard man caught off guard. The lizard man was propelled into the air, the sharp tips of the crystals piercing his abdomen. Excellent, effective. This was the culmination of Johnny's extensive training at S.H.I.E.L.D, with both the accuracy of his crystal projectiles and the force of his thrust surpassing his previous capabilities. The lizard man struggled in midair, emitting agonizing cries. Yet to everyone's astonishment, he extended his claws to grasp the crystal. The harsh sound of shattering echoed across the battlefield as he successfully crushed the crystal. This is bad. Johnny hadn't anticipated such a display of power from Dr. Connors. With a resounding crash, the lizard man discarded the crystal that had impaled him, leaving behind fragments of his claws. Clearly, the violent destruction of the crystal came at a price. Yet for him, regeneration was merely a brief moment away. Johnny, be careful. The lizard man crouched low, his limbs poised to pounce towards Johnny. Peter swiftly shot out strands of webbing to ensnare the lizard man's feet. Yet this did little to impede his movements. With no time to evade, Johnny could only quickly regenerate a crystal to shield his chest. The tremendous impact sent Johnny flying several meters away. Struggling to rise while leaning against the police car, he noticed that the hastily regenerated crystal had shattered into countless pieces. Thankfully, it had provided some protection. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, the lizard man was preparing to launch a second assault. But Peter was determined to thwart him. He leapt from the high wall onto the lizard man's back, seizing the opportunity to shoot webs continuously, binding the creature's limbs with a resilient network. The lizard man's cumbersome form found it increasingly difficult to retaliate against Peter, and as the webbing multiplied, his movements grew sluggish. "Curse that wretched reptile!" the lizard man roared. "Silence!" Johnny unleashed another crystal spike, enveloping the lizard man in a vast array of crystals that rendered him immobile. "You cannot stop me," the lizard man sneered, his head the only part visible outside the encasement. Just as he attempted to utter further threats, Peter shot a mass of webbing to seal his mouth. "Let us see you continue your mindless rambling now," Peter remarked as he approached Johnny. "Is this sufficient? Now we merely await backup." Peter nodded, knowing that S.H.I.E.L.D would prepare a specially designed cage for the lizard man, ensuring his lifelong imprisonment. Unbeknownst to them, the scales beneath the lizard man's crystalline prison were rising, and his entire body expanded, allowing him to break free from the crystalline bonds. "Be careful," Peter, utilizing his unique spider sense, pushed Johnny aside. The lizard man stood triumphantly in the center of the battlefield, green blood oozing from his body, his claws tightly gripping the struggling Peter. The lizard man exerted pressure, and Peter could hear the cracking sounds emanating from his body, the immense pain eliciting cries of anguish. Seeing this, Johnny, who had been pushed aside, could not help but shout, "Peter!" This cry momentarily halted the lizard man's actions as he looked down curiously at Peter. "You are Peter Parker?" "Yes, it's me." "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" A sinister smile crept across the lizard man's grotesque visage as he finally unraveled the enigma. "I now understand the key to the Richard Decay raid algorithm. It is you." Upon hearing his father's name from the lizard man's lips, Peter's expression transformed into one of disbelief. The knowledge of the decay rate algorithm and the recognition of his father indicated that this lizard man was indeed. "You are Dr. Connors. How did you become this way? Is there something wrong with this?" Connors hurled Peter down to Johnny's feet. "I am now the pinnacle of human evolution, the ultimate perfect being." Johnny caught the severely injured Peter. Dr. Connors disregarded the two and continued, "Humans shall not evolve in the coming decades. They will merely perpetuate their errors within a cycle of despair. Thus, I have resolved to forsake my humanity. I shall lead them toward a more advanced existence, ascending to a higher tier of evolution, and none can thwart my ambitions." He extracted a vial of green lizard serum from his bag, presenting it before them. "By deploying this serum from the tower, I can elevate the entire city's populace to a superior plane of life." "You have lost your mind. No one will embrace the grotesque visage of this green lizard. We will stop you," they retorted. Johnny released Peter from his grasp and summoned a crystalline projectile anew. "Doctor!" Connors disregarded the impending crystal assault and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Johnny. Johnny deftly evaded the blow, transforming his right hand into a crystalline drill that thrust toward the lizard man's chest. The crystalline tip effortlessly pierced the lizard's scales. Yet the sinewy muscles beneath ensnared Johnny's arm with a vice-like grip. "What?" In that instant, the lizard man retaliated with a devastating knee strike, sending Johnny reeling. The impact shattered the crystals adorning Johnny's chest, yet the lizard man's onslaught was unrelenting. He swept his tail, propelling Johnny across the ground until he collided with a police car. Johnny, now utterly exhausted, found himself unable to resist. His diamond-clad form was battered and bruised, every crystal fractured, leaving him devoid of the strength to even twitch a finger. "Such a feeble creature you are. What could you possibly do to impede me?" "Doctor!" Connors loomed above Johnny, casting a shadow over him. Chapter 11. Slaying the lizard man. The lizard man's jeers left Johnny speechless, the agony coursing through him, rendering him incapable of uttering a word. Yet, surrender was not in his nature. Resolved by sheer will, Johnny once more summoned crystals into his grasp. Still unwilling to concede? "You are but a weak human," the lizard man sneered, extending his claws to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Peter lay gravely injured, and Johnny lacked the strength to evade. It appeared his demise was imminent. In that critical instant, a deafening gunshot rang out from afar. Boom! The lizard man's arm was obliterated by the bullet, and he collapsed onto the ground, clutching his mangled limb and howling in agony. From a distant rooftop, Chief George lay prone, gripping a Barrett sniper rifle, with wisps of smoke curling from the dark barrel. The powerful bullet had originated from his hand, a precise shot. A grimace of pain from the recoil brought forth a flicker of a smile on Chief George's face. At last, he had arrived just in time. Recognizing that standard police sidearms were ineffective against the lizard man, he had petitioned for the use of a high-velocity sniper rifle. During the struggle between Johnny and the lizard man, the Barrett sniper rifle had finally been delivered into his possession. The Barrett sniper rifle, renowned on countless battlefields, once again demonstrated its prowess, proving itself as a lethal weapon against carbon-based life forms on Earth. With a single shot, it shattered the arm of a reptilian adversary. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The next bullet was poised to obliterate his skull. Director George skillfully reloaded the Barrett, the specialized armor-piercing shell clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. He inhaled deeply, steadying his focus as he relocked onto the reptilian target through the scope. Confusion, shock, rage, and fear swirled within the creature's mind. Having injected itself with a significant quantity of reptilian serum, it had transcended humanity to become a perfect being, yet it now faced unprecedented injury. Despite its remarkable regenerative abilities, the shattered limb could not mend itself in such a short span of time. In this dire predicament, human rationality began to resurface in the reptilian's mind. After a moment of contemplation, it resolved upon its next course of action, to flee. If it could reach the streets, the surrounding buildings would provide cover, rendering the sniper's aim ineffective. Without a moment's hesitation, the reptilian sprang to its feet and bolted. Each second spent in the open increased the likelihood of being shot. However, Johnny would not allow it to escape unscathed. The crystals in his hand discharged in unison, striking the fleeing reptilian, which was unable to evade the onslaught. Despite being riddled with crystalline projectiles and bleeding profusely, the reptilian maintained its speed. Watching the creature retreat further, Johnny felt a pang of helplessness. Damn it, could it truly escape? Just then, two strands of webbing shot forth, ensnaring the reptilian's back, slowing its flight. Now was the time to act. It must not be allowed to escape. The one who intervened was Peter, who successfully thwarted the reptilian's escape plan with his long-range webbing. Well done, Peter, Johnny silently cheered. Johnny pressed his hands to the ground, summoning clusters of crystals that tightly bound the reptilian's feet, rendering it immobile. The sudden turn of events elicited a torrent of curses from the creature. You wretched beings. Why do you obstruct me? I am the pinnacle of human evolution. Only I can bring true advancement to humanity. Unfortunately for him, his words were cut short as an armor-piercing round pierced through his skull. Blood splattered as the massive body of the reptilian crumpled to the ground. Johnny gazed at the lifeless form of Dr. Connors, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Kurt Connors had devoted his life to the fields of interspecies genetics and limb regeneration, driven by the hope that the world would be free of individuals like himself who suffered from physical deformities. Yet the reptilian serum had transformed him, driving him to madness in his quest to assimilate the entire world into reptilian beings. He may have struggled, yet ultimately succumbed to the desires within, leading to this sorrowful fate. Suddenly, a green luminescence began to flicker around Johnny, signifying the expiration of his transformation. He was utterly exhausted. As he reverted to his human form, an overwhelming weakness overtook his limbs, causing him to collapse and lose consciousness on the ground. Already grievously injured by the lizard man, his reckless use of abilities to condense crystals in a desperate attempt to prevent escape had merely resulted in a fainting spell, which could be deemed a fortunate outcome. As for Peter, he too fought relying solely on sheer willpower. By the time he saw the lizard man successfully ensnared by Johnny, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Director George, observing from the heights of a skyscraper, swiftly ordered the dispatch of an ambulance to provide assistance upon witnessing both men downed. When Johnny next opened his eyes, he was greeted by a stark white ceiling, the scent of antiseptic wafting through the air. Am I in a hospital? How'd I end up here? All right, I must have fainted after defeating the lizard man. As Johnny attempted to rise, the mere act elicited a sharp pang of pain, causing him to inhale sharply. I advise you not to move just yet. Your body has yet to recover and requires a period of rest, a familiar voice spoke beside him. Turning his head, he saw none other than Nick Fury seated beside him. The sight of the first person upon awakening, the scruffy visage of a middle-aged man, left Johnny feeling utterly disheartened. Who could possibly understand the plight of being visited by a rugged stranger at such a moment? Johnny, you're finally awake, came Peter's cheerful voice from the adjacent bed, where he lay with a smile. His upper body was swathed in layers of white bandages, clearly indicating he had sustained significant injuries as well. Yet, thanks to his extraordinary physique, his recovery was far swifter than Johnny's. What incited Johnny's ire, however, was the stunning blonde seated beside Peter, none other than his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. How utterly unfair. Why was Peter, injured as he was, accompanied by his beautiful girlfriend, while Johnny was stuck with a scruffy man? Johnny felt as if he were staring into the abyss. Perhaps the world should simply end. Noticing Johnny's gaze, Peter began the introductions. This is my girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. Before Peter could finish, Gwen stood up, addressing Johnny. You must be Johnny Cole. My father speaks very highly of you. Director George is an old acquaintance of mine, and this operation's success is largely thanks to him. Johnny offered an awkward smile, recalling that he had met Director George while transformed into the four-armed behemoth. It was indeed a memorable encounter. Nick Fury cleared his throat, interrupting the pleasantries. Thanks to your efforts, we have averted a catastrophic disaster in New York City. I extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is our duty as American citizens, Peter replied, displaying politeness and humility. Johnny represents an entirely different style. Enough of these empty words. How about some tangible rewards? Both of us have sustained significant injuries, and I intend to apply for compensation for work-related injuries. Upon hearing Johnny's words, Fury's expression darkened further. This fellow has never failed to disappoint when it comes to matters of finance. The S.H.I.E.L.D. will deposit the rewards into your account numbers. For now, you both should focus on recuperating here. With that, Fury took his leave. Now, only 3 individuals remained in the hospital room, a young couple whispering sweet nothings to one another, while Johnny, as the solitary one, chose not to intrude and opted to turn on the television instead. Though he was unable to move much, he could still manage to operate the remote control. The Simpsons? Not interested. Family Guy? No thanks. Love, Death Robots? Finish that. Suddenly, a news segment captured Johnny's attention. Breaking news. Due to the unexpected disappearance of Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, the company's stock prices have plummeted. Following a vote among shareholders, Obadiah Stane, the major shareholder, has assumed the role of acting CEO. Chapter 12. The Rescue of Tony Stark S.H.I.E.L.D. Underground Training Facility. Johnny gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his cheeks. His black tank top thoroughly soaked. Over a month had passed since the Lizard Man was defeated, and he had been discharged a week ago. However, given the chance, Johnny would have preferred to remain in the hospital a while longer. Do not slack off. Keep coming at me. Even my youngest son has more willpower than you, Hawkeye said, stretching his shoulders, calm and composed. The reason being this very individual before him, dubbed rehabilitation training. It was merely a one-sided bout of punishment for Johnny. As for why Peter hadn't he shown up? Simply put, there was no necessity. To speak frankly, among all the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., Peter was undoubtedly the most formidable. Even Hawkeye was no match for him. With extraordinary physical prowess, an instinct for danger, and a combat style that incorporated web-slinging, Peter's remarkable fighting ability was established. The only one who surpassed him in strength was the Hulk. Even Captain America would find the match evenly balanced. Oh no, Captain America can match anyone equally, Johnny retorted fiercely. Can you handle a duel with my four-handed tyrant? That would be impossible. How could an ordinary man like me compete with such an extraterrestrial monstrosity? We are all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why pretend otherwise? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Johnny seized the opportunity to execute a sweeping kick. Hawkeye, a battle-hardened agent, effortlessly dodged Johnny's sudden attack and countered with a sidekick. Johnny raised his hand to block, rolling on the ground to dissipate the force of the blow. Progress. Let's go again. I can let you use one hand. This guy has truly maxed out his sarcasm skills. Can you manage with both hands? Hawkeye paused for a moment, but quickly smiled. Sure, after all, you have only recently been discharged. Caring for the injured is an endeavor in which I possess considerable expertise. You stated it, and there shall be no turning back. Hawkeye nodded indifferently. Johnny rose once more, his wounds nearly healed. His previous display was merely a ruse to assess his adversary's weaknesses. Now, he intended to demonstrate to this arrogant individual the consequences of underestimating him. Several hours later, Johnny collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of strength. After toiling fruitlessly, he had scarcely landed a few blows on Hawkeye. The latter tossed a water bottle to Johnny from the side, complimenting him on his significant progress. With a bit more effort, next time he might only require one arm. After gulping down several mouthfuls of water, Johnny finally felt rejuvenated. By the way, weren't you on a mission abroad? How did you find the time to return to S.H.I.E.L.D? Johnny inquired curiously, discarding the empty bottle. The mission was completed, hence my return, came the reply. I see. The brevity of the statement left Johnny momentarily speechless. Despite Hawkeye's typically taciturn demeanor, it was well known that he was a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, having served for years without losing a limb. One could only imagine the extent of his prowess. In terms of combat skills alone, he overshadowed Johnny by a considerable margin. Moreover, Hawkeye's true terror lay not in hand-to-hand combat, but rather in his archery skills. As the two engaged in casual conversation, the door to the training room swung open, and Agent Coulson, impeccably dressed, entered. Mr. Johnny, Mr. Clint. Director Nick Fury requests your presence in his office regarding a new mission. Understood. Tony Stark, the spokesperson for Stark Industries and a globally renowned arms dealer, has been kidnapped in Afghanistan. Wasn't he the news reporting him as missing? Johnny placed the dossier on the table. Nick Fury interlaced his fingers and spoke slowly. That is merely the information released to the public. Should the media uncover the truth, it would severely undermine America's credibility. That's true, Johnny nodded, displaying his comprehension. After all, Tony had been abducted while demonstrating missiles for the U.S. military. If the truth were revealed, it would not only lead to media frenzy over the military's incompetence, but it might also result in a significant reduction in the next quarter's defense budget. Furthermore, Stark's founder, Edward Stark, was also one of S.H.I.E.L.D's founders. Thus, for both emotional and rational reasons, we must locate him swiftly. A rogue arms dealer on the loose is indeed a source of concern, Hawkeye rationally assessed. The military has searched extensively without success. On what grounds can we believe we will find him in Afghanistan? As soon as Johnny uttered these words, he sensed something amiss. Both Hawkeye and Fury simultaneously turned their gazes upon him. Cleverly, Johnny quickly discerned their intentions. No way. Even if I were to leap from the S.H.I.E.L.D building, I would not transform into a super beast. The last encounter with Captain America had left him psychologically scarred, and a repeat performance might lead him to retreat into silence. Unexpectedly, Fury remained silent, and at that moment, Johnny's phone emitted a ping. Your bank account has received $200,000 from Stark Enterprises. Johnny was momentarily struck dumb. That sum was merely an advance payment from Stark Enterprises for his services. Should he successfully locate Tony, further remuneration would follow. Observing Fury's smug demeanor, Johnny felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch. However, one cannot, should not, and must not hold a grudge against money. You have won. I shall comply. Johnny surrendered his resistance, for he needed the funds to engage in card drawing. Following the recent Lizardman incident, he had once again indulged in a card draw on his battered device, only to be dismayed when he drew an alien hero known as the Rib-Biting Frog, which left him utterly revolted. Although his combat prowess was commendable, his manner of fighting, which involved indiscriminately tossing food about, was simply intolerable to Johnny. Upon Johnny's acquiescence, Fury retrieved a finely crafted box from his desk drawer. This was the watch typically worn by Tony's secretary. At least it was not something like underwear. Johnny silently reassured himself. He opened the box to reveal a pure gold Rolex. Johnny raised an eyebrow. It certainly aligned with Tony's persona, and the watch was evidently of considerable value. This fellow was nothing short of a playboy, being the wealthiest tycoon in the Marvel Universe, owning mansions and yachts, and his garage was filled with a plethora of world-limited luxury cars. He would need to devise a means to extract a substantial sum from Tony. No, several sums to truly justify his status. Unbeknownst to Fury, who was unaware of Johnny's thoughts, he cautioned, "This mission is confidential. Military personnel will not be involved. It is imperative that Tony Stark is brought out safely." Naturally, Johnny patted his chest in assurance. After all, Tony was the future source of his financial windfall, the great benefactor, and any misstep could not be tolerated. Chapter 13. I am the Phantom, guided by the keen senses of the superpowered beast. Johnny and Hawkeye swiftly located the cave where the Ten Rings gang was concealed. Hawkeye peered through his binoculars, but the sight at the cave entrance caused him to frown. Not only was every individual armed with machine guns, but the camp was also stocked with a plethora of ammunition, and he even spotted several heavy machine guns mounted on the cliffside. What do you think? Can we infiltrate with just the two of us? Johnny inquired. Hawkeye lowered his binoculars, shaking his head in resignation. There are too many of them. We would likely be turned into Swiss cheese before we even approached. More critically, if we are discovered, we cannot ensure Stark's safety. Hearing this, Johnny stomped his foot in frustration. If brute force won't work, then we must resort to subtler means. Johnny began to search among his alien heroes for one suited for stealth. The Flash Star is not feasible. Although his speed is remarkable, this is a desert. And the quick Flash Star, in its rapid movement, inevitably leaves traces upon the ground. After much contemplation, Johnny finally identified the suitable extraterrestrial hero, Ghost Shadow. While his combat prowess may be lacking, he possesses the unique ability to remain incorporeal for extended periods, effortlessly traversing past the heavily guarded sentinels to reach the depths of the encampment. Yes, it is decided, he is the one. Johnny patted Hawkeye on the shoulder and conveyed his plan to transform into Ghost Shadow. After listening, Hawkeye concurred with Johnny's strategy. Once you locate Tony Stark, send me a signal. I shall create a diversion outside, allowing you to escape. With everything established, Johnny pressed his watch. His entire form appeared to be enveloped in a white shroud, his legs morphing into a continuously swaying tail. Black lines adorned his white figure, and a single large eye swayed freely within those lines. Witnessing this visage instilled a sense of fear in Hawkeye. After all, this appearance could be deemed a psychological terror for any ordinary person, resembling a specter straight out of a horror film. I shall take my leave now, came Ghost Shadow's raspy voice. Good luck. Johnny completely dissolved into incorporeality, vanishing from Hawkeye's sight. Under Ghost Shadow's ethereal guise, Johnny successfully infiltrated the Ten Rings encampment. As he approached the cave, a singular feeling enveloped him. These Afghan terrorists are exceedingly wealthy. Machine guns and grenades were stacked in boxes, and Johnny even spotted a rocket launcher. However, some of the weapon crates bore the Stark Industries logo. One cannot deny the prowess of American arms dealers. They have even delved into dealings with terrorists. In a certain light, one could say that Tony is reaping what he has sown. Yet, there is no time to cast blame. The priority is to rescue Tony, for he has received his deposit. Johnny glided through the body of a guard and entered the cave. The guard suddenly trembled, caught in a chill, drawing the attention of another sentinel. What is the matter with you? Nothing. I just felt a sudden chill. Huh. This is a desert. It's midday. Have you lost your mind? No. I feel much better now. With that, the inquiry ceased. Inside the cave, Tony was vigorously wielding a hammer. Clang, clang, clang. Under his relentless strikes, the heated iron gradually took shape. Almost there. Just a little more. Once I forge this iron mask, I can escape this wretched place. Having spent over 2 months in this filthy cave, he found himself yearning for the luxury of his grand mansion. Suddenly, a series of thuds interrupted Tony's rhythmic hammering. He paused with the hammer in hand. Ethan, do not disturb me. Time is of the essence. I must craft the mask during this fleeting moment. Mr. Stark, the noise just now was not caused by me. Ethan protested, his face a picture of innocence. Could it be the mice in the cave? Tony pondered, slightly perplexed. For apart from himself and Ethan, there was no one else present. Was there a ghost? Suddenly, the stillness of the cave was broken by a spectral voice. Do not be alarmed. I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, sent to rescue Tony Stark. Both men widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions betraying their shock. However, Tony quickly regained his composure and resumed wielding the hammer. Although the surveillance here could not capture sound, any excessively unusual behavior could attract the attention of the Ten Rings gang. In my absence, technology has advanced so rapidly that even optical suits have been developed. Johnny chuckled at this remark, thinking that every scientist must be a staunch atheist, explaining their phasing abilities as mere optical phenomena. Regrettably, no, this is merely my superpower. Superpower? Did you indulge in nuclear waste? The changes outside have been substantial during your absence. There are 4-armed behemoths, lizard men, Spider-Man, and all manner of bizarre creatures. Behind the tent is a blind spot for surveillance. It is safe there. Thank you for the warning, but please remain calm upon seeing my true form. With that, Johnny revealed himself from behind the tent. The ghastly visage startled both men. Ethan suppressed his fear and quietly inquired, Are you a ghost? Johnny turned his gaze behind him and replied, I regret to inform you that I am still alive. Is that so? Ethan gulped, hesitating to meet Johnny's eyes, and quickly bowed his head to continue adjusting the screws on the oxygen tank. I am Agent Johnny Cole of S.H.I.E.L.D. What you see now is my form after transformation, which I refer to as the Spectre. Tony quipped, that seems quite fitting, akin to a ghost from a horror tale. So, how do you intend to lead us to safety? Shall we hope for those terrorists to hang themselves? Johnny spread his hands. I can only phase and possess. I cannot annihilate the entire 10 Rings gang in one fell swoop. Annoyed by Johnny's explanation, Tony's agitation grew as he retorted, then what are you doing here? Did you come just to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. that we are still alive? I certainly did not come unprepared. I have allies waiting outside. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and bring them in. Ethan exclaimed with excitement. Not them, just him. Only one person is outside to assist me. This is a special operation. I did not bring an army. At this, Tony struck the iron block before him with great force. This individual is deliberately intent on repulsing me. He has resolved that should he successfully escape this place, he will relocate Stark Industries overseas. The taxes I pay each year sustain such a group of incompetents. First, I was abducted under the very noses of the military by terrorists, and now they send a Spectre to toy with me. Do not be agitated, Mr. Stark. I have devised a remarkably secure escape plan. I shall ensure your safe passage. What plan? Tony inquired, his expression one of confusion. Johnny extended his pale finger to a nearby location, drawing the attention of the onlookers. There lay the unfinished mark I. Chapter 14. The transmutant mark I. Tony let out a deep sigh, suppressing the fury within, and patiently explained, that machine has yet to undergo testing. The operating system has not even been uploaded. Attempting to escape with it would necessitate considerable preparation, and by that time, the 10 Rings gang would undoubtedly notice our irregularities and burst through the door. Johnny understood Tony's concerns, but merely waved his hand dismissively, asserting that it was unnecessary. You just need to ensure that this contraption can function. The rest I shall manage. Are you suggesting you can possess this hunk of metal? Before Johnny could finish his statement, he began to shimmer with a green light, transforming into his true form, greeting the two with a smile. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ethan dropped the oxygen tank he was holding, letting it tumble to the ground. Are you truly human? Without a doubt. Johnny leaned back against the rear of the tent, unbothered, and sat directly on the ground. Tony scrutinized Johnny with a discerning gaze, quickly identifying a flaw. Why are you wearing my Rolex? Ah, well. Johnny waved his right hand. This was a reward from S.H.I.E.L.D. It enabled me to locate you. This statement was, of course, a fabrication. Stark Industries compensated him solely in dollars. However, Johnny was well aware of Tony's extravagant nature, and pilfering a watch would hardly ruffle his feathers. As expected, Tony shrugged nonchalantly. That's fine. I've grown weary of it anyway. I'll simply purchase the latest model upon my return. Johnny nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. You are Tony Stark. A mere Rolex is inconsequential to you. You seem quite astute. Would you be interested in becoming my personal bodyguard at my company? I could offer you $1 million a year. Perhaps not. S.H.I.E.L.D. Suits me quite well, Johnny replied candidly. The larger tree offers ample shade. S.H.I.E.L.D. grants Johnny considerable freedom, only assigning him to special missions while he spends most of his time adhering to the mandate of remaining in the United States. This also aligns with Fury's own considerations. Given Johnny's temperament, sending him abroad might risk him being swayed by monetary temptation. Very well, but should you wish to join me in the future, I assure you shall not be treated poorly. At that moment, a loud sound of the window being pulled open interrupted the ongoing conversation. The iron door sealing the entrance was swung open, and a pair of eyes peered in from the outside. The figure initially scanned the interior with a menacing glare before exclaiming, Stark, what was that burst of green light just now? Tony's improvisational skills were nothing short of remarkable. He immediately began to fabricate an explanation. That was merely a chemical reaction resulting from concentrated explosives. Are you familiar with flame tests? You requested the completion of the new missile before tomorrow, and here I am, forced to concoct gunpowder in this rudimentary cave. It's rather absurd to be so startled by such a minor occurrence. His words left the members of the 10 Rings at the door momentarily dumbfounded, for as terrorists, they were ill-equipped to grasp such intricacies. Ultimately, They could only issue a stern warning. I advise you against any clever tricks. Our leader expects to see the finished weapon by tomorrow. Tony, undeterred, retorted firmly, then refrained from disturbing me. Everyone's time is precious. The intruder remained silent, promptly closing the window and departing. Bravo, Mr. Stark, Johnny remarked, giving a thumbs up from behind the tent. Of course, do you not know who I am? A renowned arms dealer in America. I've encountered plenty of individuals like him. While Tony feigned confidence, internally he was relieved not to have lost face in front of outsiders. Although he was indeed an arms dealer, this was his first experience of being kidnapped. With a gun pressed to his head, fear was a natural response. Moreover, facing a group that valued money over life, his only recourse was to buy time and seek an escape opportunity. Share your plan, he instructed. Tony submerged the molded iron faceplate in water to cool it, marking the final component of the armor. He affixed the armor to Mark I, and it was now considered complete, provided he had not miscalculated. Are you certain you can accomplish this? I have never heard of aliens enhancing weaponry. Tony's apprehension was palpable. After all, Johnny's earlier statement had been quite extraordinary. He had never encountered an extraterrestrial being before. Johnny, who was closely observing Mark I, waved his hand dismissively. Relax. Trust me, I wouldn't risk my life recklessly. You just focus on being the power source. I will handle the rest. All right then, Tony conceded, and with Ethan's assistance, he began to enter the interior of the armor. Meanwhile, Johnny was not idle. He sent a request for backup to Hawkeye and began searching through his broken watch for the desired extraterrestrial hero. He sought the shapeshifter, whose abilities included manipulating and enhancing any machinery, making the improvement of the rudimentary Mark I a trivial task. I am ready, Tony announced from within the armor, having successfully connected it to the arc reactor in his chest. Excellent, Johnny replied, having transformed into the shapeshifter. Meanwhile, the sounds of gunfire began to resonate from outside. Relentless bombardments caused fragments of rock to cascade from the cave ceiling. Focusing intently, Johnny endeavored to envelop the surface of Mark I with the body of the shapeshifter. The creature delved deeper into the mech's interior while simultaneously enhancing and upgrading its weaponry. Twin rapid-fire Gatling guns were mounted upon the mech's shoulders, and the once modest flame spouts on its hands transformed into extensive flamethrowers. The thrusters beneath its feet became markedly more stable. Mere seconds later, a brand new Mark I materialized before him. No longer the rudimentary silver-gray form. It had grown significantly larger, its head adorned with the shapeshifter's unique single-eye emblem. Its entire body cloaked in black and embellished with green circuit-like stripes, rendering its previous appearance utterly unrecognizable. It was a complete upgrade. Johnny clenched the mech's fist. Indeed, piloting a mech epitomized a man's romance. Wait, why am I not in control? I was the first to arrive. Tony protested from within the mech. Enough chatter. Let's get outside first. You can always build another one later. Ethan, stay close behind and protect yourself. Clad in the bulletproof vest Johnny had provided and wielding an iron shield, Ethan nodded vigorously. Now, let us deliver a shock of mech power to these terrorists. Johnny maneuvered Mark I, delivering a powerful punch to the iron door. Chapter 15. Slicing through like butter, the once formidable iron door was sent flying by Johnny's punch, crashing into the wall along with the guards stationed at the entrance. Hearing the commotion, members of the Ten Commandments gang rushed over, and upon seeing the newly fortified Mark I, they were too astonished to react, immediately seizing their machine guns and opening fire. Bullets rained upon Johnny, yet they proved utterly ineffective against his defenses. Allow me to demonstrate what true firepower suppression looks like. He assumed a stance, pivoting the twin Gatlings mounted on his shoulders to aim directly at the gang members who had opened fire. At that moment, the Ten Commandments collectively thought, Mom won't need to save my dinner tonight. The dark, menacing muzzles of the Gatlings unleashed tongues of flame, bullets relentlessly tearing through the ranks of the gang, leaving no survivors in their wake. Once the minor foes were dispatched, Johnny strode confidently out of the cave, with Ethan hastily following suit. At a distant vantage point, Hawkeye unleashed explosive arrows to disrupt the gang's movements, but when he caught sight of the mech emerging at the entrance, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth has Johnny done in there to create such a spectacle? Unbeknownst to Johnny, who was reveling in the attention, Hawkeye's thoughts remained shrouded. All the terrorists now fixated their gaze upon him. As the gang members, evading Hawkeye's arrows, were drawn to his voice, their collective focus settled upon him. I wish to declare, esteemed guests, you are all nothing but refuse. With indignation boiling over, all turned their weapons towards Johnny, launching another fierce assault. Johnny spread his arms wide, embracing the hail of bullets unleashed by the crowd. Even as their magazines ran dry, the iron shell of Mark I remained unscathed. I felt nothing at all. My fear of pain had rendered me impervious. Now it was my turn. The emerald stripes on the mech began to glow, concentrating all energy towards the head. Tony let out a muffled grunt, as if every ounce of vitality had been siphoned from his being. With the charge complete, the mech's head unleashed a laser beam, as thick as an egg, sweeping across the battlefield. The world fell silent in an instant. In the next moment, the terrorists of the Ten Rings were cleaved in half, their exposed entrails and blood staining the vast desert crimson. As Ethan emerged from the tunnel, he was met with this gruesome scene and began to retch uncontrollably. "Mr. Johnny, is this not too brutal?" Yet Johnny remained unfazed, replying coolly, "These are terrorists, with blood on their hands far exceeding this. Eliminating them could save countless innocents. There is no need for sympathy." Just then, from a distance, a faction of the Ten Rings, untouched by the chaos, set up a heavy machine gun and began firing at Johnny's position. Johnny swiftly positioned himself in front of Ethan, feeling a twinge of pain from the barrage of gunfire. Truly, they were fearless, these terrorists, showing no intention to flee. Johnny raised the mech's hands, aiming towards that area. "Flamethrower, activate!" A torrent of scorching flames erupted forth, melting both men and machine guns alike. With no one daring to show themselves again, Johnny prepared to depart. But Tony suddenly interjected, "Wait, destroy their ammunition as well. We cannot leave anything that could enable them to kill again." "Understood," Johnny replied, scooping Ethan into his arms and taking flight. As they passed over the ammunition depot, the mech's arms and legs spread wide, releasing missiles that cascaded down to the ground. In an instant, the barren desert ignited into a spectacular fireworks display. Gulping down a whiskey on the rocks, Johnny felt the refreshing chill wash away the desert's oppressive heat. He set the empty glass on the table, signaling the waiter for another. Upon returning with Tony from the desert, he promptly received the final payment from Stark Enterprises. As a titan of the American arms industry, Stark Enterprises once again demonstrated its lavishness. A staggering sum of $800,000, coupled with the previous $200,000 deposit. He had earned a total of $1 million from this endeavor. How many lifetimes would that amount to for others? Even better, Fury had surprisingly assigned Hawkeye to draft the work report, leaving only his signature required. Truly, good fortune had doubled. Hence, he found himself leisurely enjoying his time at the bar. As Johnny squinted, waiting for his drink to arrive, his fingers rhythmically tapped the table in time, with the heavy metal music resonating through the bar. At that moment, a familiar fragrance wafted by, prompting him to open his eyes. "Natasha, is that really you?" The person beside him was none other than the immensely popular Marvel character, Natasha Romanoff, known as the Black Widow. "Long time no see, our little powerhouse." Natasha greeted him with a radiant smile, her alluring visage glowing with warmth. "Aren't you supposed to be abroad on a covert mission? What brings you to a bar?" Taking a sip of her champagne, Natasha replied, "Recently, there have been too many peculiar occurrences in the United States, prompting Fury to terminate my mission and summon me back home to stand by." Johnny nodded in understanding. It was indeed typical of Fury to prepare for all contingencies. "Well, it doesn't matter. It's good that you're back. Let's drink to our heart's content today, my treat. I've got plenty of cash now." His ostentatious display of wealth elicited a hearty laugh from Natasha. "I heard you successfully rescued Tony Stark last time. Is that true?" "Absolutely," Johnny boasted, slamming his Rolex onto the table. This watch was a gift from him, outrageously expensive. Natasha's hand flew to her mouth in surprise. "That watch is no trifling matter. You've struck quite a bargain." "Of course. He even invited me to visit his home sometime. Who knows, he might gift me a luxury car, and then I'd really be in luck." "What about that new recruit, Peter Parker? Didn't he come along?" Johnny shook his head. "It's a desert out there. His webs wouldn't hold up. We can't expect him to shoot. After all, he's just a college student." Natasha nodded in agreement with Johnny's assessment. "How did you manage to deal with that dreadful lizard man?" Johnny took a swig of his drink and began recounting his heroic exploits that fateful night. As he spoke, Natasha listened intently, nodding and smiling in admiration. "In the end, if it weren't for my diamond warrior freezing the lizard man's feet, That guy George wouldn't have had the chance to fire a shot. Not too shabby, right? Johnny slurred, having lost track of how many drinks he had consumed. Quite impressive. Indeed, truly our little powerhouse, Natasha remarked playfully. Of course. With that, Johnny slumped over the bar, sound asleep. Noticing that Johnny was completely out of it, Natasha took her phone from her pocket. After a careful observation of his condition, she saw nothing amiss. She clicked send. A response arrived promptly. Good. Continue to observe discreetly and contact me immediately if anything unusual arises. After reading the message, Natasha glanced at Johnny's flushed face and couldn't help but pinch his cheek. Chapter 16. The evolution of the little watch as dawn broke. Johnny awoke in his bed, a throbbing headache echoing the effects of last night's revelry, rendering him utterly lethargic. He shook his groggy head and gently stretched his stiff limbs. The potency of American whiskey was undeniable. It seemed prudent to temper his indulgence in the future, as the aftermath of his hangover was decidedly unpleasant. He reached for the window and swung it open, allowing the brisk morning breeze to invigorate his senses. Last night, he had found himself at a bar, and upon awakening, he discovered he had returned to his rented abode, with no recollection of the intervening events. However, it was hardly surprising that Natasha had managed to escort him back. After all, she was a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, adept at pinpointing an address with ease. As the wind tousled his hair, Johnny began to reminisce about the events that had transpired since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, joining S.H.I.E.L.D, excavating Captain America in the Arctic, battling the Lizard Man, and rescuing Iron Man. He chuckled at his own self-deprecation. He had been an indispensable part of these adventures. Now, with Tony's impending return and Natasha's homecoming, the world was poised to accelerate into a new chapter, where formidable characters would soon emerge into the public eye. Contemplating these thoughts, he absent-mindedly reached for his little watch, grateful for its role in preserving his life. Yet, he couldn't help but feel that 30 minutes of transformation time was insufficient. He pressed the activation button on the watch, rotating the dial. As familiar alien hero icons materialized before him, Big Fong, Gliding Gorilla, Diamond Warrior. Currently, he had access to 12 alien heroes. It was high time to expand his roster. These foundational heroes might prove inadequate for the calamities ahead. He needed more formidable allies to bolster his strength. Moreover, Johnny harbored an inexplicable premonition that as the number of alien heroes increased, so too would the Watch's capabilities. With resolve, he rose from his bed, washed up, and had a light breakfast. The location for his car draw would, of course, be his usual haunt, his basement. This time, he planned a grand endeavor, a tenfold draw. It was a mystical belief that a tenfold draw guaranteed at least 1 gold. Cautiously, he retrieved 10 gold bars from his safe and laid them upon the table. Watching these alluring treasures, soon to vanish, tugged painfully at his heart. After a prolonged internal struggle, he steeled himself and extended his left hand toward the gold bars. One must risk something to gain something. Losing gold was far preferable to losing one's life. Sensing the presence of rare metals, the little watch emitted a green glow, and in the blink of an eye, the 10 gold bars were consumed entirely. Perhaps due to having consumed an excessive amount of gold in one sitting, the little broken watch exhibited an entirely different card-drawing experience this time. Its dial spun rapidly, while the triangular lens at the center flickered with a vibrant green light at an astonishing frequency. Goodness, could it be that I've overindulged and encountered malfunction? Johnny immediately extended his left arm, keeping the watch at a distance. A mechanical voice echoed in Johnny's mind. Sufficient rare metals consumed. Partial permissions unlocked. Unlocking permissions? Yet, he had no time to ponder this, as the card draw was about to commence. The little broken watch projected an image into the air, showcasing alien heroes in a continuous rotation. Johnny focused intently, fearing he might miss something. Come on, give me something extraordinary. The watch halted its rotation, revealing the first alien hero, Thunderbolt. As the inaugural draw, he was quite commendable. Though he appeared cumbersome, his armor rendered him impervious, allowing him to move by rolling and inflicting damage with his formidable shell. The watch continued its rotation, unveiling the second hero, Spider Monkey. Johnny stroked his chin, pondering whether he could perhaps rival Peter in web-weaving skills. On second thought, let us move on to the next. Swamp Fire, Mummy, Howling Wolf, Dido Big-Eye Monster. That light, Frost Lizard. With each successive draw, Johnny's frown deepened. These alien heroes were impressive, yet something felt amiss. I don't seek Superman, but surely a clock king would suffice. Amidst Johnny's incessant murmuring, the little broken watch began its final rotation. Come on, grant me a gold. Perhaps Johnny's prayers bore fruit, as the watch ultimately settled on a humanoid hero. Upon recognizing him, Johnny's jaw dropped in astonishment. Ultra Giant. This is what one calls a formidable character. As an alien hero introduced in the movie Big Hero 6, his prowess is indisputable, towering at a staggering height of 150 feet, 45 meters. His colossal frame allows him to almost disregard most weaponry. Not to mention, he possesses the greatest strength among all alien heroes. If possible, upon unlocking the Ultimate Hero mode, he could transform into the Ultimate Ultra Giant, not only gaining an even taller stature, but also capable of unleashing powerful lasers with his crossed arms. He would rival even Ultraman. The ancient saying holds true: 10 consecutive draws guarantee a gold. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Johnny couldn't help but beam with delight. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could simply transform into Ultra Giant. Let them witness the spectacle of sheer size. Wait a moment, I seem to have forgotten something. At that instant, he suddenly recalled the watch's earlier reminder about unlocking partial permissions. However, one cannot entirely fault him. In the presence of a card draw, all matters should take a back seat. What could possibly be more exhilarating than the anticipation of drawing cards? Through a series of maneuvers, Johnny discovered that upon unlocking a portion of the capabilities of the small broken watch, his transformation duration, originally 30 minutes, had been extended to 60, while the cooldown period was reduced from 10 minutes to a mere 5. This undoubtedly significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Yet, there was an even greater breakthrough. Johnny suddenly pressed the small broken watch and transformed into the Flash Star. Afterward, he pressed the emblem on his chest, and, in the next moment, he underwent another transformation. Four-Armed Tyrant. With a casual movement of his four arms, he pressed the small broken watch once more, reverting to his human form. The newfound permissions granted by the small broken watch were indeed a timely boon. I can now transform at will into various extraterrestrial heroes. This not only diversified his combat strategies, but also, in an intangible way, fortified his fighting capabilities. In one heartbeat, I am a four-armed tyrant, engaging you head-on, and in the next, I morph into Flame Man to launch an attack. Who could withstand such versatility? Moreover, certain extraterrestrial heroes could execute combination techniques. For instance, the slime of the gliding Goliath combined with the fireball of Flame Man. Additionally, the ability to revert to human form at will is crucial, as it eliminates the need to deliberately avoid crowds while waiting for the transformation cooldown. I am now undeniably formidable. Chapter 17. A tour guide for Captain America? Astonishing. After his prolonged disappearance, Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, returned and convened a press conference, where he boldly declared that Stark Industries would cease its arms dealings henceforth. This decision not only precipitated a severe decline in the company's stock prices, but also stirred a considerable uproar in society. It seems that his time in Afghanistan has profoundly changed Tony. Johnny silently mused as he took a bite of his hamburger. One must remember that the former Tony Stark would rise early only for profit, eager to sell Stark Industries weaponry worldwide. Yet now, he has suddenly chosen to terminate the core business of the company, which clearly demonstrates his resolve for change. The dramatic drop in stock prices must have left the shareholders in a state of panic. However, given Tony's obstinate nature, those shareholders are unlikely to sway him. Reflecting on these thoughts, Johnny couldn't help but chuckle. Finishing his hamburger, Johnny glanced at his phone and frowned upon seeing the time. What's going on? The Haven Tea arrived yet. Surely the Haven Tea gotten lost? Just as he prepared to seek them out personally, a tall man, wearing a hat, stealthily took a seat across from him. Johnny immediately recognized the identity of the individual before him and couldn't help but smile. Captain, your disguise is quite amusing. Upon hearing this, the man first ensured that no one was paying attention before cautiously removing his hat. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Steve Rogers, the renowned Captain America. Hello, Agent Johnny. I'm Steve Rogers. You may call me Steve. Director Fury has sent me to assist you. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Johnny. Johnny produced a pristine hamburger and offered it, saying, Here, have a hamburger. You've undoubtedly never tasted one like this before. It is truly delectable. Steve gazed at the hamburger extended by Johnny, momentarily engulfed in silence. The discipline instilled by his military training prevented him from carelessly consuming unfamiliar food, yet declining would squander Johnny's thoughtful gesture. "It's all right. Go ahead and eat," Johnny encouraged. "Once you finish, I can introduce you to this new era." "Thank you." After considerable hesitation, Steve accepted the hamburger and took a hearty bite. To his surprise, the flavor was quite delightful, surpassing the meals he had experienced in the military. Steve had awakened 2 days prior. Although he had been in suspended animation beneath the ice for over 70 years, his physical prowess remained at its zenith. According to the information Johnny had gathered, Steve possessed strength 7 times greater than that of an average person, rivaling even Peter. Not to mention, he had mastered the art of wielding his shield in defiance of the laws of physics, undoubtedly making him the foremost combatant of S.H.I.E.L.D. Aside from myself, as for why he was chosen as the guide, Hawkeye is taciturn, Peter is attending school, and Black Widow, well, he was simply the most suitable candidate. Once Steve had satisfied his hunger, Johnny remarked, "Let us proceed. I will show you the magnificent New York City. The budget is ample, so you can relax and enjoy it as if it were vacation." "Wait, I wish to visit a certain place first." "What place?" Johnny inquired with a puzzled expression. "The hospital. I wish to see someone I should have visited long ago." At that moment, Steve's tone was grave, and his eyes revealed a profound sorrow. As a time traveler, Johnny was well aware of whom he spoke, for it was Peggy Carter, Steve's beloved before his slumber. Their separation had been wrought by the Hydra incident, leading to years of estrangement. Now, the world had changed. While Steve remained youthful due to the serum, Peggy had aged significantly. "Very well. The fare can be reimbursed, so we shall take a taxi." Johnny, ever sensitive to the situation, waited patiently outside the hospital after escorting Steve inside. Time flew, and soon it was noon when Steve emerged from the hospital. "How did it go? Did you discuss everything that needed to be addressed?" Steve nodded. "I failed to uphold my promise to her. I am sorry." Johnny approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not dwell too heavily on your sorrow. At least everyone is alive and well now." "Yes, I am grateful to have had the chance to see her," Steve replied, visibly uplifted. Sensing his renewed spirit, Johnny shifted the conversation. "Shall we visit the Captain America Museum? Today happens to be its open day, showcasing your heroic deeds from yesteryear. Your original Captain America costume is preserved there, and many still regard you as a national hero." Upon hearing Johnny's words, Steve felt a stirring of enthusiasm within himself. He pondered whether his past actions were just and sufficient, and if he had genuinely safeguarded his homeland. Without further ado, let us embark. We hailed a taxi, reached our destination, and disembarked. At the entrance, we purchased 2 tickets, and together, Johnny and Steve, adorned with a hat, entered the venue. "Greetings, esteemed guests. Welcome to the Captain America Memorial. I shall now recount the remarkable deeds of our hero," announced a poised female guide with a ponytail. Steve Rogers, our representative soldier from the Second World War, not only saved the lives of countless comrades on the battlefield, but also thwarted the sinister plans of evil organizations. "Please follow me. Here is his photograph," she indicated, pointing to a picture that was indeed Steve's military portrait. As Steve gazed upon the image, memories of his own military experiences flooded back: dilapidated camps, the thunder of artillery, and the anguished cries of his fellow soldiers, all of it vivid in his mind. He sincerely felt grateful for the present era, replete with advanced technology, comprehensive healthcare, and accessible education for all. Most importantly, there was no war. This peaceful existence was precisely what he had fought for in his time. At that moment, Steve noticed a young boy who had been observing him intently. The amazement in the boy's eyes was evident, yet was overshadowed by admiration. Surely, the young American boy admired Captain America. Did he recognize him? Steve wondered. To maintain his anonymity in public, he discreetly gestured for silence with a finger to his lips. The boy, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. After their visit to the memorial, night had fallen. Johnny, with keen interest, inquired, "Captain, has this era met your expectations?" Steve shook his head, responding with heartfelt contentment. "This era is splendid. The sacrifices of my comrades and I were worthwhile. We have successfully protected this nation. That's wonderful. Now, let us deliberate on where to dine this evening." As Johnny searched for restaurants on his phone, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Why not indulge in a truly luxurious dinner? After all, he should be at the villa tinkering with Mark II, so there was no rush. Without hesitation, he dialed a private number. "Hello, this is Johnny. Are you at the villa right now? I plan to bring someone over for dinner." "What? You dislike strangers in your home as it infringes upon your privacy?" "Trust me, This individual will pique your interest. If you are unsatisfied, we shall leave immediately. All right, but ensure a private chef is arranged. A subpar dinner would not suit your stature. Mr. Stark. With that, Johnny hung up, satisfied. Steve, who had been listening to the entire exchange, interjected, Johnny, my current identity remains classified. It is not prudent for me to meet others. Johnny waved his hand dismissively and casually remarked, Oh, come on, Tony is one of us, and you have quite a history with him. Your previous shield was crafted by his father. After all, Steve trailed behind Johnny, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Chapter 18. Tony's surprise after settling the fare with the driver. Johnny led Steve towards Tony's seaside mansion. Awaiting them at the entrance was Happy, Tony's driver and bodyguard. He opened the grand door to the villa, bowing respectfully as he said, Welcome, Mr. Johnny. Please follow me. Tony has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. One must admit, the expanse of Tony's villa was truly impressive. It took nearly 5 minutes to walk from the entrance to the mansion. Johnny had also heard that the nearby beach was entirely owned by Tony. Once again, he marveled internally at Tony's immense wealth. Upon entering the villa, a casually dressed Tony approached them with open arms, embracing Johnny. Long time no see, old buddy. Johnny chuckled in return. It seems you've been doing quite well lately, unaffected by the plummeting stock prices of Stark Industries. Of course, I've decided to shift Stark Industries' main focus towards clean energy. The stock prices will surely rebound, and I'm always ready to seize the opportunity to invest, Tony replied, his gaze shifting to Steve standing beside Johnny. Ah, so this is the surprise you brought me. That outfit is rather modest. Is he perhaps an Arab? Not at all. He is a prominent figure in America, Johnny clarified, and I assure you, you must know him. Really? Most of the people I know are lovely blonde ladies. I rarely remember men. After all, why waste energy on those who are beneath my standard? Enough of that. Is dinner ready? We're both starving, Johnny said, placing a hand on Tony's shoulder, eager to move past the topic as his hunger was growing acute. Very well, then, please follow me, Tony replied. Under Tony's guidance, the three of them entered the dining room. Upon stepping inside, Johnny was once again pleasantly surprised. Silver cutlery, exquisite plates, and expensive red wine. This fellow truly knows how to indulge, he mused. Tony took his seat at the head of the table and clapped his hands, signaling the chef to commence serving. Exquisite dishes were presented one after another, and once all the courses were laid out, Tony waved dismissively at the attendants, instructing them to take a break. How is it? Does it suit your taste? He inquired. Of course, if you weren't on a tight schedule. I could have invited a French chef to prepare the meal. They may not excel in other areas, but their culinary skills are exceptional. Johnny shook his head and set down a bottle of red wine. No need for that. This is already the most lavish meal I've ever had. He gasped, Roman economy. This bottle alone costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. As long as you're satisfied, then this friend of Johnny, wearing a mask, cannot indulge in steak. At this moment, there are only 3 individuals in the room, devoid of any outsiders. Steve promptly removes his mask and hat, revealing his true visage. Upon seeing Steve's appearance, a look of genuine surprise finally breaks through Tony's typically nonchalant demeanor. You bear quite a resemblance to Captain America. Your name wouldn't happen to be Steve Rogers, would it? Observing Tony's astonishment, Johnny felt a sense of satisfaction and directly addressed Tony's inquiry. He is indeed that Captain America. Surprised, are we? Tony quickly lifted his glass and took a large sip, attempting to quell his astonishment. In America, it would be peculiar not to recognize Captain America. However, had he not perished during World War II? How could he possibly stand before him now? Moreover, even if he had survived by age alone, he should be a silver-haired elder, not preserving the visage of his youth. Contemplating these thoughts, Tony straightforwardly posed his question. If he is truly that Captain America, how is he so youthful now? Has he attained immortality? After a prolonged silence, Steve finally spoke. Years ago, due to an unforeseen accident, the plane I was on crashed into the Arctic ice. The frigid environment caused me to fall into a deep slumber, only to be discovered and awakened by S.H.I.E.L.D. recently. Tony, upon hearing Steve's explanation, fell into deep contemplation. He had always thought that many legends surrounding Captain America were embellished, as the era shapes heroes in ways that often seem fantastical, leading one to doubt their legendary status. However, a Captain America who could sleep in ice for decades without aging indeed possessed unexpected abilities. Coupled with the insider information he had received, he realized that Captain America was, in fact, the result of the scientists' human experiments during World War II. Could it be that Johnny was also a product of such experimentation? Feeling unnerved under Tony's scrutinizing gaze, Johnny quickly interjected, "Don't get me wrong. I'm nothing like Steve, just an ordinary person. I'm merely transformed into an alien hero thanks to this watch." "All right, I believe you. Furthermore, I don't think American scientists could achieve such feats. Transforming into an alien is utterly preposterous." Tony raised his glass, declaring, "Then let us toast to the return of Captain America." Johnny and Steve lifted their glasses in unison. With a clink and a sip, even Johnny, who typically abstained from alcohol, had to concede that the price reflected its quality. It was remarkably delectable. Noticing that everyone had nearly finished their meal, Tony picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and inquired, "How was the taste, Captain?" Steve nodded and sincerely remarked, "Excellent. Such exquisite food is a rarity in the military. Even with ample funding, soldiers are only served factory-processed meals, which cannot compare to the likes of your Wagyu, caviar, and foie gras." "That's good to hear. If you're interested, you're most welcome to return next time." "Thank you." After exchanging polite pleasantries with Steve, Tony's gaze returned to Johnny. "What's the matter? I have no fondness for men," he remarked, a smirk twitching at the corner of his mouth. "Neither do I," Tony retorted, gesturing towards the arc reactor embedded in his chest. "Interested in this? I've concocted something remarkable in the basement. Care to take a look?" "Take me to the basement?" "Tony, are you committing a crime?" "Be wary. I might report you for indecency." "What?" Tony was bewildered by Johnny's ill-timed jest. "I'm merely joking. Have you been holed up for days, tinkering with your Mark suit?" "Of course. The suit is the epitome of a man's romance. I am currently enhancing the prototype, and it will surely astonish you. I hardly think it can rival the enhanced Mark I. That was cheating. Once possessed, you were merely a battery for it. The Mark II is solely operated by me." Johnny shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, let us go admire your luxury car collection while we're at it. Then, let us proceed." Tony was eager. This was a creation he had labored over for quite some time, destined to cause a sensation upon its unveiling. Steve, observing their exchange, was utterly perplexed. Transformers? Mechs? Extraterrestrial beings? He felt as though he had been asleep for too long, severely out of touch with the world. Chapter 19. Unique Insights from a Young Soldier. JARVIS. Illuminate the area. At Tony's command, the artificial intelligence named JARVIS promptly activated, flooding the basement with light. He approached the control panel and input a series of commands, causing a transparent glass dome to rise from the previously flat floor, revealing the Mark II, a steel battle suit glimmering with metallic hues, lying quietly within. In contrast to its predecessor, it had shed the cumbersome bulk for a design that conformed more closely to human anatomy, utilizing materials of significantly superior quality. "What do you think?" Tony stood before the mech, declaring, "This is my greatest achievement, an epic-making invention. The Mark I pales in comparison." As a veteran of World War II, Steve had never encountered such advanced technology. He gazed at the armor in silence, acutely aware of his disconnection from the present era. Johnny, on the other hand, exhibited a more favorable disposition. Having piloted the Mark I, he recognized the Mark II merely as an upgraded version. Yet, it was undeniable that Tony was indeed the most exceptional inventor within the Marvel Universe, having reconstructed an even more advanced suit in a remarkably short span of time. One could even envision him developing a time-traveling machine in the future. Coincidentally, this suit bore an uncanny resemblance to its cinematic counterpart, unchanged, perhaps indicative of Tony's unwavering aesthetic. "Does this suit contain experimental data? Are you certain it can fly?" Johnny reached out and tapped the exterior of the steel armor, the resonant sound instilling a profound sense of security. Upon hearing this, Tony responded with a hint of regret, revealing that he had originally intended to conduct a test flight that very night. However, due to their unexpected attendance at the dinner, he had decided to postpone it temporarily. Yet, he added, it was not too late. Johnny could transform into the shapeshifter, and together, they could explore the enchanting nightscape of New York City. With palpable enthusiasm, Tony turned to Johnny, having originally planned to undertake the flight solo, but now with the prospect of Johnny's company, there was no reason not to extend an invitation. Observing Tony's eager demeanor, Johnny sighed and explained, the shapeshifter does not simply possess. It undertakes a series of modifications and upgrades to all machinery. Consequently, The enhanced Mark II will not resemble its current form. He continued, if you wish to don the armor and showcase your prowess in the future, it would be wise to refer to your original data. Surely, I cannot be relied upon for upgrades every time. Tony nodded in understanding. Recognizing that the enhancements made by the shapeshifter would erase inherent flaws and render the armor significantly more formidable, thus compromising data accuracy. It seemed imperative to conduct the experiment himself, subsequently integrating Jarvis to assist in piloting, thereby ensuring safety. However, he mused, if the modifications were merely superficial, that could be manageable. After all, having recently indulged in a lavish meal courtesy of Tony, Johnny felt compelled to participate. Moreover, he harbored concerns about potential mishaps during the experimental phase, especially since he lacked experience piloting the original Mark. In Afghanistan, he had merely served as a power source, with Johnny handling the operations entirely. What do you mean? Tony asked, astonished. Modifying the armor is no trivial matter. Without experimental data, even I, its creator, cannot proceed. Yet, he quickly surmised Johnny's intentions. Wait, you're not suggesting you could transform into an alien with expertise in mechanized suits, are you? Where would one find an alien specializing in mechanized suits? Johnny retorted playfully. This extraterrestrial hero belongs to a race of super-intelligent beings. Enhancing your armor is but a simple task for him. Then what are we waiting for? I am exceedingly eager to see your upgraded Mark II, Tony exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Before transforming, Johnny felt compelled to issue a reminder. You both must keep this a secret. Each appearance of this alien hero requires a report to Fury, and I would rather avoid his displeasure. Is it that serious? Tony inquired, intrigued, as Johnny's other extraterrestrial allies did not seem to face such restrictions. In any case, what transpires today is between us. Let us not involve a fourth party, lest we all encounter trouble. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, Tony assured, patting his chest confidently. At that moment, Steve hesitated, for as a soldier, he could not openly condone Johnny's disregard for regulations. Tony patted Steve on the shoulder and patiently persuaded him, Steve, don't be so stubborn. One must learn to be adaptable. Besides, we are merely enhancing the suit. There is no risk of any unforeseen consequences. Under his relentless persuasion, Steve eventually relented. This is a one-time exception. That's more like it, Tony exclaimed, draping his arm over Steve's shoulder as if they were brotherly figures, bonded by fate. With his worries set aside, Johnny decisively pressed the button on his device, transforming into the diminutive hero. In a flash of green light, the small figure resembling a frog appeared before them. Upon seeing his appearance, Tony couldn't help but burst into laughter. So small. This is just too tiny. Even Steve, attempting to stifle his laughter, covered his mouth with his hand. Judging by appearances, truly a foolish earthling. However, the small hero exuded an aura that momentarily intimidated both men. What? After becoming this diminutive version, Johnny's demeanor has shifted, looking down upon all races he deems less intelligent than himself. Johnny, are you all right? Why the sudden aggression? Tony inquired. Be quiet, earthling. Your intellect barely holds any significance on this primitive planet. In the vast universe, you are inferior to mere reptiles. With that, the small hero leapt onto the control panel, deftly typing away at the keyboard, analyzing the structure of the Mark II suit. As he perused the data, he offered scathing remarks. Backward, utterly backward. Still relying on such cumbersome iron armor? Hasn't anyone developed nanotechnology? Truly a regressive planet. Sacrificing flexibility for mere metallicness. Treating war as if it were child's play. The data on the pulse jet is a complete mess. Do you truly believe you are a rocket, needing no directional adjustments? With every word uttered by the small hero, Tony's expression grew increasingly grim, as the suit he had painstakingly developed appeared to be nothing more than refuse in the presence of this extraterrestrial being, especially since every criticism was valid. In terms of technology and perspective, this alien far surpassed him. With his presence, Earth's technological advancements could potentially leap to unprecedented heights. He began to understand why Fury had limited Johnny's transformations. When humanity grasps technology far exceeding their own, it undoubtedly leads to disaster, even sparking a cataclysmic war. Under Johnny's meticulous adjustments, the original Iron Man suit underwent numerous data refinements and material changes, though its overall appearance remained unchanged. After inputting the final set of data, the small hero ceased his furious typing and turned to Tony. Hey, Earthling, this suit has been significantly enhanced by me. While still inferior, it is now adequate for use on Earth. Hearing this, Tony approached to examine the newly updated suit data on the screen intently, unaware that Johnny's gaze was fixated on the arc reactor embedded in his chest. The diminutive hero leaped directly onto Tony's hand, playfully tapping his arc reactor. Tony, bewildered by this unexpected action, pondered the intentions of this peculiar individual. Suddenly, the little hero spoke up. What you have on your chest is a miniature nuclear reactor, isn't it? Indeed, Tony replied. It serves as the power source for the Iron Man suit. Upon hearing this, the little hero's expression shifted slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his face. You're currently using palladium as the core, aren't you? Have you realized that you're slowly poisoning yourself? Tony was acutely aware of the drawbacks of palladium and was actively seeking alternatives, yet to no avail. Could this little fellow possess the knowledge to find a substitute for palladium? Don't look at me, the little hero stated. I must be frank. There is currently no material on Earth that can replace palladium. This drenching reality extinguished the flicker of hope that had ignited within Tony. However, the little hero continued. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for me to create a new element right here. I assure you, the element I create will be entirely harmless and will possess considerable energy. As he spoke, he suddenly faltered, and after a brief silence, the little hero regarded Tony again. His gaze transformed, now devoid of the previous cold detachment. Observing this change, Tony tentatively greeted him. Johnny, is that you? Of course, it is me. Thankfully, I realized in time. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble, he replied. If I had actually created a new element, Fury would undoubtedly have imprisoned me for life. Unlike other extraterrestrial heroes who assumed control over their transformations, Johnny was unique. The inherent rationality and arrogance of the little hero significantly altered Johnny's character. Chapter 20. American parachuting with a mere thought. Johnny reverted from the little hero back to his human form. Tony, the Iron Man suit has been significantly improved. You only need to reassemble it for a test flight. Upon hearing this, Tony nodded in agreement, feeling quite satisfied. The suit's performance had more than doubled compared to its previous version, and the little hero's insights had illuminated the path for future upgrades. He was confident that, with his intellect, he could independently complete further enhancements to the suit. As for discovering a new element, he remained at a loss. However, it was not an immediate concern, as he could still mitigate the adverse effects of palladium with a chlorophyll drink, albeit one with a rather unpleasant taste. So, shall we host a swimsuit party? I could summon dozens of golden-haired beauties, all guaranteed to be pure and untainted. In response to Tony's invitation for the next escapade, Steve declined without a second thought. I'm sorry, but I've already encountered too many extraordinary things today. I simply lack the energy to continue. Steve's refusal left Johnny feeling somewhat disappointed, as he had hoped to partake in Tony's extravagant lifestyle as his guide. It was a shame. He truly wished to indulge in the opulence that Tony had to offer. Tony felt a pang of regret at the rejection of the two individuals, yet the enhancement of his iron armor uplifted his spirits immensely. He had no desire to sleep alone that night, and it seemed he would have to indulge himself. He recalled the stunning beauty from the previous press conference. He would summon her for the evening. They parted ways here, and he welcomed the two to visit his humble abode again in the future. Under Happy's guidance, Tony and Steve embarked on their journey home. Soaring high above the clouds at an elevation of several thousand meters, a Quinjet glided smoothly through the skies. Johnny sat in the rear cabin, his demeanor one of utter despondency. He had once again been summoned by Fury to serve as a soldier. Cheer up, young lad. This is a crucial mission. We must ensure the safety of the hostages. Natasha, clad in a sleek tactical suit, jabbed him with her elbow. Johnny sighed, shrugged nonchalantly, and replied, "What is there to fear? Steve is leading the operation. If we fail, he'll take the blame. Please refrain from speaking ill of me in my presence." Mr. Storm, Steve Rogers, dressed impeccably, sat opposite Johnny. Their banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Upon reaching the designated area, Brock Rumlow entered the cabin. You have all seen the profiles of the assailants. Please exercise caution and swiftly locate the hostages to ensure their safety. Johnny cast a sidelong glance at him. While others might be oblivious, he was well aware. This man, ostensibly a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, was in fact a Hydra mole, and he had even provided them with footage of Captain America's famed elevator battle. Johnny pondered whether to eliminate him amidst the chaos, along with that bald man below. A clean sweep. Just then, Steve's voice interrupted Johnny's thoughts. From here on, Johnny and I will search the deck. Natasha will disable the ship's engines and await further orders, while Rumlow, you will head to the stern to rescue the hostages and bring them to the lifeboats. Let us move out. With the plan set, Steve rose and opened the hatch, leaping out without hesitation. The newly appointed lieutenant displayed a look of incredulity. Did he forget his parachute? Johnny, as if it were the most natural thing, replied, of course. This is classic American parachuting. Do you not understand the significance of Captain America? Natasha chimed in, on the bright side. At least we saved one parachute. Wait a minute. Johnny approached the hatch, flashing a grin. Now we saved two. Behold my leap of faith. Johnny leaped out, without a parachute as well. The others exchanged silent glances, then silently donned their parachutes, and followed suit. Two extraordinary beings. This was the last thought lingering in their minds before they took the plunge. In midair, Johnny constantly adjusted his position, seeking the ideal landing spot. As he neared the cargo ship, he activated his transformation. Behold the might of my four-armed crow. With precise targeting, Johnny's landing spot coincidentally crushed a thug. Previously landed Steve cautioned, "Keep it down, we don't want to alert them." Unfazed, Johnny waved his hand dismissively, asserting that as long as they moved swiftly, the adversaries would be unable to react in time. With that, he transformed once more. Now, he was the Flash Star, taking control of the battlefield. "Captain, let us see who can eliminate more bandits." No sooner had he spoken than Johnny darted forward, swiftly incapacitating 3 unsuspecting henchmen. 4-1, he flashed a triumphant grin at Steve. Specializing in clearing out the trash, Flash Star executed a rapid maneuver, toppling anyone in his path. Steve shook his head in resignation, lifting a shield from the ground and securing it on his arm. He felt somewhat out of touch with the times. The remaining team members gradually arrived on deck, witnessing the sprawled bandits, uncertain of their fate. Even Black Widow could not help but think how fortunate it was to have Johnny on their side. His efficiency was unparalleled. Following the plan, Natasha proceeded to shut down the engines while Johnny pressed forward and Langlois prepared the lifeboats. Understood. Johnny had memorized the cargo ship's layout during the flight and sprinted straight towards the kitchen. The henchmen he encountered along the way fell before they even had a chance to fire their weapons. Inside the kitchen, the sound from the deck continually provoked the nerves of the bandits, and a small leader kept speaking into a radio. "Damn it, respond quickly." Then, a knocking sound echoed from outside. "What is it?" he asked impatiently. "Captain S.H.I.E.L.D's firepower is overwhelming. We need to relocate the hostages." "What nonsense are you spouting?" He flung the door open, barking, "No one moves without my command." Before he could finish, one of his comrades plunged a knife into him. "Why did you betray me?" "Because I am the Phantom." A ghostly shadow detached from the thug, revealing Johnny in his phantom guise. After dispatching the guard at the door, he seamlessly transformed into the Phantom, catching the small leader off guard. The vigilant guards within noticed the commotion at the door, but before they could comprehend the situation, they too were taken down by Flash Star. The scientists, bound and unable to move, exchanged glances, gazing at the figure clad in a black shell, resembling a raptor. "Is this also an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D? That's incredible." With the enemies neutralized, Johnny removed Flash Star's facial armor. Gesturing reassuringly to the group, "Reinforcements from S.H.I.E.L.D have arrived. Please be patient." The captives were overwhelmed with joy, finally saved. However, one individual stood apart, having been close to the door, witnessing Johnny's transformation from Phantom to Flash Star. Is this Johnny Cole? Unlike the information suggests, he is not confined to a single form. How could he so effortlessly transform? The thought of the subsequent plans of our side, hindered by the formidable obstacle that is Johnny, cast a shadow over his countenance. "Mr. Jasper, you appear rather displeased," remarked Johnny, as his elongated visage leaned closer to the bald scientist before him. "Not at all. It's merely that the pace of the rescue has caught me off guard," replied Jasper hastily. "Ah, you underestimate S.H.I.E.L.D. Those insignificant minions are of no consequence. Wouldn't you agree?" Jasper nodded vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his brow, anxious that the man before him might discern any unease. At that moment, Ramlow, who had come to guide the hostages to the lifeboat, arrived in the kitchen. "Mr. Johnny, I will take over from here. You should assist the others. Very well, Johnny responded, swiftly vacating the scene. As he watched Johnny depart, Jasper exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, signaling Ramlo with a glance that all was well. Chapter 21. In this world, what good is a one-on-one fight? In the center of the cabin, Steve was locked in confrontation with the pirate chief, George Bartok. Steve had already dispatched George's 2 henchmen with ease. Yet George boasted, "You can't possibly be all show, relying solely on that shield for combat." Steve shrugged off the taunt, securing the shield upon his back, readying himself for a classic Marvel-style duel. With his scheme seemingly succeeding, George assumed a fighting stance. As a notorious international fugitive, hand-to-hand combat was his forte. However, before Steve could advance, he was suddenly slammed against the wall by a powerful force. Johnny, now a flash of speed, had taken George's previous position and spat upon the fallen Bartok. In this world, what good is a one-on-one fight? This isn't child's play. The biting sarcasm rendered Bartok unconscious. Johnny stepped on his head to ensure he was completely incapacitated before turning to Steve, saying, "Captain, this makes 12. With Johnny having taken a lead, Steve had no choice but to pick up the Captain America mask from the ground, letting out a sigh. "I have 6, you win. Just barely." They both made their way to the control room, where Natasha was busy copying data on the main computer. Seeing this, Steve furrowed his brow. "Natasha, what are you doing? Our priority should be to rescue the hostages. That is your task. Mine is to salvage as much information from S.H.I.E.L.D. as possible," Natasha replied, her focus unwavering on the screen. "You are jeopardizing the entire mission." Johnny, sensing the tension, interjected, "Steve, hold on. I've already rescued all the hostages, and Ramlo is arranging their evacuation." Natasha is correct. The S.H.I.E.L.D. data must not fall into the wrong hands. It contains too many secrets. Upon hearing Johnny's explanation, Steve's expression improved slightly. However, he harbored a strong discontent towards such concealment of one's actions. He resolved to have a discussion with Nick Fury upon his return, as he had no desire to be manipulated by those in power. After a smooth handover of the mission, Johnny departed without concern for the discord between Steve and Fury. In fact, he found it rather intriguing. The dynamic of a black superior and a white subordinate embroiled in conflict seemed increasingly amusing to him. He had long harbored a question he was hesitant to voice. What was Steve's reaction when he awoke to find his superior was black? Did he feel as though the sky had fallen? Nevertheless, he pondered that ultimately, Fury and Steve would reach an understanding, for they were both individuals yearning for world peace. Frankly speaking, among the current members of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury was the most loyal, oblivious to the fact that most of his colleagues were double agents. Out of 10 S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, 8 were Hydra spies. It seemed that in the future, Fury could pen a book titled My Days as a Mole in Hydra, which would surely become a bestseller. Arriving at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Johnny took a seat in a silver supercar beneath the triangular wing building. The roar of the engine drew the attention of passersby, particularly the young women nearby. With sunglasses perched on his nose and one hand confidently gripping the steering wheel, Johnny exuded the aura of a life well lived. It was evident that this supercar was not his own, but rather borrowed from Tony. Their relationship had grown increasingly close, akin to that of brothers from different parents. With the freedom to drive luxurious cars, access opulent villas, and attend glamorous parties, Johnny found himself in need of funds for card games, while Tony had money in abundance. They were indeed a perfect match. Johnny's destination this time was also Tony's villa, where another swimwear party awaited his presence. It was an invitation he could hardly refuse. As twilight descended, he arrived at the villa around 7 p.m., striding confidently through the entrance, having long since earned the privilege of unrestricted access. "Tony, I'm here. Get the party ready," Johnny called out exuberantly. However, the vast villa was enveloped in silence, and even Pepper, Tony's personal assistant, was nowhere to be found. A sense of foreboding flickered in Johnny's mind as he hastened toward the basement. To his dismay, he found Tony pallid and collapsed near the control panel, the miniature arc reactor from his chest missing. It was crucial to note that this reactor not only powered his Iron Man suit, but also sustained his life. If taken, his heartbeat would cease. Without a moment's hesitation, Johnny began searching the control panel for the first-generation reactor Tony had constructed in the cave. Fortune favored the diligent. as he soon discovered a glass box tucked in the corner, marked with the inscription Tony Stark, a heart of warmth. Johnny reinserted the vintage reactor into Tony's chest and promptly placed him into the nearby Mark III. Desperate times call for desperate measures. The Mark III, a creation of Tony's genius, had been further enhanced by the diminutive hero, featuring an emergency life support system within its armored shell. Yet, this might not suffice to pull Tony back from the brink of death. Something more was needed to ignite his revival. The shapeshifter. Indeed, Johnny intended to utilize the shapeshifter to upgrade the armor, significantly increasing the chances of Tony's survival. He seamlessly merged with the Mark III, and the shapeshifter's form swiftly enveloped the entire suit. Jarvis, activate the emergency life support system at maximum power. Certainly, sir. With that command, the reactor embedded in Tony's chest erupted in a brilliant glow as immense currents began to course through his body. 1 shock, 2 shocks, 3 shocks. Through the relentless stimulation of electricity, Tony's dormant heart began to resurrect, resuming its rhythmic beating. Tony Stark, wake up. You can't leave us now. Suddenly, Tony's tightly shut eyes sprang open, gasping for breath. He weakly murmured, I think I just heard my parents calling me from the other side. If you truly went over there, you and T come back. Who took your reactor? Gradually, Tony regained his composure and recalled the events that transpired. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. He secretly constructed his own suit of armor and came to steal my reactor for its power source. How could he? Where did he acquire the specifications for the armor? Johnny realized. Didn't I tell you to recover that prototype? Did you actually do it? Tony, like a chastised child, hesitated to respond. After a long pause, he finally stammered. I was preoccupied with company affairs upon my return. It slipped my mind. Huh, more like you were busy dating the cover girl. Chapter 22. A brutal beatdown of Ironmonger in the night sky over New York City. A sleek, black suit adorned with green circuit-like patterns soared swiftly. Jarvis, call Potts. Yes, sir. As soon as the line connected, Miss Potts' panicked voice came through. Tony, Obadiah has gone mad. He has built a new suit of armor. I know, Potts. Stay away from him. I'm on my way. Ending the call, Tony urged, Johnny, can you accelerate? Potts is in danger. I'm doing my utmost. But your old reactor's energy is already insufficient. If we push too hard, the Mark III may lose power mid-flight. Damn it. Tony could only internally pray for Potts' safety. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. effortlessly swept aside the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents attempting to apprehend him with his Ironmonger suit. Iron Tyrant was modeled after the first-generation replica created by Tony Stark. The bullets fired from the agent's handguns were utterly incapable of penetrating its metallic shell. With a mere flick of his wrist, several agents were sent crashing against the wall, rendered unconscious. Tony Stark is indeed a genius. He has crafted the most advanced weapon in the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. boasted, waving the Iron Tyrant's arms with audacity, envisioning the day he would mass-produce it and stride towards global domination. The entire world would inevitably bow to his command. Just then, he recalled Tony's young girlfriend. With that thought, he took off, breaking through the ceiling of the reactor factory. He harbored a singular intention. No one was to leave alive tonight. Just after Pepper Potts ended her call with Tony, the Iron Tyrant erupted from the ground. My goodness, this sudden turn of events sent her into a panic. S.H.I.E.L.D. raised his right hand, and a Gatling gun began to whir ominously. I no longer require you. Join Tony in hell. Faced with the ominous black muzzle, Pepper instinctively shut her eyes. At that critical moment, Tony's voice resonated above. S.H.I.E.L.D. A resounding crash followed. Tony, piloting Mark III, collided directly with the Iron Tyrant. The tremendous impact sending it flying dozens of meters onto the street. Finally catching up, Johnny detached from Tony, having exerted all his strength to reach this point, which, as a consequence, left Tony's reactor completely drained of energy. Now, it was up to him to confront the Iron Tyrant. The night streets bustled with traffic, but the emergence of the Iron Tyrant shattered the tranquility, causing numerous vehicles to collide in a desperate attempt to evade it. At that moment, the Iron Tyrant, now upright, lifted a sedan filled with passengers and hurled it towards Johnny. In response to the car hurtling through the air, Johnny swiftly transformed into the four-armed Titan, effortlessly catching the projectile. Why do you all enjoy throwing cars? Is your size so impressive? S.H.I.E.L.D., witnessing the vehicle fail to crush his opponent, opted to unleash a barrage of firepower. Aimed directly, the Gatling gun unleashed a torrent of flame for a full minute until it finally ran out of ammunition. Surely now you're dead. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust caused by the gunfire. Before him stood a wall of shimmering green crystal. Staring in disbelief, Stanley exclaimed, "What is this?" "Guess," Johnny retorted, promptly dispersing the crystalline barrier, his hands firmly planted on the ground as rapidly growing crystals enveloped the Iron Tyrant. Realizing he was immobilized, Stanley frantically maneuvered within the Iron Tyrant, desperate to break free. "Move, damn it, move!" Under his determined efforts, the Iron Overlord's upper body struggled to extricate itself from the crystal. As his vision cleared, he beheld an unforgettable scene. A figure engulfed in flames was hoisting a colossal fireball with both hands. He realized, with a sinking heart, that his fate was sealed. After gathering his energy, Johnny hurled the fireball with precision. "Behold my technique, the fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu, Flame Man Edition. No, 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 this cannot be happening. I have not yet succeeded. I have not yet ventured into the world." Yet, no amount of words could alter his fate, for the lower half of the Iron Overlord remained ensnared in the crystal, leaving him no means of escape. Ultimately, Stanley and his Iron Overlord melted away beneath the flames. Easily done, Johnny clapped his hands. This foe was a mere weakling to him now. However, as he gazed at the increasingly congested traffic, Johnny realized it was time to flee. He had no desire to be apprehended by the police for questioning. As for the consequences, he left those for Fury to ponder. Transforming once more into the Flash Star, he scanned his surroundings and finally spotted the unconscious Tony. This was hardly surprising. It was precisely his insistence to push forward at full throttle, disregarding energy depletion, that had led to this moment of power failure, just as he encountered the Iron Overlord. After Tony had made a particularly bold declaration to Stanley, he succumbed to the impact and fell into a deep slumber. At least he had put on a show in front of Potts, which was something. With a fleeting moment of reflection, Johnny swiftly scooped up Tony and, with the swift wheels of the Flash Star, made a hasty exit from the scene. The following morning, Stark Industries convened an urgent press conference regarding the two armored suits that had appeared in the city the previous night. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Tony approached the podium with composure. Johnny was, of course, present, having specifically requested a day off from Fury to attend this significant event. He did not wish to miss such a momentous occasion. Upon reaching the stage, Tony retrieved the prepared speech from his pocket, ready to recite it verbatim. "I apologize. There are rumors suggesting my involvement in the earlier incident on streets." Before he could finish, a female reporter in the audience interrupted him. "Mr. Stark, do you truly believe we are naive enough to accept that a mere armored bodyguard happened to be there? And what is your connection to the four-armed creature that wreaked havoc in New York City?" Johnny had come to witness a significant moment, only to find himself unexpectedly entangled in the drama. "That creature is known as the Four-Armed Overlord. Damn it." As he mentally berated the reporter, Johnny noticed Tony's gaze fixated upon him. "Why are you looking at me? I'm merely here to observe." He could only shrug his shoulders, signaling his ignorance. Then, seemingly receiving some sort of signal, Tony loosened his tie and tossed aside the speech. "The truth is, I am Iron Man." The atmosphere in the room erupted with fervor as journalists incessantly flashed their cameras to capture this historic moment. Chapter 23. The Falling Meow Meow Hammer. Tony Stark's revelation of his identity as Iron Man at the press conference undoubtedly sent shockwaves throughout various sectors. Foremost among the affected was Hammer Industries, Stark Enterprises' competitor, whose stock plummeted significantly following Tony's announcement. The general populace appeared far more optimistic about Stark Enterprises with its armor technology. Consequently, Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries, felt compelled to issue an urgent public relations statement, claiming that they too were conducting research into robotic weaponization and had recently made considerable advancements, though the specifics remained classified and undisclosed. However, the greatest impact was felt by S.H.I.E.L.D, as Stark's Iron Man technology was remarkably advanced. Such cutting-edge technology, not under government control, posed a significant threat in the eyes of the American elite. At S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters atop the Triskelion building, Alexander Pierce, a minister of the World Security Council, sat at his desk, which was cluttered with newspapers from days prior, featuring a cover story on Tony Stark. "Minister Pierce, I assure you, Tony Stark will not pose a threat to the nation. His father, Howard, dedicated his life to American scientific research. As his son, he is unlikely to betray his country." Fury argued passionately, his demeanor solemn as he stood before Pierce. After listening, Pierce interlaced his fingers atop the desk, replying, "Fury, you have consistently emphasized the necessity of quelling dangers in their infancy, yet now your stance seems markedly different. This is not characteristic of you." Unfazed by Pierce's words, Fury remained composed, stating, "Pierce, I have not changed. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, I now perceive far more than I did before. Once Project Insight is initiated, countless innocent lives will be at stake. Then tell me, Fury, what do you see? Is it a Chinese boy capable of transforming into an alien, or perhaps a lizard man appearing on a bridge? Or do you anticipate yet another street battle with armored suits? Fury, the world is undergoing transformation. If we fail to eliminate those who pose a threat, our entire nation will confront a grave crisis." Both parties fell silent, each with legitimate reasons, all considering the welfare of the citizens. Ultimately, it was Fury who broke the silence. "I have faith in them," he asserted, his tone resolute. "I believe that S.H.I.E.L.D agents possess the capability to avert these significant crises. They're far more formidable than mere cold weapons." Upon hearing this, Pierce sighed, revealing a look of regret. "Well, who could deny you, my old friend? For the time being, I shall refrain from presenting the Insight Initiative to the Assembly, contingent upon your agents' continued safeguarding of this nation. I shall exert every effort in this regard. The pivotal decisions that will shape America's future have reached their conclusion." After reporting some trivial information to Pierce, Fury opted to depart, leaving Pierce alone in the office. Suddenly, the previously genial Secretary Pierce slammed his fist upon the desk, the resounding impact echoing throughout the room. That insufferable Nick Fury, akin to a persistent adhesive, has been relentlessly thwarting Hydra's resurgence. Indeed, at this very moment, the high-ranking official of the United States, Fury's direct superior, is none other than a long-thought-lost member of Hydra. The adage of severing one head only to have two more sprout in its place is not mere hyperbole. During the Second World War, following Captain Steve Rogers' defeat of their then leader, the Red Skull, Hydra receded into the shadows, biding their time for an opportunity. Through decades of meticulous strategizing and remarkable face-swapping technology, Hydra members have infiltrated various global organizations, akin to parasites, surreptitiously pilfering vital secrets from nations and continuously augmenting their own power. The Insight Initiative represents an opportunity, one potent enough to elevate them back into prominence and enable them to dominate the world once more. With all agents absent from Fury's side, perhaps this presents a prime occasion to eliminate him, Pierce mused. However, he promptly dismissed this notion. The execution of the Insight Initiative necessitates Nick Fury's presence. Patience is required. After all, they have already lurked in the shadows for so many years, there is no rush. One day, Hydra shall re-emerge into the public eye, and at that juncture, all adversaries shall be rendered inconsequential. In New Mexico, at the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D, recent events had drawn local attention to a hammer that had fallen from the sky. All had attempted to lift it, yet thus far, no one had succeeded. Some well-intentioned individuals even endeavored to use a truck to drag it, only to have the hitch detach, leaving the hammer unmoved in its place. This peculiar phenomenon garnered the interest of S.H.I.E.L.D, prompting a continuous influx of personnel to study the hammer. Among them were Johnny and Steve, who had come as security personnel to ensure the safety of the scientists. "Mr. Johnny, Mr. Steve, it has been quite some time," greeted Phil Coulson warmly, as he welcomed the two who had just disembarked from the plane. "Good to see you again, Coulson," Steve replied courteously. Johnny, placing a hand on Coulson's shoulder, his eyes brimming with insatiable curiosity, exclaimed, "Coulson, where is that hammer you mentioned? Take me to see it. I couldn't wait on the plane." Familiar with Johnny's exuberant nature, Coulson could only manage a wry smile as he led the two towards the base, elucidating details about the hammer along the way. According to the research conducted by scientists at S.H.I.E.L.D, the material of this hammer is extraordinarily unique, differing from all substances found on Earth. Currently, the majority of scientists believe that this hammer originates from outer space, a creation of extraterrestrial beings. Upon hearing these words, Johnny could not help but nod in agreement. It seemed that the scientists at S.H.I.E.L.D were indeed not to be underestimated, as someone with prior experience. He was well aware of the hammer's origins and understood the qualifications required to wield it. This enigmatic hammer, known as Mjolnir, also referred to as the Hammer of Thor, was forged by the Dwarven king using the core of a dying star and the wood of the world tree, possessing unparalleled power. Its previous master, Thor, the god of thunder, had committed grave errors that ignited a war between Asgard and the frost giants. In his fury, Odin, the father of the thunder god, stripped Thor of his divine powers and cast him down to earth for redemption, and naturally, Thor's weapon, Mjolnir, followed him to this realm. Moreover, Odin had inscribed a spell upon the hammer, declaring that whosoever could lift it, provided they were truly worthy, would gain the might of the god of thunder. Under Coulson's guidance, the two quickly arrived at the hammer's location. As no one could lift it, S.H.I.E.L.D had only managed to set up portable tents around the area, establishing guards nearby to prevent outsiders from intruding. After passing through layers of security, the crowd finally beheld the true form of the hammer, at which point Johnny could not suppress his excitement. Mjolnir, here I come. Chapter 24. The weak god Johnny was the first to step forward, approaching the hammer of Thor. Its entire body gleamed with a dark silver metallic luster, distinctly different from an ordinary engineering hammer found on Earth. The hammer's head was disproportionately large, unsuitable for driving nails, but appeared quite effective for delivering a formidable blow. The sides of the hammer head were adorned with mysterious patterns, while the handle, crafted from the branch of the world tree, exhibited a deep crimson hue. Overall, it was an ancient yet exquisitely refined weapon. Now, it was time to attend to the matter at hand. He had not traveled such a distance merely to admire the hammer of Thor. He yearned to test whether he possessed the strength to lift it. After all, there was little to lose, so why not give it a try? Observing Johnny's intentions, Coulson cautioned, "Mr. Johnny, we have yet to fully comprehend the origins of this hammer. A reckless attempt could lead to unforeseen consequences." In response, Johnny waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "Coulson, rest assured, I shall simply give it a try. There is no danger involved." Unlike Coulson, Johnny was aware of all the information concerning this hammer, and attempting to lift it would not result in any mishap. At worst, he might be ridiculed by Bambi for being unworthy. Taking a few deep breaths, Johnny then grasped the handle firmly, engaging his entire body through his spine to summon strength. Under the gaze of the onlookers, his face began to flush, his arms straining as veins bulged from the effort, yet the hammer remained unmoved, seemingly mocking Johnny's weakness. After several attempts, he ultimately conceded, "It's no use. I cannot lift this hammer. It appears that I am unworthy to wield this hammer." Johnny had once contemplated transforming into an extraterrestrial hero, but ultimately relinquished that notion. The trial presented by this hammer does not measure mere physical strength. Rather, it assesses whether one possesses the selflessness and righteous character required to lift it. Only those of noble spirit are deemed worthy to grasp the hammer. Of course, should one become a superhuman, the matter would be different, for this celestial hero exists beyond ordinary standards, effortlessly capable of creating a universe. Lifting a hammer with the weight of a star would thus be a trivial task. Observing this, Coulson could only lament. It seems truly that no one can raise this hammer. Who said that? There is still one person who has yet to try, someone interjected. The crowd's gaze began to sweep across the arena, ultimately converging upon one individual, Captain America, Steve Rogers. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny, Steve demurred. "Since so many have failed, I see no reason to attempt it myself." "Give a shot. Everyone is quite curious," Johnny asserted, stepping forward to nudge Steve towards Thor's hammer. "Then I shall make an attempt," Steve conceded. Yet, as his hand rested upon the hammer, a flicker of apprehension coursed through him. Just a simple trial. If it fails, so be it. However, unbeknownst to the onlookers, when Steve's hand made contact with the hammer, the intricate patterns along its side glimmered faintly. In the distant realm of Asgard, deep within the royal palace, the slumbering king Odin suddenly opened his eyes. Channeling divine energy through his singular eye, he gazed upon Earth. "It seems there is a worthy soul. Yet I regret to inform you that the time is not yet ripe. Asgard requires a leader to restore confidence. Your bond with the hammer lies in the future." He raised a hand, casting a cascade of golden light towards Earth. "Thor's trial awaits you. A chance to prove your worth to lift the hammer shall soon arrive." With that, he resumed his repose upon the throne, slipping back into slumber. Indeed, even Mr. Steve could not lift the hammer, the crowd murmured. Yet, Johnny furrowed his brow. This outcome was amiss. In the narrative he knew, Steve was capable of such a feat, though the time might be premature. The qualifications to wield the hammer do not wane with the passage of time. Those worthy have always been capable of lifting it, unless, of course, someone has resorted to deceit. A suspect already loomed in Johnny's mind, but he remained silent about it. Steve, equally perplexed, tightened his grip once more, yet the hammer remained obstinately still. This shouldn't be. I distinctly felt as though I could easily lift it moments ago. Why is it so unyielding now? Could it be that I misjudged? A most peculiar situation indeed. Never mind. It must be an unforeseen impediment. Perhaps I shall try again another time, and who knows, I may succeed then. Johnny approached Steve, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Steve nodded, undeterred by his inability to lift the hammer, for his primary weapon was the vibranium shield strapped to his back. Moreover, the diminutive hammer was hardly something he could envision wielding to strike another. Coulson, what shall we do now, since I cannot lift this hammer? It is time to attend to more pressing matters. Very well, gentlemen, please follow me. The sounds emanating from a nearby tent captured Johnny's attention. I am the illustrious prince of Asgard, Thor, the god of thunder. You mere mortals cannot treat the proud Thor in this manner. Release me at once, or Asgard shall unleash divine retribution upon you. The only individual who could utter such absurdly embarrassing words on earth was vividly present in Johnny's mind. As he parted the tent flap, he beheld a towering figure with flowing golden hair, bound by iron chains. The man struggled futilely against his restraints. Stripped of his divine powers, he resembled an ordinary human, exerting himself in vain. This is the culprit, Coulson explained. He breached our defenses in an attempt to lift the hammer, but failed. His subsequent agitation led us to suspect he might be an escaped patient from a mental institution. However, our investigation revealed no records of him in any nation. No citizenship, no social security, no medical or tax records. It is as if he materialized from thin air. We suspect he is a spy dispatched by some nefarious organization, and we seek your assistance in taking him back to S.H.I.E.L.D, headquarters for confinement and interrogation. Coulson's words further incited Thor, who resumed his bluster. You base earthling, how dare you attempt to imprison the great Thor? Unforgivable. When I break free, you shall feel the wrath of my thunder. Johnny could only sigh in exasperation. Even in this state, you dare threaten a federal agent? Truly, Thor, you remain consistent. Stepping forward, Johnny regarded the still ranting Thor with a condescending gaze. Are you truly Thor, the god of thunder? Indeed. You have recognized my identity. Release me at once. Johnny shook his head. How would I know who you are? However, I possess an excellent method to prove whether you are a god. Thor, momentarily bewildered, inquired what method. Before he could finish his query, Johnny delivered a swift punch. The once boisterous Thor, along with his chair, toppled over, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. With a single blow, he was rendered unconscious. What kind of god falls so easily? Chapter 25. Is he a doctor of medicine? The esteemed god of thunder, Thor, was thus felled by Johnny's fist, collapsing into unconsciousness. My apologies. He was simply too loud, and I momentarily lost my restraint. Johnny turned, an expression of regret upon his face. Upon hearing Johnny's explanation, Coulson's lips twitched slightly. However, he chose not to elaborate, having already endured an abundance of Thor's ramblings. A moment of silence was indeed welcome. Previously, he had been tasked with interrogating Thor, yet the man merely uttered nonsensical remarks. Were it not for the lack of information regarding his identity, Coulson would have preferred to dismiss him as a lunatic and let him go. Now, the question was how to deal with the unconscious figure before them. Steve inquired. Just as Coulson was poised to respond, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, slightly balding, barged in, accompanied by an attractive woman. The newcomers were none other than Dr. Selvig and Jane. Upon spotting the slumbering Thor, Jane swiftly maneuvered past Johnny and the others to assess his condition. Thor, please wake up. Meanwhile, Dr. Selvig demanded, what have you done to him? This is a violation of the human rights of an American citizen. Is this how S.H.I.E.L.D treats its detainees? Dr. Coulson replied, Thor is merely asleep. We have not subjected him to any undue treatment. Furthermore, whether he is indeed an American citizen is debatable. Who says he isn't? I have his citizenship information right here. With that, he presented a document pouch. Coulson opened it and began reviewing Thor's personal data, his expression growing more incredulous with each line. The document stated that he was a medical doctor. Dr. Selvig, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose but stubbornly retorted, "Indeed. He was once a medical doctor. Now he is conducting physics research with me." Johnny, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. "Are you certain he isn't a carpenter or a plumber, rather than a doctor? This is utterly ridiculous. Even if one were to fabricate information, it should at least be plausible. With Thor's imposing physique, a medical doctor seems far-fetched." Aware of the absurdity of his claims, Selvig opted not to dwell on Thor's identity and stated directly, "Now that his identity has been established, we can take him with us, correct?" Coulson hesitated, but Johnny interjected, "Yes, however, given that he has come into contact with that hammer, we need to observe him for a few days. During this time, he cannot leave this town." Upon hearing that Thor could leave, Selvig finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders, though he was indifferent to the restriction of remaining in town for the time being. After all, his experiments had yielded no progress thus far. Perhaps a few days here might lead to a breakthrough. At that moment, under Jane's persistent calls, Thor finally roused from his slumber. "Jane, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing that Thor was unharmed, Jane's face broke into a relieved smile. "Doctor, Selvig and I are here to take you back. Please, hold your words for now. Could you at least untie Thor? You can't leave like this." Coulson was about to call someone to bring the keys when Steve gestured to stop him. He stepped forward, grasped the iron chain with both hands, and pulled with all his might, causing the chain to snap with a resounding sound. Jane and Selvig were taken aback by this scene, while only Thor displayed an expression of excitement. "Could it be that you are also a warrior of Asgard?" "I am Thor, son of Odin. Do you recognize me?" Upon hearing such an outrageous statement, everyone instinctively leaned towards regarding Thor as a lunatic. Dr. Selvig, aware of the inappropriateness of Thor's words, quickly attempted to mitigate the situation. He suggested that Thor had merely been exhausted from his recent research and would return to normal after some rest. One could only hope so. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jane supported Thor and Dr. Selvig as they departed from the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Johnny, why did you suddenly decide to let him go? This identity is clearly fabricated. Steve expressed his confusion regarding Johnny's leniency towards Thor's departure. An unidentified individual and a hammer that fell from the sky. Do you not think there might be a connection? Johnny stroked his chin, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps everything he claims is true. He truly hails from Asgard and is indeed the god of thunder. That guy's a god? Coulson's face reflected disbelief. In the minds of Americans, there is but one god, God himself. Associating Thor's image with that of God was a notion Coulson quickly dismissed, deeming it a grave insult to both God and the faithful. For now, let's observe the situation. I shall return tomorrow to seek out information, hoping to uncover something useful, Johnny concluded. Both agreed that this might be the most prudent course of action. Jotunheim, one of the 9 realms ruled by Asgard, is a desolate land ravaged by perpetual snowstorms and the ancestral home of the frost giants. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived. Within the palace of the frost giant king, Laufey sat upon his throne, expressionless as he regarded the individual before him. "Laufey, I have come to propose a transaction," spoke Loki, who offered a slight bow, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. "Do you truly believe you are worthy of negotiating with me, Loki?" Laufey's face curled into a mocking smile. He dared to defy Odin, let alone someone as inconsequential as Loki. Despite Laufey's derisive grin, Loki's expression remained unchanged. He simply performed a modest gesture, summoning the eternal spear, a symbol of Asgard's king, into his grasp. "I wonder now if I'm worthy of negotiating with you." As the frost giant king, Laufey understood the significance of that weapon, and a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. "It seems much has transpired in Asgard since your return. Speak, what is it that you desire?" Upon hearing Laufey's agreement to engage in a trade, Loki's face illuminated with his signature smile. "With Odin now in a deep slumber, I can assist you in infiltrating Asgard to eliminate him. However, post-assassination, you must support my ascension as the new king of Asgard." As Laufey processed this, the smile gradually faded from his countenance. The notion that Loki, son of Odin, would conspire to slay his own father was an extraordinary circumstance. Moreover, this individual was notorious as the god of deception, rendering his words difficult to trust. Observing Laufey's hesitation, Loki intensified his offer. "After you vanquish Odin, I shall unlock the armory, allowing you to reclaim the ancient frost giant's relics, thus restoring Jotunheim to its former glory. It must be said that Laufey was indeed tempted. The prospect of killing Odin while regaining the artifacts of the frost giant lineage was a proposition hard to decline. Very well, I accept this deal. At these words, Loki's smile broadened even further. Chapter 26. The Outsider. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight cascaded from the east, illuminating this small desert town in New Mexico. Through these past days, Thor had gradually come to terms with the reality of his transformation into an ordinary man, beginning to adapt to the lifestyle of Earth. He rose early, intending to prepare breakfast for Jane, who had taken such good care of him during this time. He retrieved 2 slices of bread and placed them into the toaster. While awaiting their warmth, he took out the milk that had been prepared in advance. Ding! The toaster chimed, and as he reached for the bread, the heat startled him, causing him to retract his hand instinctively, muttering, "Careful, in the name of Thor, the god of thunder." Yet, before he could finish, he was reminded that he was now but a mortal, no longer the mighty Thor. "Toaster, in the name of mere mortal Thor, I command you to meet your demise," he declared as he unplugged the device. After this simple act of reprisal, he carefully plated the toast and set it upon the small round table. With everything prepared, it was time to awaken Jane for breakfast, demonstrating that even without divine power, Thor remained formidable. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, causing Thor's spirits to plummet. It was none other than an uninvited guest. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Johnny, who had come to mooch a meal. "Thor, you're up quite early today," Johnny exclaimed enthusiastically. "What brings you here again?" Thor inquired, wishing to prevent Johnny from entering, as he was certain this fellow would disrupt his rendezvous with Jane. "Of course, I'm here to hear a story. You were just telling about the 8-headed mountain that governs Asgard, weren't you? It is the realm of the 9 realms, the land ruled by Odin, the king of Asgard." Thor corrected Johnny's misstatement. Though he had been exiled from Asgard, he remained a valiant warrior in his heart, and the history of Asgard was not to be misrepresented. Just as he prepared to emphasize the significance of Asgard's history to Johnny, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs announced Jane's awakening. A momentary lapse allowed Johnny to seize the opportunity. He circled past Thor and boldly entered the room. "Good morning, Miss Jane." Upon recognizing Johnny's greeting, Jane was initially taken aback, but soon donned a welcoming smile. "Good morning, Mr. Johnny." Johnny waved the bag he carried and, taking a seat at the table, announced, "I brought breakfast from S.H.I.E.L.D. Specially made Mexican burritos, absolutely delicious." "Sound great." Ultimately, Jane and Johnny opted for the burritos, while Thor, with a forlorn expression, nibbled on toast. "Damn it, encountering this guy brings nothing but misfortune. Not only does he punch me upon arrival, but now he is intruding on my precious time with Jane. Unforgivable. King Odin shall curse you." Of course, Thor's inner thoughts were inaudible to Johnny, who was not only attempting to extract information from him, but was also keeping a watchful eye to prevent Thor from being whisked away by other organizations, such as Hydra. Just as Johnny was about to speak, a radiant, multicolored beam of light shot across the sky, casting a colossal sound that drew the townsfolk out of their homes to gawk. Upon seeing that familiar rainbow pillar, Thor exclaimed in disbelief, "That's the Bifrost." Without a second thought for his unfinished toast, he bolted out the door, his unusual behavior capturing the attention of both Johnny and Jane, who swiftly followed him. With a thunderous roar, the vibrant light gradually faded, revealing 4 figures clad in ancient battle armor. Upon recognizing their identities, Thor rushed forward to embrace them tightly. One among them, a bearded giant wielding an axe, joyfully exclaimed, "Thor, it's wonderful to see you safe." "Vostak, my good friend, it's been far too long." Witnessing the camaraderie between Thor and these strangely attired individuals, Jane's mind began to recall Thor's previous words. Goodness, he was telling the truth. Meanwhile, Johnny had no time for such sentiments. Thor's reunion with his 4 companions was anticipated, though the rapidity of their arrival took him by surprise. While the reunion was indeed joyful, he felt that something significant was imminent. As if to confirm Johnny's suspicions, another radiant beam descended. This time, a colossal figure emerged from within, the destroyer of Asgard, making a grand entrance. It was a towering metallic giant of silver hue, with flames flickering beneath its exposed helmet. Upon recognizing the destroyer, Sif urgently grasped Thor's arm, exclaiming, "Thor, run! Loki has sent the destroyer to kill you." "Impossible. He is my brother, and father would never allow this. Beside them, a strikingly handsome blonde swordsman interjected. King Odin is now in a deep slumber. Loki has seized control of all of Asgard. He seeks to eliminate you, so that he may reign as the sole king of Asgard. Thor stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. It was inconceivable. Loki was his beloved brother, a true Asgardian, who would never harm his own kin. Just as Thor's mind wavered, the destroyer emerged from the Bifrost, its fiery gaze fixated upon him. A thunderous roar erupted as flames shot from its helmet, aimed directly at Thor. Sif, witnessing this horrifying scene, lunged toward Thor. And in the instant they tumbled to the ground, the flames swept past Sif's head. This harrowing moment jolted Thor into clarity. His brother Loki truly intended to kill him. Realizing his initial strike had failed, the destroyer gathered its power once more. Just as it prepared to unleash another torrent of flames, a tremendous force surged from the side, propelling it several meters away and extinguishing the gathered flames. The assailant was none other than Johnny, transformed into the formidable four-armed titan. Thor seized the opportunity to flee. If he perished, Loki's sinister plan would come to fruition. Acknowledging his mortal form, Thor understood that, against the might of the destroyer, he could only hinder his allies. The best course of action was to retreat, allowing his companions to fight without reservation. The flames within the destroyer reignited as it slowly rose, gathering fire once more in its helmet to direct at Johnny. "Since you're so brave, let us engage in a duel of flames," it seemed to proclaim. Johnny, undeterred, transformed into the Human Torch, unleashing a torrent of fire from his palms. The two streams of flames collided, sparking a myriad of embers, resulting in a deadlock. Yet, Johnny realized that his strength was finite, while the destroyer's flames were eternal and inexhaustible. As he pondered a way to break the stalemate, Sif had stealthily approached the destroyer's rear. With determination, she leaped forth, thrusting her spear deep into the nape of the destroyer's neck. The unexpected assault disrupted its fiery onslaught, turning the tide of battle. Seizing the moment, Johnny intensified his flames, propelling the destroyer backward with a powerful blast. Now scorched and charred, the destroyer struggled to regain its footing. Sif retrieved her spear, standing resolutely before the destroyer. "Loki, you have failed. Thor shall lead us back to Asgard and topple your reign." The destroyer remained silent, seemingly oblivious to her declaration. Suddenly, its helmet twisted 180 degrees, unleashing a small fireball aimed at the fleeing Jane. Chapter 27, The God of Thunder. The fireball hurtled toward Jane, the searing heat rendering her unable to open her eyes. She collapsed to the ground, resigned to her impending fate. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Johnny swiftly conjured a fireball, intending to harness its power to deflect the destroyer's assault. Alas, the distance was too great, and time was fleeting. Originally, Johnny and the destroyer had been engaged in a long-range confrontation, separated by several meters. And following the blast that had sent Johnny hurtling away, the gap had only widened, rendering any hope futile. The flames of the destroyer drew perilously closer to Jane, and just as the inferno was about to engulf her, a towering figure interposed itself before her, absorbing the blow meant for her. The anticipated demise did not arrive. Jane opened her eyes in stunned disbelief at the person who had shielded her. It was Thor, despite the searing heat scorching his back. A faint smile emerged on his face. "Jane, I am so relieved you are unharmed." With those words, he succumbed, collapsing directly into Jane's embrace. "No, this cannot be." Tears streamed down Jane's face. "You are Thor, the God of Thunder. How can you perish here? You must return to Asgard with your comrades to claim your throne and become their king. You cannot die." Yet these words fell on deaf ears. As Thor closed his eyes and fell unconscious, Jane clutched him tightly, her tears cascading onto his face. Sif, witnessing Thor's lifeless form, was enveloped in profound sorrow, and she drove her spear once more into the body of the destroyer. While all mourned the loss of Thor, only Johnny noticed the once clear sky darkening with ominous clouds, punctuated by distant rumblings of thunder. For dying to protect others, Thor had now earned the right to wield that hammer. In the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D, Mjolnir, motionless until now, began to tremble violently, emitting bolts of lightning that wreaked havoc on nearby instruments, much to the astonishment of the scientists present. It soared into the air. As the hammer approached, Thor's body gradually lifted from Jane's embrace, the wounds on his back shimmering with arcs of lightning, healing at a visible pace. Suddenly, Thor opened his eyes, grasped the air, and Mjolnir returned to its rightful master. The hammer had once again recognized Thor. Illuminated by the lightning above, Thor, wielding Mjolnir and clad in ancient armor, descended to the ground in regal splendor. Upon seeing Thor safe and sound, Jane rushed forward to embrace him tightly. "Thor, I am so relieved you are unharmed." While some rejoiced, others lamented. Amidst the collective joy of Thor's return, Loki, who had been furtively observing through the lens of the destroyer, was no longer calm. His expression contorted with rage as he glared at Thor, wielding the hammer. "Damn you! Thor, could you not die in peace? Why must you thwart my ascension to the throne?" He unleashed a golden light from his staff, channeling immense divine power into the battered body of the destroyer. "I shall prove to father and mother that I am the superior king. You shall simply perish." As the divine power surged forth, the destroyer's form grew increasingly colossal, with flecks of golden light shimmering upon his silver armor. Alarmingly, the destroyer had revived once more. Undoubtedly at the behest of Loki, Sif cautiously retreated to a position of safety. Confronted with this upgraded version of the destroyer, everyone gripped their weapons tightly, preparing for a desperate struggle. At that moment, Thor raised his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw as he approached the destroyer alone. "Loki, cease this folly. We are brothers." Upon hearing these words, Loki's gaze turned even colder. "We have never been brothers. Our father has always favored you because I hail from the frost giant lineage. Only with your demise can I rightfully ascend to the throne." He directly commanded the destroyer to strike Thor with a powerful fist. Now restored to his divine might, Thor concentrated the lightning within his hammer as the destroyer swung its fist. He then struck down fiercely upon the destroyer. The collision of fist and hammer ignited a fierce spark, but the standoff lasted only a fleeting moment before the destroyer was sent flying once more. Though its arm had been deformed, the destroyer remained undeterred, flames coalescing once again within its helm. Witnessing Loki's unrepentant demeanor, Thor resolved to hold nothing back. He wielded Mjolnir as dark clouds gathered around him, and bolts of lightning surged forth, enveloping his being. At that moment, he resembled the very master of thunder. With Mjolnir, imbued with boundless lightning, firmly grasped in his hand, Thor's gaze was resolute as he ascended into the air, bringing the hammer crashing down upon the destroyer. With a resounding boom and a blinding flash of light, the figure of the destroyer vanished from the sands, leaving only Thor standing firm. Upon the throne of Asgard, a profound fury coursed through him, veins bulging as he comprehended his defeat. The destroyer had been vanquished by Thor. Soon, Thor would return to Asgard, and having been acknowledged by Mjolnir, he would undoubtedly be chosen by Odin to become the next king of Asgard. A deep-seated resentment surged within Loki. Just one step away, if only Thor were gone, and he could personally vanquish Laufey, then his father would surely acknowledge him, and all the people of Asgard would rally behind him. Suddenly, this god of mischief conceived a brilliant plan. He extended his hand towards the sky, and an ice-blue cube descended into his grasp. It was the ancient frost giant artifact, the Eternal Winter Casket. As he beheld his palm turning blue from contact with the casket, he loathed his own lineage deeply. However, he realized that only by leveraging the power of the frost giants could he ultimately eliminate Thor. Rising from his throne, he made his way towards the Rainbow Bridge. In the town, Thor, having successfully vanquished the destroyer, found himself surrounded by his companions. At that moment, Thor was indeed the king of Asgard in their eyes. Is this the power of Mjolnir? How wondrous! A discordant sound erupted beside them. Thor cast his gaze and found that insufferable individual once more. The warriors of Asgard never lie. I am Thor, the son of Odin. I had merely lost my strength for reasons unknown. Otherwise, I would not have easily succumbed to your ambush. The memory of being struck down by Johnny lingered vividly in Thor's mind. However, he could not afford to lose face in front of his companions, so he modified his words slightly. "Thor, this is our opportunity to reclaim the throne. With your hammer, Mjolnir, you can surely vanquish Loki," Sif remarked from the side. "I understand. Grant me a moment," Thor replied, casting a heartfelt glance at Jane, who stood a short distance away. After days of companionship, he had completely fallen for this kind and gentle woman. He stepped forward, preparing to bid farewell to Jane, when a radiant column of multicolored light enveloped them. Loki had activated the Bifrost once more. The Bifrost transport was irreversible. And with no time left to say goodbye to Jane, Thor could only shout urgently, "Jane, wait for me. I will return." Upon hearing Thor's vow, Jane nodded fervently. "I will wait for you." The parting of lovers is often the most poignant, yet an unfortunate interruption shattered the atmosphere. "Wait a minute, there's been a mistake. I'm not from Asgard. Why am I being transported?" Johnny exclaimed, banging against the inner side of the light column. With a hum, the Bifrost transport initiated, causing all to vanish from sight, yet the town echoed with Johnny's last words. "I will definitely return." Chapter 28. The first appearance of the colossal giants within Jotunheim. A seven-colored beam descended from the heavens, from which emerged six figures, Johnny and his companions. Johnny crossed his arms and involuntarily sneezed. "Goodness, is Asgard this cold?" Thor, upon seeing the familiar yet strange landscape, grimaced and declared, "This is not Asgard. It is Jotunheim, the abode of the frost giants. Loki must be behind this. He has conspired with Laufey." The frost giants that inexplicably appeared in Asgard were certainly smuggled over by him. Sif scanned the surroundings cautiously, gripping her spear as she calmly assessed the situation. "Thor, I recall that the frost giants have always had a contentious relationship with Asgard. Are we not walking into a den of lions?" "Fear not," Thor waved dismissively. "I am well acquainted with this place. Those frost giants are no match for me. I can pierce through them alone." "Oh, really?" Thor's confident words did little to assuage Johnny's unease. He did not believe that Loki would have transported them here without preparation. The group trudged through the biting wind and snow. According to Thor, they needed only to reach the palace of the frost giants and seek out their king, Laufey. Out of respect for Odin, he would surely allow them to depart. However, when Thor spoke these words, his four companions cast him curious glances. It is worth noting that it was Thor who had previously led them here, engaging in a fierce battle. And it was only through Odin's intervention that they had managed to escape with their lives. Yet, with no other options available, they could only proceed one step at a time. As they passed through a valley, the battle-hardened Thor surveyed the surrounding terrain and could not help but exclaim, "What an excellent location, easily defensible yet difficult to assault." Upon hearing Thor's remark, a sense of foreboding flickered in Johnny's mind. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the distance. It was Loki, wielding Gungnir. "My beloved brother, you are quite right. This is indeed a fitting resting place for you." As his words echoed, the snow-covered ground around them began to bulge, revealing countless frost giants. "Surely, they cannot be here to welcome us?" The frost giants encircled Johnny and his companions, parting to allow a passage for Loki and the frost giant king, Laufey. Witnessing Loki's collusion with Laufey, Thor furiously demanded, "Loki, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" In response to Thor's inquiry, Loki wore a knowing smile. "Of course I do. This is all to ensure your demise. Once you are gone, I will accept any cost. The throne of Asgard shall belong to me, Loki." Upon hearing such outrageous claims from Loki, Thor was immediately inclined to teach his rebellious brother a lesson. However, before he could draw closer, the frost giants shifted their demeanor, their fierce gazes seemingly warning him that advancing further would result in his dismemberment. Laufey raised his hand, and the frost giants fell silent once more. "Thor, the god of thunder, we meet again. Laufey, if you know what is wise, release us at once. Otherwise, I, Thor, shall make you acquainted with the wrath of thunder." Thor brandished his hammer toward Laufey, as if he were the one in a position of power. Even Johnny could not help but admire Thor's audacity. He truly feared nothing. Utterly oblivious to the precariousness of their situation, truly a being of limited intellect. Indeed, upon hearing Thor's brazen declarations, Laufey's expression darkened. "The only reason you were able to leave here before was due to your father's intervention. Now that he lies in slumber, no one can save you." Laufey concentrated his divine power, and an ice-blue box materialized in his palm. Its appearance rendered the already frigid atmosphere akin to a hell of frost. "Is that the ancient winter casket? It should be safeguarded in the treasury of Asgard. How could it possibly be in your possession?" Thor questioned vehemently as he beheld the frost giant's artifact once more in Laufey's grasp. "This is a pact between Loki and me. First, we eliminate you. Then we shall assault Asgard and deal with Odin. At that time, the entire Nine Realms will know the name of Laufey, the frost giant king." Upon finishing his words, the ancient winter coffin in his grasp erupted with a torrent of azure ice, causing the frost giants to swell in size as if they had consumed protein powder. "Kill them," Faced with the aggressive advance of the frost giants, Thor and his companions stood undaunted. The warriors of Asgard were no cowards. They firmly believed that those who perished on the battlefield would reunite in Valhalla. Gripping their weapons tightly, they presented a demeanor of noble sacrifice. At that moment, a voice not belonging to Asgard rang out, "Wait." It was Johnny, who strode boldly to the forefront of the gathering. "Come on, don't look like you're about to die. It puts me in quite a predicament." He then turned to face Loki and Laufey directly. "So, you must be Thor's brother, Loki. You really irritate me. I suspect you might be 500 degrees nearsighted. Your aim with the Rainbow Bridge is truly abysmal. Even my grandmother could shoot straighter than you. And Laufey, you're quite the eyesore with your blue skin, blue eyes, and blue hair. Are you planning to join the Smurfs?" Lastly, he declared, "All of you here are worthless. Dreaming of killing us? Forget it." Johnny's foul-mouthed tirade stunned both sides into silence. Having poured out his grievances, Johnny felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hearing Johnny's crude remarks, Laufey could no longer suppress his fury. "Foolish earthling, I shall personally slay you and turn you into an eternal ice sculpture within the palace." A battle loomed on the horizon. Thor quietly approached Johnny, giving him a thumbs up. "Johnny, you are indeed a valiant warrior. We shall surely reunite in Valhalla." At that moment, Thor could only think, this guy Johnny, he is a keeper. Not yet. I still wish to taste the fine wines of Asgard to see if they are as delightful as you claim. Then let us survive today together, and I shall treat you to a feast. To survive, keep your distance from me. Johnny pressed the activation button on his small device, navigating through a familiar icon before slapping it down. In Thor's astonished gaze, a wave of green luminescence enveloped Johnny, and as the light faded, a colossal red and white giant stood majestically in the valley. Johnny looked down, regarding the frost giants, renowned for their size, as mere ants beneath him. Now, we can truly engage in battle. Chapter 29. So, you call yourself the king of frost giants? Laufey's expression, once composed and confident, faltered at the sudden appearance of this colossal figure on the battlefield, shifting the balance of power dramatically. Even his legion of frost giants began to retreat, unable to contain their fear upon encountering such a massive entity for the first time in their years of warfare. Loki's countenance was far from pleasant. He had been a mere step away from slaying Thor when this colossal misfortune intervened. He seethed with discontent. Without hesitation, he commanded Laufey, "Issue the order for your legion to attack, and do not forget our pact." "Pact? What nonsense! Cannot you see the chasm that lies between us?" Laufey's inner turmoil raged. Yet he found himself ensnared, for he had previously boasted of killing Johnny and turning him into an ice sculpture. Since reconciliation was no longer an option, conflict was inevitable. Armed with the ancient artifact, the Winter's Coffin, he believed he might yet prevail in battle. With the artifact's power, the frost giants roared, their eyes devoid of fear as they brandished axes and swords, charging at Johnny. In stark contrast to the oncoming onslaught of frost giants, Johnny remained unfazed. It is worth noting that the behemoth, while colossal in stature, possessed an astonishing density. Ordinary weapons were utterly ineffective against his defenses. Unsurprisingly, the frost giant's weapons merely glanced off, causing him no discomfort whatsoever. Now was his turn. Johnny advanced with a single step, mercilessly crushing a multitude of frost giants into oblivion. Thor, witnessing this spectacle, could not contain his exuberance, exclaiming, "Johnny, you are remarkable. Show them our might." His four companions shared expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated such formidable humans existed on Earth. Johnny, however, did not heed Thor's cheers. He continued his relentless march, trampling the incessant tide of frost giants. In his eyes, they resembled ants, easily squashed beneath his foot. It could be said that the behemoth was beyond comprehension, unmatched in size, rendering his adversaries utterly unqualified to contend with him. Laufey, observing the relentless demise of his kin, clenched his fists tightly. This could not continue. If it did, his entire race would likely face annihilation that day. He summoned his divine power, utilizing the ancient Winter's Coffin to elevate himself into the air. Upon seeing Laufey before him, Johnny smiled. "Do you wish to dance as well?" Disregarding Johnny's taunt, Laufey unleashed a torrent of frigid ice from the Winter's Coffin. In response to Laufey's unprincipled attack, Johnny raised his hand to shield himself. The extreme cold enveloped him, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm. To his astonishment, this adversary possessed yet another formidable ability. The pain illuminated a truth. The behemoth had high physical resistance, but low magical defense. Thus, Johnny chose not to withstand it head-on. He executed a sidelong roll, crushing numerous frost giants while evading the icy blast. A thin layer of frost formed upon his arm, but he paid it no mind. He lowered his gaze and began to mold a colossal snowball, intermingled with the bodies of the fallen frost giants. Behold my ultimate move, the invincible snowball. He rose to his feet, assuming a stance reminiscent of a baseball player, and hurled the snowball into the air. Immediately, Lao Fei ceased the onslaught of frost, channeling his divine power to evade the impending projectile. A splendid opportunity. In his current state, Lao Fei could not activate the ancient winter coffin, and Johnny bent his knees, gathering strength before leaping into the air. He soared directly before the bewildered Lao Fei and delivered a powerful punch, exclaiming, "Down you go!" With a resounding crash. His fist connected with Lao Fei, creating a massive crater in the ground where Lao Fei lay, incapacitated by excruciating pain, unable to summon the artifact's power. Johnny descended, and his considerable weight caused the accumulated snow in the valley to cascade downwards. He gazed at the immobilized Lao Fei, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Seize the opportunity. Take his life. So, you fancy yourself the Frost Giant King, do you? Another punch landed. Let us see you become an ice sculpture. With a flurry of strikes, echoing aura, 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 Johnny unleashed a relentless barrage. When he finally ceased his assault, Lao Fei was unrecognizable. Reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, the ancient winter coffin emitting a faint blue glow amidst the devastation. The battle-hardened warriors, including Thor, paused in their skirmish, witnessing the once mighty frost giant now stripped of his valor. Without the ancient winter coffin as fortification and with their king utterly vanquished, the remaining frost giants discarded their weapons and fled in disarray. Johnny lifted his gaze, pinpointing Loki among the chaos, and with a swift motion, grasped him firmly. You shan't escape. We are counting on you to return us home. With Loki ensnared, the battle drew to a close. Johnny delivers swift kick, sending Loki tumbling before the group. Handcuffed and bereft of any chance of escape, Loki had become a prisoner. As the architect of their woes stood before them, every gaze was fixed upon him with piercing intensity. Yet Loki remained unfazed, dismissing their stares with indifference. Thor spoke first. Loki, your schemes have crumbled. Now, return us to Asgard. Hearing this, Loki revealed his trademark smirk. My dear brother, I shan't assist you. Let's linger here forever, awaiting our demise. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Johnny approached, his expression devoid of emotion. Loki, undaunted, braced himself to reiterate his previous statement. Foolish earthlings, do not think that I... His words were abruptly cut short as Johnny's fist sent him crashing to the ground. Oh dear. Observing this familiar scene, Thor slowly shook his head, the punch evoking memories of their past on Earth. Memories best left unspoken. Johnny seized Loki by the collar, a gentle smile gracing his face. Surely, you do not wish to share Laufey's fate? Be wise and return us home. Loki was momentarily stunned by Johnny's punch, utterly taken aback that this earthling dared to strike him. Not even Thor had ever laid a hand on me. However, the sharp pain on his face compelled him to confront the reality that he could very well meet his demise. Ultimately, Loki capitulated, sliding to the ground in surrender. I promise you, I will send you back. Just please, do not strike me again. Upon hearing this, Johnny released his grip on Loki's collar. This fellow must have been in need of a good thrashing since childhood, which had forged his troublesome demeanor. Hurry up. I don't wish to linger in this frigid place for another second. Under Johnny's duress, Loki had no choice but to submit, his eyes transforming into a captivating azure as he cast a beguiling spell. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard, Heimdall's gaze similarly shimmered with blue light as he wielded his great sword, activating the bridge. A vibrant column of light descended, enveloping Johnny and his companions. Finally, they were able to depart. A look of relief washed over Johnny. Chapter 30. Odin, no longer idling, the magnificent column of light descended upon Asgard, with Thor being the first to step off the Rainbow Bridge. Ever since he had been stripped of his powers and exiled to Earth by Odin, he had yearned to return to Asgard. Now that his wish had come to fruition, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Asgard, Thor have finally returned. Johnny paid no heed to Thor's boisterous exclamations. Instead, he gazed upward, meticulously surveying Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge was situated at the border of Asgard, connected by a long corridor lined with towering, majestic statues of sword-bearers, leading into the heart of Asgard itself. The structures gleamed like they were forged from gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sun, closely huddled together. At the center stood the most resplendent and towering edifice, the royal palace of Asgard, where the All-Father Odin resided. One cannot deny the architectural prowess of the Asgardians. If earthly designers were to evaluate such constructions, they would undoubtedly deem them miraculous. At this moment, Johnny felt that simply arriving in Asgard made the journey across the Rainbow Bridge worthwhile. While he marveled at the spectacle before him, Thor had already approached his old acquaintance for greetings. "Heimdall, my old friend, it has been too long. I, Thor, have returned. Are you surprised?" Yet, clad in golden armor, Heimdall appeared oblivious to Thor's words, maintaining his stoic vigil. Observing Heimdall's indifference, Thor could not resist stepping closer to pat his shoulder. "Come now, there are no outsiders present. There is no need to guard the Rainbow Bridge so vigilantly. I have regained Mjolnir's recognition and returned to Asgard. Surely, an embrace is warranted for an old friend." It seemed this rationale swayed Heimdall, as he ceased his stern gaze and mechanically turned to face Thor. Johnny was also keenly observing the situation, and with a mere glance, he sensed something amiss. He noticed that Heimdall's eyes radiated a strange blue light, akin to that of the frost giants. It was impossible for Heimdall to belong to the frost giant lineage, leaving only one plausible explanation. He had been ensnared by Loki's deceit. Thor distanced himself swiftly. "Heimdall is not himself," Johnny shouted urgently. At that moment, Heimdall drew the sword that served as the key to the Rainbow Bridge, swinging it menacingly at Thor. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the air, severing a few strands of golden hair. Fortunately, Thor emerged unscathed, responding instinctively to Johnny's warning. He retreated just in time to narrowly evade Heimdall's ambush. Seeing Thor safe, Johnny exhaled in relief. It would have been far too dramatic for the god of thunder to perish not in Jotunheim, but in his own homeland. Yet, there was no time to relax. Johnny immediately seized Loki, intending to compel him to dispel the enchantment over Heimdall. However, the moment he made contact, he realized something was amiss. The weight was far too light, utterly unlike that of a normal person. Indeed, in the next instant, the Loki in Johnny's grasp disintegrated into a pile of ice shards. "Curse be it, tricked again by that scoundrel," Johnny muttered through clenched teeth. Loki may have been lacking in many respects, but his skills in evasion and self-preservation were undoubtedly exceptional. Johnny turned his attention to Thor's four companions, who stood frozen in place. Their eyes similarly filled with an eerie blue glow. It seemed all hope now rested on Thor. "Heimdall, it's me, Thor. Do you remember when you taught me swordsmanship?" Thor attempted to awaken Heimdall's reason, but the latter remained as unmoving as a statue in response to Thor's pleas. Suddenly, Loki materialized beside Heimdall, albeit in a slightly altered form. His eyes now shone a piercing blue, his skin pale as frost, and, most crucially, he held the ancient winter casket in his hands. Thor was taken aback by this transformation, nearly dropping Mjolnir. "Loki, what have you become?" "As you can see with your own eyes, I am of the frost giant lineage," Loki replied calmly, stepping closer to Thor. "You know, Thor, when I discovered my heritage, I was filled with loathing for my bloodline. Yet, I also came to understand why Father favored you, why he wished to bequeath the throne to you. It was all because I am not of Asgard. Thus, I was willing to cast him into slumber, to prove to him that I alone am worthy of the throne of Asgard." With that, the ancient winter casket in his grasp radiated a blue luminescence once more, while Heimdall, sword in hand, lunged at Thor once again. Confronted with Heimdall's relentless assault, Thor could only wield his hammer in a desperate attempt to defend himself. "Loki, it is not as you perceive. I have always regarded you as a brother, and I believe our father feels the same." Silence. "How could you, a true Asgardian, comprehend my suffering?" Loki's visage contorted with rage, yet it swiftly transformed into a sinister smile. "But once I eliminate you, all shall be well. I will become the sole ruler of Asgard." Loki summoned the ancient winter casket, a frigid torrent surging forth towards Thor, yet under Heimdall's onslaught, he had no means to evade. Johnny could only watch helplessly as Thor bore the brunt of their combined attacks. His fragile timepiece remained dormant, rendering him unable to transform. As an ordinary human, he was powerless to intervene in this fierce battle. Amidst the onslaught of icy winds, Thor's limbs grew increasingly rigid, forcing him to rely solely on his agility to evade Heimdall's strikes. However, Heimdall's swordsmanship was astoundingly intricate. Despite Thor's utmost efforts to dodge, he sustained numerous wounds. At last, Thor's legs, paralyzed by the cold, could no longer muster strength. After parrying a devastating blow from Heimdall, his body succumbed and fell forward. Seizing the opportunity, Heimdall swung his sword towards Thor's head. In that fateful moment, the sky erupted with blinding light as a formidable elder, clad in armor and wielding Gungnir, descended from the golden radiance. It was Odin. With a mere flick of his staff, Heimdall was frozen in place, unable to wield his great sword any longer. Odin swiftly appeared beside Loki. "Loki, do not err again. Return to us. I am not your son. You have no right to chastise me, and I shall not heed your words." Loki's emotions surged upon witnessing Odin's arrival, and he brandished the ancient winter casket, preparing to confront his father. Yet, as he summoned its power, a swift figure darted past him, and the artifact vanished from his grasp. Transformed into the speedster, Johnny held the winter casket. Arriving at Thor's side, stealing another's spoils is hardly a commendable habit. It is time for this to return to its rightful owner. Now utterly isolated, Loki found himself defenseless as Odin advanced, ready to speak further. "Do not approach. You are not my father." Loki retreated until he reached the edge of the Rainbow Bridge. "Then am I not your mother?" A beautiful woman in a flowing white gown appeared beside Loki. Chapter 31. Return to Earth. Loki stared in astonishment at her. It was indeed his mother. He opened his mouth to retort, but the words failed to escape. He could harbor resentment towards the biased Odin. Yet he found himself unable to do the same before his mother. She had selflessly bestowed equal love upon both him and Thor, regardless of his Asgardian heritage. Yet, what had he accomplished? He had ambushed his father, plunging him into a deep slumber, surrendered the ancient winter coffin to Asgard's sworn enemy, Laufey, and made numerous attempts to slay his own brother, Thor. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of the courage to remain in Asgard, unable to confront her. Loki revealed a serene smile, his body tilting backward. "No, Loki." Thor suddenly leaped, grasping his brother who was on the brink of falling into the abyss. Witnessing this scene, Johnny felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The emotions remained unchanged. Eventually, Loki would return to Earth to wreak havoc, thereby instigating the narrative of the first Avengers. Alas, had his arrival truly failed to alter the course of events? He had to save him here, or he would be remiss in his role as a traveler between realms. The chill-induced stiffness had yet to subside. Thor felt his grip weakening, struggling to hold onto Loki. "Loki, hold on tight. Do not let go." Observing Thor's reckless determination to save him, Loki's jealousy began to dissipate. Yet he recognized that Thor lacked the strength to pull him back. Instead, they might both plummet into the infinite void of the cosmos. Just as Loki prepared to relinquish hope, a green vine ensnared his body. Enough with the theatrics. Hold onto the vine. Johnny, transformed into the wild vine, impatiently declared, extending his arms to securely wrap around both Loki and Thor, preventing them from being swept away by the gravitational pull of the universe. Upon hearing this, Loki hastily embraced the robust vine encircling him. Once both were secure, Johnny used his feet as a pivot to swing them upward. Breathless from the near escape, Loki collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, while Thor, having exerted himself excessively, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Queen Frigga rushed forward, embracing Loki, her voice trembling. "Foolish child, how could you so easily give up? No matter the magnitude of your mistakes, you shall always be my little son." "I was wrong, mother," Loki replied, tears brimming in his eyes as he held her tightly. Odin, witnessing this, smiled with relief, striking Gungnir against the bridge, scattering golden light that dispelled Loki's enchantments. He turned to Johnny, who had reverted to his human form, acknowledging his repeated assistance to Thor. "Kind and brave Earthling, I am grateful for all you have done for Asgard." Taken aback by Odin's personal gratitude, Johnny scratched his head. "You needn't be so courteous. You are now a distinguished guest of Asgard. Please do stay for a few days. We shall treat you well. I've heard that Asgard's wine is exquisite. Might I have a taste?" Odin paused, then chuckled heartily as he stroked his beard. "Of course, the royal cellar is open to you. In New York City's Tech Square, A multicolored beam of light descended, and amidst the astonished gasps of the surrounding citizens, Johnny emerged from within. I, Hu-Huan-San, have returned once more. After he rescued Loki, Asgard held a grand feast in his and Thor's honor. During the celebration, Thor's 4 companions extolled the ease with which Johnny vanquished Lao Fei. Drawing numerous reverent glances from the attendees, and some daring young women, emboldened by the wine, expressed their affections towards him. However, the exquisite wines of Asgard are not meant for the faint-hearted. Even someone like Johnny, accustomed to consuming copious amounts of spirits, found it difficult to indulge. Furthermore, he witnessed Thor being designated as the next king of Asgard, while Loki was imprisoned under the pretext of stealing from the armory. Taking this time to reflect on his misdeeds in the dungeon, originally intending to report to S.H.I.E.L.D, Johnny gazed skyward, observing white armored suits soaring through the night sky of the city. One of these descended beside him. Initially, he assumed it was Tony showcasing a new line of Mark armors, but quickly realized something was amiss. The white suit, measuring 3 meters in length, did not conform to Tony's design standards, and he spotted Hammer Industries' name emblazoned on its chest. Could it be that Hammer conspired with Ivan so swiftly in my absence? Just as he pondered this, the Gatling gun mounted on the suit's shoulder locked onto him, its barrels whirring to life and unleashing a hail of bullets. How ruthless! Joking aside, Johnny's reflexes were sharp. He promptly activated his device. In a flash of green light, he transformed into the Flash Star, his rollerblades spinning rapidly as he evaded the barrage. The bullets missed their mark, striking the ground and igniting a shower of sparks, prompting surrounding civilians to flee in terror. The vast plaza was left with only Johnny and the white suit. Once again, the suit targeted Johnny, launching 2 small rockets from its arm compartments. Boom! Johnny employed his previous tactic, narrowly avoiding them and maneuvering into the suit's blind spot. Time to switch it up, transitioning from Flash Star to Four-Armed Titan. He seized the opportunity to deliver 2 resounding punches to its head. The suit's hard exterior buckled under the force, extinguishing its facial lights. After neutralizing this foe, Johnny intended to call Tony, but distant sounds of gunfire caught his attention. Well, that saves me a phone call. Where there is a roar, there is a battlefield. This is an immutable truth. In the next instant, Johnny transformed into the gliding Colossus and soared towards the source of the commotion. As he suspected, Tony and Colonel Rhodes were engaged in a modern robotic battle in the park. Damn it, Tony, these robots seem endless. Don't worry, just follow my lead. What? Before Rhodes could reply, a sudden command pierced the air. Duck! Meanwhile, a crimson glow erupted from the back of Mark's armor, and 2 slender beams of laser shot forth. Tony executed a spinning leap, cleaving the mechanized foes in the park in twain. Colonel Rhodes, rising from a puddle, expressed his dissatisfaction. With such a powerful move, why not unleash it sooner? Tony, gazing at the energy bar on the screen, replied slowly, this maneuver can only be employed once. Sir, radar indicates a large influx of robots heading our way, among them one with an exceptionally high energy reading, Jarvis advised. Indeed, soon a multitude of new mechas descended around them. Oh dear, it seems endless, Tony lamented, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair as his energy reserves dwindled. A distinctive black mech approached Tony, and upon lifting its metallic visor, revealed none other than Ivan Vanko, recently apprehended by Tony. Tony Stark, do you fancy the gifts I have prepared for you? Tony shrugged nonchalantly, responding, they're acceptable. The quality is decent for imitations. Such bravado. Let us see how long you can maintain that attitude. Ivan retorted, sealing his visor and charging his dual iron whips, which erupted in brilliant white light. Just as he was about to lash out and teach Tony a lesson, a voice resonated from the skies. Caw-caw, here comes a raven. Chapter 32. Ivan's downfall before the gathered spectators. A yellow spherical object plummeted from the heavens, crashing directly onto Ivan. Even after toppling him, it did not cease its rotation, the robust biological exterior sparking violently against the mechanized frame. It redirected its course, smashing into the nearest robot, then utilizing the recoil to propel itself toward another. One after another, the thunderous strikes felled the immobilized robots as if they were bowling pins. Tony watched in astonishment, while Jarvis analyzed from within the suit. Sir, this yellow sphere exhibits biological reactions, and based on existing data, there's an 80% probability it is Mr. Johnny. There's no need for speculation. It must be him, another alien I have yet to encounter. Colonel Rhodes, with years of military service, had never witnessed such a spectacle. He turned to Tony and asked, "Do you know this fellow? He just casually takes him down with a few blows? Quite the spectacle, isn't it? I've even partied with him." Tony felt a swell of pride, though he maintained an air of nonchalance, responding, "Just an old friend. Why haven't I heard of him before?" Rhodes queried, unable to fathom Tony's connections. "Well, you never asked. Am I to blame for that?" Tony replied, his tone light. Rhodes, genuinely convinced, attributed the oversight to himself. After vanquishing all adversaries, he rushed to Tony's side, stretching his cramped body, and exclaimed joyfully, "Grand Slam." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tony realized he had not been mistaken. "Johnny, where have you been? S.H.I.E.L.D. has been searching for you for quite some time and was on the verge of issuing a global search warrant. Searching for myself for quite a while?" Johnny scratched his head. "Not really. I've only been to Asgard for a few days. I'll be back soon." "Wait." Johnny quickly came to a realization. After the banquet, Thor had dragged him to Odin's personal wine cellar, which housed exquisite wines that Odin had treasured for centuries. During that time, they drank upon waking, slept, and drunkenly indulged for an extended period. Those fine wines not only tasted exceptional, but also contained substances that indirectly enhanced Johnny's physical prowess. In his ordinary state, he was as formidable as half of Captain America. Reflecting on this, Johnny uncertainly inquired, "So how long have I been missing?" 2 or 3 months. "That sounds about right." "Goodness, drinking has led to trouble," he lamented, hoping Fury had not removed him from S.H.I.E.L.D. as he intended to enjoy his retirement there. "Drinking? What kind of wine? Where did you go to drink?" As expected of the infamous playboy, Tony's interest peaked. Beautiful women, fine wine, luxury cars. These were among Tony's few indulgences. The wines of Asgard, aged for centuries, could intoxicate an ordinary person with a single glass. "Asgard? I've never heard of this place." Tony, well-versed in any locale known for fine wines, immediately instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to search for the name globally. Shortly, J.A.R.V.I.S. reported, "Sir, the location cannot be detected worldwide." Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S.'s report, Johnny waved his hand, saying, "No need to search further. It's a realm beyond Earth. But rest assured, I secretly brought a few bottles back with me. We shall host a party." Upon hearing of the fine wine, Tony's excitement surged. "Wonderful. I'll book a French chef right away." Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodes, who had been overlooked for quite some time, could not help but interject, "We still have not dealt with those robots. Let us not act as if we're on the verge of a vacation." With that remark, Johnny ceased discussing trivial matters with Tony. The ordinary robots surrounding them had been obliterated by Thunderstrike, leaving only the relatively intact Iron Man suit worn by Ivan Vanko. Ivan, having been knocked down by Thunderstrike, lay on the ground, his head ringing for a considerable time before he finally managed to wobble to his feet. "Curse Tony. I want to let you off this time," he declared, once again wielding his whip toward Tony. However, this time no one dodged, as he had misfired, and quite spectacularly at that, due to the concussion Thunderstrike had inflicted, leaving him unable to find his mark. The three individuals were unable to contain their laughter at the absurd scene before them, culminating in Tony firing a powerful blast that struck the reactor embedded in Ivan's chest, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Ivan caressed the reactor, now emitting thick plumes of black smoke. Realizing that he could no longer sustain a fight against Tony Stark without its energy support, he then removed his mask, revealing not fury, but a faint smile. "Tony Stark, do you truly believe I would succumb so easily?" "No, I shall not be defeated. I have a grand surprise awaiting you." No sooner had he spoken than the battered robots surrounding them began to emit ominous red lights. Upon hearing the chilling, ticking sound, everyone comprehended his intentions. He had implanted self-destruct mechanisms within the robots. "We must flee." Johnny transformed into a gliding behemoth, while Rhodey and Tony activated their suit's propulsion systems, hastily vacating the bomb-laden park. Only Ivan remained behind, gazing skyward. For years, he had survived fueled by his hatred for the Stark family. Yet here he found himself at such a dismal end. "Father, I still could not avenge you." With a thunderous roar, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the park, the shockwave shattering every window in the vicinity. In a clandestine basement of the Osborn Group, numerous employees were busily engaged in their tasks. Before them lay the disassembled remnants of an automated mech, crafted by Hammer Industries. Each component methodically arranged. Others diligently documented the entire dismantling process. The group's president, Norman Osborn, stood on a raised platform, scrutinizing the proceedings through bulletproof glass. A secretary ascended to the second floor and, upon receiving Osborn's consent, commenced a report. Sir, the disassembly of the Hammer industrial robots will significantly expedite our progress in developing powered armor. When can we expect it to be ready? We still need to gather sufficient experimental data. Ordinary individuals are utterly incapable of operating the flight mechanisms of the power armor, which means it will take quite some time, Osborn remarked, his expression darkening. The secretary quickly bowed her head, wary of speaking further. Having been a hands-off leader for many years, Norman Osborn's recent declaration to reclaim the presidency had delighted the group's employees. However, only those who had been with him for years recognized his increasingly volatile temperament. He now erupted in fits of rage, leaving even his closest secretary hesitant to utter a word. Just as Osborn was about to say more, a sharp pain pierced his chest, prompting him to wave the secretary away and retreat to his office alone. He placed his hands on the desk, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, as fine green scales began to emerge from his neck. Chapter 33. The Swimwear Party. Are you telling me that you were transported to another world, rescued their prince, and ultimately attended a grand banquet? Is this the reason for your 47-day disappearance? Fury inquired, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, incredulity etched on his features. Indeed, came the affirmative reply. Upon hearing this, Fury tossed the report onto the table, intertwining his fingers as he fixed an unwavering gaze upon Johnny, seemingly searching for any hint of deceit on his face. After a moment of scrutiny, he discerned that Johnny's expression remained unchanged. The names Thor, King Odin, and Laufey, the king of frost giants, felt as though they were plucked straight from the pages of mythology, and the more he pondered, the more disconcerting it became. Johnny, observing Fury's furrowed brow, couldn't he help but chuckle inwardly. Do refresh your worldview. Those who appear henceforth will be even more difficult to accept. After prolonged contemplation, Fury sighed, conceding, very well, your report may pass muster. However, should a similar incident occur in the future, it is imperative that you notify S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately. Thus, a significant incident involving the prolonged disappearance of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was effortlessly brushed aside, earning Johnny a respectful nod for Fury's remarkable ability to cover up. Seemingly struck by an idea, Johnny retrieved an antiquated black barrel from his satchel and placed it upon the desk. Observing this peculiar object, Fury inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "Mead from Asgard. You may have it examined by the research team to validate my report's authenticity. However, I strongly recommend that you taste it yourself. Such exquisite mead should not be wasted." Johnny lowered his voice for the latter part. Ignoring the astonishment on Fury's face, he saluted and exited the office, leaving Fury alone with the barrel on the desk. Once Johnny had ascended in the elevator, Fury discreetly grasped the barrel, marveling at its vintage design and unfamiliar inscriptions that hinted at its extraordinary origins. He gently removed the wooden stopper, allowing a rich aroma to waft through the air, filling his nostrils with a fragrance he had never encountered before. The mere inhalation invigorated him, flooding his body with vitality. Perhaps this fellow speaks the truth. With this thought in mind, he contemplated delivering Johnny's report directly to his superiors, uncertain of their belief in its veracity. One question lingered in his mind. Should he take a sip? After much hesitation, he silently approached a nearby low cabinet and retrieved an exquisite goblet. Just a taste. On the beach near Tony Stark's villa, dozens of stunning Western women in bikinis frolicked in the surf. Johnny, clad in beach shorts, adjusted his sunglasses to conceal his admiring gaze. With keen eyesight, he scrutinized the curvaceous forms of the beachgoers. Aren't you going to join them in the water? Otherwise, I shall be left to slumber alone in solitude this evening. Tony, adorned in a casual ensemble, offered Johnny a glass of red wine as he spoke. There's no need for that, Johnny replied, downing the well-aerated wine. My constitution cannot withstand the onslaught of the voluptuous European damsels. Then you must practice more diligently, much like I do. My intimate life with Potts is indeed quite fulfilling. I truly admire her. As your girlfriend, she allows you to host unabashed swimwear parties. After all, I am Tony Stark, the most dashing and affluent gentleman in America. In the face of Tony's unabashed bravado, Johnny could only shake his head in silence. Yet, he could not deny the truth of his words, at least in terms of wealth. Isn't this a private gathering? Why invite so many CEOs of publicly traded companies? Tony reclined in the adjacent chair next to Johnny and elucidated, to raise funds, of course. Are you seriously in need of fundraising? Johnny questioned, incredulous. Did I not mention my plans to embark upon a clean energy project? Inviting those individuals is to secure investment for this endeavor. The more contributors, the lesser the risk. It's a foolproof venture. I see. One must admit, Tony's business acumen is indeed impressive. Under his stewardship, Stark Industries has ascended to the pinnacle of American enterprise, capable of shaking the very foundations of global commerce with a mere gesture. With the Iron Man suit as bait, he has no fear of them not taking the hook. A confident smile graced his lips as he spoke. Most affluent individuals are drawn by the allure of the Iron Man suit, and Tony skillfully exploits their avarice to ensure a continuous influx of capital. Just as he reveled in his triumph, his intelligent wristband buzzed with a message. Sir, the president of Oscorp requests a meeting with you. Please depart at your earliest convenience. Tony did not conceal this information, and Johnny overheard it clearly. The president of Oscorp? Norman Osborn? If memory serves me correctly, isn't he supposed to be bedridden? The Osborn family suffers from a rare hereditary ailment that typically manifests in adulthood, initially presenting as intermittent tremors in the limbs, without significantly impacting daily life. However, as one ages, the condition worsens, leading to a reliance on medical apparatus for survival in later years. This is also the reason Oscorp has been heavily invested in biotechnological research, as Osborn seeks every possible means to cure his affliction. Dr. Connor's lizard serum was one such endeavor, though it undoubtedly ended in failure. After all, who would wish to transform into an unsightly lizard creature? Isn't the president of Oscorp already semi-retired? Who is this current figure? Johnny inquired. It's no wonder you are unaware. During your recent absence, Norman Osborn resumed his position as president, reclaiming control of the corporation. Oh, it seems I have indeed missed a great deal, Johnny responded, concealing his surprise. If he was not mistaken, Norman Osborn must have cured his genetic illness through the injection of lizard serum. The terror of death left him with no alternative. Even at the peril of becoming a lizard man, he sought my collaboration solely to acquire the core technology of the Mark armor. Despite my repeated refusals, it seems he remains undeterred. Upon hearing this, Johnny shook his head in resignation. It appears Osborn has begun to evolve towards the Green Goblin persona, and the city of New York is poised to endure yet another tumultuous event. Perhaps I should pay a visit to Peter, since bringing him into S.H.I.E.L.D. He has enjoyed considerable freedom. I shall take my leave now. You may indulge in the company of the bikini-clad beauties. Do not miss them, for I have invested a significant sum to arrange this. After a light-hearted jest, Tony rose to depart. Just as Johnny was preparing to indulge himself, a cough interrupted from nearby. Turning his head, he found it was the Black Widow clad in a striking red bikini, her face adorned with a warm smile directed at him. Chapter 34. The emergence of the Green Goblin. Natasha stood before Johnny in her vibrant red bikini, exuding a serene demeanor. Though she was somewhat petite, her figure was remarkably balanced, and her sun-kissed skin, toned from exercise, radiated a sense of wild allure, especially complemented by the voluptuousness characteristic of Western women. Upon beholding the captivating Black Widow, Johnny lowered his sunglasses, revealing his amused eyes. Widow, what a splendid figure, he unabashedly praised. Natasha felt a rare sense of bashfulness in response to Johnny's candid compliment. Over the years, no one had dared to openly appraise her physique. Most merely cast lewd glances from the shadows. However, Johnny's gaze did not offend her. Perhaps it was because she regarded him as a younger brother. With this realization, Natasha sauntered to a nearby lounge chair, reclining comfortably. I heard you went missing for several days and ended up in a place called Asgard. Johnny nodded. After all, Natasha was also a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, one of their own, and there was no need to conceal such information from her. He recounted his unexpected transportation via the Bifrost, culminating in his attendance at Thor's coronation. He glossed over the incident of transforming into a colossal giant, as this extraterrestrial hero was not yet suitable for public exposure, at least until the Hydra agents infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. were dealt with. Johnny had no intention of assuming that identity again. Holding onto a trump card was essential for living comfortably in the Marvel Universe. In this world, one must always have a backup plan. Although the tale sounded somewhat fantastical, it was best that you return safely. I do not wish to lose another teammate. Seemingly satisfied with Johnny's narrative, Natasha languorously stretched in her lounge chair, her exquisite curves unmistakably on display. At the very least, that was his cursory assessment. As Johnny stealthily admired Natasha's figure, a resounding explosion erupted from Tony's villa. A figure adorned in a devilish mask and clad in green armor soared through the air above the beach, cradling the unconscious Tony Stark in his grasp. The Green Goblin. How could he possibly be here? Most alarmingly, he had captured Tony. With no time to ponder, Johnny decisively transformed into the gliding titan and pursued. The Green Goblin, perched on his glider, reveled in his triumph. He had secretly ambushed Tony near the villa while Tony was en route to his company, effortlessly ensnaring him with a pumpkin bomb. Now, all he needed was to return to the Osborn Corporation, where he could extract the core technology of the Mark armor from Tony's lips, thus elevating Osborn's military capabilities to rival Stark Industries. With his enhanced physique from the serum, the Green Goblin possessed abilities far beyond those of an ordinary human. He heard a buzzing sound approaching from behind. Turning to look, he spotted an enormous insect trailing him, and the distance between them was rapidly narrowing. Johnny flapped his wings with all his might, and as the gap closed, he unleashed a thick brownish-green slime from his mouth. The Green Goblin merely adjusted his course and deftly evaded the gooey assault. However, this maneuver inadvertently brought Johnny closer, prompting him to accelerate in an attempt to seize Tony from the Goblin's grasp. Yet, the Green Goblin sidestepped Johnny's claws with his extraordinary agility, retrieving several pumpkin bombs from his satchel and hurling them at Johnny. "Little bug, this prey is mine. You shall sample my specially crafted pumpkin bombs, sulfur flavor." Ha ha ha. As the Goblin's laughter echoed, the pumpkin bombs detonated mid-air, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of yellow smoke. Now, the little bug transforms into a dead bug. The exhilaration of extinguishing life sent a thrill through Osborn, prompting another maniacal laugh from beneath his mask. Suddenly, a frigid breath cut through the smoke, swiftly targeting the Goblin's glider below. An expansive blast of icy breath surged forth, catching the already complacent Green Goblin off guard. The extreme cold caused the glider to emit a sound of shattering metal. As Johnny transformed into the Frost Phantom, he flapped his wings and soared straight toward the precariously balanced Osborn. "Now, the devil shall become a drenched chicken. I hope you can swim. The shore is quite a distance away. Don't drown." Johnny squinted, taunting him with a stream of mockery. Had he not reacted swiftly and transformed from the gliding titan into the Frost Phantom, he would have met a gruesome fate, reduced to mere fragments of flesh. The Green Goblin struggled to regain control of his erratic glider, yet the imminent threat posed by the Ice Phantom was overwhelming. The added weight of both combatants further burdened the already malfunctioning craft, leaving him to make a fateful choice between Tony Stark and escape. "Blue Bat, are you perhaps Stark's pet? Your relentless pursuit serves no purpose." The Green Goblin, a manifestation of Osborn's serum-induced second personality, was devoid of any moral compass, driven solely by malevolence. Naturally, Johnny had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with such a fiend. Guess what? Johnny activated the unique ability of the Ice Phantom, becoming ethereal and vanishing into thin air. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The unexpected turn of events unleashed the Green Goblin's fury. He yearned to tear apart this bothersome bat. The Ice Phantom's intangibility allowed him to become completely invisible and to bypass any physical attacks. It was this extraordinary ability that had previously enabled Johnny to evade the Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs. Once more, he invoked his power of intangibility, inching closer to the Green Goblin, nearly within reach of Tony. Just as he was about to make contact, the Green Goblin let go, allowing Tony to plummet into the sea. "Go find your master, Bat, until we meet again." With that, he maneuvered the glider to make a hasty retreat. Damn it, I was outsmarted. Johnny revealed his true form, flapping his wings to catch Tony. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The Green Goblin had placed several pumpkin bombs on Tony's attire. Johnny swiftly tore the fabric from Tony's body and cast it aside, transforming into Thunderclap, cradling the unconscious Tony in a protective ball. Boom! In a tremendous roar, a yellow sphere was propelled into the ocean. After plunging into the water and swallowing a mouthful of seawater, Tony finally regained consciousness. Where am I? He supported himself on the soft surface, bewildered as he gazed at the surrounding sea. You're on my belly. Johnny, assuming the form of Thunderclap, floated on the surface in a backstroke. Johnny? Tony exclaimed. How did you end up here? No. How did we end up here? I'll explain later. The mere encounter with the Green Goblin had led to such an unfortunate fate. Johnny shuddered to think of the devastation the Goblin could wreak in the heart of New York City. His pumpkin bombs showed no favoritism, indiscriminately threatening the lives of officials and civilians alike. This adversary was far more formidable than any he had previously faced, as he operated without any moral boundaries. How do we get back to shore? Tony inquired. Sigh, Johnny lamented. He had a way, but he was reluctant to employ it. Damn. Ultimately, Johnny conceded, transforming into the formidable Great Fawn. As an extraterrestrial hero accustomed to aquatic life, returning to the shore was a trivial endeavor for him. However, now he had an additional companion, Tony. Come up. Johnny's voice resonated with profound solitude. Realizing the situation, Tony placed his hand upon Johnny's back and wrapped his legs around his waist. Hold on tight. I shall move as swiftly as possible. No problem. I maintain a regular fitness routine. As Johnny's legs converged into a swift fishtail, he propelled through the water, creating a cascade of white foam upon the surface. Last time it was Hawkeye, and now it was Tony. He vowed never to endure such a male-dominated experience again. Chapter 35. Peter's adventure atop the Empire State Building in New York City. A silhouette sat upon the railing without any safety gear, swaying to the rhythm of music. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have surely met with a fatal fall by now. Yet, he was Spider-Man, rendering the scenario plausible. As Peter savored the melodies, he kept a vigilant eye on the happenings below. Another peaceful night. Ever since he and Johnny had united to vanquish the lizard, he had not received a single directive from his superiors as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., as though he had been completely forgotten. Peter shook his head, dismissing the uninvited thoughts. Surely, he remained a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Johnny would never forget a comrade who fought alongside him. Of course, Peter had not been idle during these days. He often roamed the night, aiding the police in apprehending fleeing criminals, thus earning the moniker of the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. However, Police Chief George Stacy was somewhat irate, stubbornly believing that Spider-Man hindered law enforcement and repeatedly emphasized his intent to personally capture him in the news. If Mr. Stacy were to discover that Spider-Man was, in fact, his daughter's boyfriend, the expression on his face would be quite the spectacle. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from below the building, interrupting Peter's thoughts. A bank robbery? With his keen eyesight, he discerned the unfolding events. Donning a spider mask, he shot a web downward. With great power comes great responsibility. Peter adhered to these words, tirelessly upholding justice. Upon reaching the scene, he encountered a criminal laden with bundles of cash. He expertly shot a web that ensnared the backpack, yanking it forcefully, causing a portion of the stolen money to cascade onto the ground. Sir, robbing a bank is a grave offense. I advise you to surrender. Flint Marco remained unfazed. Having lived in New York for many years, he was well acquainted with Spider-Man's reputation and prowess. Yet, he could not relinquish the money. He needed it desperately. Only with such funds could he afford the exorbitant medical bills to heal his daughter's ailment. I apologize, Spider-Man, but I cannot part with this money. I need it. With that, his arm transformed into a mass of quicksand, expanding exponentially as it forcefully swung towards Peter. Upon witnessing the colossal fist barreling towards him, Peter swiftly shot out a web, using its elasticity to leap to the ceiling. The fist missed Peter entirely, instead shattering the bank's bulletproof glass into a million fragments. This extraordinary ability to alter one's physical form was something Peter had only witnessed in one individual before. He quipped, "Dear criminal, do you happen to possess a black watch as well? Yet, I did not perceive any green light earlier. Could you be a genuine extraterrestrial? I have no idea what you're talking about." At that moment, he had transformed his entire body into sand and, right beneath Peter's gaze, enveloped the scattered bills in his sandy form. "Please do not ignore me. My tender heart is quite susceptible to injury." As he spoke, Peter shot out another web, latching onto the wrappings around the Sandman, yanking them away with great force. The wrappings, carrying some sand, fell to the ground, and Peter gazed in astonishment at the Sandman's hollow chest, exclaiming, "You remain unscathed?" Your healing abilities surpass those of the lizard. Seeing his money being whisked away, the Sandman decided to no longer hold back. He expanded his form several times over, occupying a significant portion of the bank. Peter's available space for evasion shrank dramatically, and he had to rely on his spider sense and agile reflexes to dodge the Sandman's relentless assaults. Some fine grains of sand even infiltrated his mask, causing him to cough involuntarily. How disgusting. To Peter, these fine grains felt akin to the Sandman's dead skin, and merely having them enter his nostrils filled him with revulsion. Amidst the ongoing struggle, the wailing of police sirens echoed from outside. As if sharing a silent understanding, both adversaries momentarily ceased their conflict. Through the bank's glass, Peter observed the gathering police cars and officers establishing a perimeter. He confidently declared, "Now you cannot escape, criminal. I suggest you surrender to lessen your sentence." The Sandman, realizing his time was running short, ceased his tussle with Peter and swiftly grabbed 2 bags of money, transforming into quicksand as he made his escape through the door. "Do not think you can take that away." Peter shot out a web, but regrettably, he could only retrieve 1 bag. He could not allow the Sandman to flee. He discarded the money onto the ground and, with the aid of his web, pursued the Sandman in the direction of his escape. The officers stationed at the entrance, initially startled by the Sandman, were further taken aback by the sudden appearance of Spider-Man. The Sandman fled down the street, while Peter, utilizing his web-slinging abilities, relentlessly pursued him. The distance between them diminished rapidly, and just as Peter was about to catch up, the Sandman dashed around corner. Peter severed the web, cautiously advancing forward. Upon reaching the corner, he left behind a package brimming with dollars, while a trickle of sand continuously poured into the narrow drain entrance. Utilizing his ability to transform into sand, the Sandman made his successful escape. He will undoubtedly return, Peter declared with certainty. He shot out a strand of webbing to retrieve the package from the ground, leaping onto the high wall and swinging away with agility. Inside the bank, Director George led several officers in counting the cash at the scene to ascertain the amount that was missing. Suddenly, a familiar sound reached his ears, followed by a package filled with dollars descending from above, landing squarely at his feet. A yellow sticker adorned it, reading, "Delivered by your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." "What a meddlesome fellow," George muttered as he tore off the sticker, proceeding to tally the cash alongside the newly acquired package. Beside the dilapidated street, a rusted manhole cover emitted a thudding noise. Flint Mark emerged from within, no longer in his Sandman guise, but appearing as an ordinary man. He approached a run-down 2-story apartment, hesitating with his hand poised to knock. A look of melancholy crossed his face, and with a sigh, he turned to leave. Just as he descended the steps, the door swung open. "Daddy!" A little girl rushed towards him. Mark immediately lifted her, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. "Penny, my dear." A woman standing at the door spoke. "Come in. Penny has missed you." Once the door closed, the family cherished a fleeting moment of reunion. "Daddy, when will I get better?" Penny innocently inquired while seated on Mark's lap. A flicker of hesitation crossed Mark's gaze, but he resolutely replied, "Don't worry. Daddy will soon gather enough money, and then we will go to the best hospital in New York." "Yay!" Looking at his daughter's joyful smile, Mark resolved to undertake another job. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door snapped Mark back to vigilance. It could very well be the police. He gently set Penny down and stealthily approached the door. Slipping the bolt, he clenched his right fist, visibly transforming into sand at a remarkable speed. To his surprise, a green creature donned in a devilish mask stood at the threshold. But what truly halted the Sandman was the sight of 2 large bags of cash in the creature's hands. The Green Goblin tossed the money at Mark's feet. Speaking in a flippant tone, "Mr. Sandman, would you be interested in striking a deal?" Chapter 36. The Green Goblin's Threat in the Elongated Black Maybach. Pepper Potts was meticulously reviewing documents resting on the adjacent seat. Ever since Tony was kidnapped by the Green Goblin and had to remain in the villa to recuperate, Pepper, as Tony's girlfriend, had naturally assumed the role of acting CEO. She needed to identify any textual loopholes within the documents to prevent Stark Industries from suffering significant losses due to contractual issues. In truth, this was not much different from her usual work, aside from the need to routinely convene board meetings. Ultimately, all documents handled by Potts still required Tony's handwritten signature. The only distinction lay in the change of signing location from the office to a private villa. No, Potts's mind suddenly recalled that ever since she and Tony had expressed their affections for one another, Most of the documents had indeed been signed in the villa, specifically in Tony's bedroom. Setting the documents aside, Potts gazed through the car window, admiring the scenery along the way. A KFC appeared within her line of sight, prompting her to exclaim, "Happy, pull over." As Tony's longtime bodyguard and driver, he naturally understood that Potts' stop was for a specific purpose. It was well known that Tony Stark's favorite food was cheeseburgers. Miss Potts, Tony will undoubtedly be thrilled with the surprise you bring him. She could only hope that after indulging in the cheeseburger, he would swiftly recover. She had no desire to attend another tedious and monotonous company meeting. Despite her words, her expression betrayed no dissatisfaction. Upon entering, however, Potts was not greeted by the KFC staff, but rather by the Green Goblin. "Miss, would you care for a hamburger?" he suggested, tilting his head. The green mask and armored suit instantly revealed his identity to Potts. He was the very perpetrator who had kidnapped Tony that fateful day. Aware that she stood no chance against him, she swiftly turned to flee. She tugged desperately at the door handle, but it refused to budge. What was wrong with this door? It had just been opened moments ago. Soon, she discovered the reason. The yellow sand at the entrance coalesced into a humanoid form, Sandman Mark. The door was jammed because he had lodged sand within its bearings. Meanwhile, Happy, seated in the driver's seat, noticed the commotion and hastily exited the vehicle to rescue Potts. However, before he could approach, Sandman delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing onto the hood of the Maybach, rendering him unconscious. "Happy!" Potts cried out in alarm upon witnessing this scene. At that moment, the Green Goblin approached from behind and struck her unconscious with a swift blow. "Excellent. Everything is now in place," Norman Osborn mused with a smirk beneath his demonic mask. All that remained was to wait for the bait to be taken. "General." Johnny executed a double cannon lock on Tony's Red Knight, holding him firmly in place. No, I made a mistake just now. This move doesn't count." Tony repositioned Johnny's cannon, preparing to seek an alternative route to victory. "Don't be so petty. You've already taken back several moves. This is the last time." The very last time, Johnny sighed, rolling his eyes. He had made similar claims during his previous 2 attempts. Taking back a move had become a futile endeavor. "I refuse to believe that with my intellect, I cannot master the intricacies of Eastern chess. The cultural richness of Eastern University is profound, and it is not something one can master in short time. Given this, let us engage in another match. We shall consider the previous game a draw." With no victor declared, Tony would not allow Johnny to decline, as he swiftly rearranged the entire chessboard. "Very well, but continuing in such a manner lacks excitement. Let us introduce a wager." "What kind of wager?" "How about $10,000 per game?" Upon hearing this modest sum, Tony readily accepted. For him, $10,000 and $100,000 bore little distinction, and he would gladly play with Johnny for an entire night, even if the stakes were $1 million. Truly, he is the wealthiest in the Marvel Universe, a veritable cash cow. Johnny had previously engaged in chess matches with the elderly in the park for many years. The earlier double cannon check was merely a warm-up, and now he intended to demonstrate the true value of his title as the park's chess prodigy. Of course, Johnny's visit to the villa was not solely for the purpose of exploiting Tony, but primarily to protect him. Since Osborn's target was the core technology of the Mark suit, it was certain that he would attempt to strike again following his earlier failure. At that point, he and Tony could mount a formidable 2-pronged attack against the Green Goblin, delivering a significant surprise. As time swiftly passed, when Tony lost his 30th wager of $10,000, the sky began to darken. Ultimately, with 30 consecutive defeats to his name, Tony generously settled his debt with Johnny. Upon hearing the notification of the funds being transferred, a smile of delight spread across Johnny's face that he could not suppress. The thrill of victory, coupled with financial gain, was irresistible. Indeed, he had struck it rich. "Where's Pepper? Why hasn't she returned yet? It's quite late." After concluding his chess match with Johnny, Tony noticed that it was already midnight, and the sky had completely darkened. Ordinarily, Potts should have arrived at the villa long ago to report on the company's operations for the day. Could something have gone awry? A sense of foreboding crept into Tony's mind. "Sir, Miss Potts requests a video call with you. Would you like to answer?" Jarvis's voice emanated from his wrist device. Without hesitation, Tony replied, "Connect." However, the visage on the screen was that of a demon, with Potts and Happy bound to exposed steel rebar, suspended in midair behind him. Seeing this scene, Tony seethed with anger and demanded, "Green Goblin, what are you planning? Potts and the others are innocent. Release them at once." "Ha ha ha." The Green Goblin reveled in Tony's fury, tilting his head back at an exaggerated angle, his mirth echoing through the air. Suddenly, his laughter ceased. He leaned closer to the screen, and under the moonlight, his demonic mask appeared exceedingly sinister. Tony Stark, it is a pity that I did not capture you last time. You ought to express your gratitude to your pets. Had it not been for them, I would have imprisoned you in my basement for some delightful torment. Pets? Tony could not recall having any pets. He had certainly possessed a plethora of luxury cars. Johnny stood in the background of the screen, completely unseen by the Green Goblin. Upon hearing the Green Goblin mention the term pet, a flicker of disdain crossed his lips. He then gestured towards Tony, extending his index finger toward himself. It appeared that the Green Goblin regarded Johnny's extraterrestrial hero as a mere pet. Familiar with Johnny's alien prowess, he found no humor in the matter. What conditions must you meet to release them? Precisely, conversing with an astute individual is quite convenient. The Green Goblin traced circles in the air with his right hand, ultimately pointing to the very center of the screen. What I desire is you, Tony Stark. I require all the data pertaining to your Iron Man suits. Upon hearing this, Tony's brow furrowed deeply, for those were the fruits of his lifelong labor. In the hands of such a deranged individual, they would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for the world, an outcome he could not bear to witness. I advise you to make a swift decision. Otherwise, Miss Potts may fare well. But the ropes binding Mr. Happy beside her won't hold for much longer. Time was of the essence. Tony had no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. That is more like it. The exchange will take place right here. I suggest you come alone, without any peculiar accompaniments. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your friends. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Chapter 37. Who doesn't he have contacts? On the outskirts of New York City, within an abandoned building left desolate by a fleeing owner, the suspended Potts appeared somewhat pallid. Yet, she had no time to dwell on her physical state. Instead, she relentlessly encouraged Happy beside her. Happy, hang in there a little longer. Tony will surely come to our rescue. Happy's condition was dire, already somewhat overweight. The constraints of the ropes rendered him breathless, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. The extensive dehydration left him dizzy, devoid of any strength to respond to Potts. Witnessing Happy's imminent collapse, Potts felt an overwhelming urgency. She could only silently pray for Tony to locate them swiftly. After concluding his call with Tony, the Green Goblin stood alone atop the building, surveying his surroundings. He merely needed to wait for Tony to deliver his Iron Man suit, which would perfect the Osborn Group's powered armor, enabling even ordinary individuals to wield it effortlessly. As for the life of the suspended hostage, he held it in utter disregard. A brilliant idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Since the decision-makers of Stark Enterprises were all present, why not eliminate them entirely? This way, the Osborn Group could dominate the military industry, achieving global supremacy. A flawless plan, yielding multiple benefits. The roar of a sports car interrupted his musings as Tony Stark arrived with his Iron Man suit. The Green Goblin activated his glider, gracefully descending before him. Tony Stark, it has been quite some time. It is truly regrettable that I did not take you away earlier. Your attire is rather comical. Have you mistaken the date? It is not Halloween, and I have no candy to offer you. Faced with the very individual who had once kidnapped him, Tony naturally afforded him no pleasant demeanor. The Green Goblin, far from being enraged, found amusement in the situation. It was precisely such individuals that warranted his utmost effort to eliminate. However, he needed to ascertain whether any trickery was afoot. Have you brought the Iron Man suit I requested? If not, your friend may not endure much longer. Tony opened the trunk of his sports car, retrieving a black metallic case. This was the Mark VI, a portable Iron Man suit, vastly superior to the tattered armor he currently wore. The Green Goblin harbored no doubts. He had kept abreast of the news while bedridden, and was well aware of the suit's existence, for it was through this very suit that Tony had evaded Ivan Vanko's assassination attempts. However, black? Was it supposed to be a vibrant amalgamation of yellow and red? Tony noticed the Goblin's hesitation and explained, this has been refurbished and has yet to be painted. This clarification significantly assuaged the Green Goblin's suspicions. Without the Iron Man suit, he was merely an ordinary man. A single pumpkin bomb could easily claim his life. Excellent. Truly befitting the president of Stark Industries, he thought as he accepted the briefcase from Tony. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. According to our agreement, release Pepper and Happy. Mr. Stark, allow me to share a secret with you, the Green Goblin declared as he activated his glider. Demons do not honor their promises. They exist solely to annihilate. He produced a pumpkin bomb from his satchel, intent on obliterating Tony. Unbeknownst to him, a green ring emerged at the center of the black case. In the next instant, the case began to autonomously assemble, revealing a black mech beside him. Before he could react, the mech effortlessly knocked the pumpkin bomb from the goblin's grasp and tightened its grip around his neck, applying relentless pressure. I, too, wish to share a secret with you. Only a fool would believe the words of a demon. The speaker was Johnny, transformed into the shape-shifting creature. Struggling against a vice-like grip, the Green Goblin fought desperately. Yet, despite his superhuman physique, he was no match for the enhanced Iron Man suit. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, his rage surged as he bellowed, "Mark attack!" No sooner had he uttered the command than the ground began to tremble irregularly, with sand and debris coalescing towards a nearby abandoned dump truck. The earth within the truck steadily coalesced into a humanoid form, first a head, then a torso, and finally limbs. A giant composed entirely of sand and dirt materialized before them. "Wow, this is rather unfortunate," Johnny couldn't help but exclaim. Osborn's accomplice was a Sandman, an utterly illogical development that shattered Johnny's understanding of the Marvel narrative. However, there was no time for contemplation. The Sandman swung his massive fists down upon him. With no other option, Johnny temporarily relinquished the Green Goblin and took to the skies, using his thrusters to evade the oncoming assault. Cough! The Green Goblin lay on the ground, incessantly coughing, a searing pain radiating from his neck. Had it not been for the Sandman's intervention, he might have truly met his demise. "Mark, deal with the hostages first. I want them to witness the consequences of crossing me." Upon hearing this, Mark ceased his assault on the airborne Johnny and instead channeled his strength into a punch that struck the building's load-bearing wall. The tremendous force caused the already shoddy structure to tremble precariously. With another blow, the building could no longer withstand the pressure and began to collapse. As the edifice crumbled, the Green Goblin erupted into manic laughter, eagerly anticipating Tony's reaction. Yet there was no sorrow, no rage. Tony Stark stood calmly with his arms crossed, meeting his gaze. This unexpected demeanor baffled the Goblin. Was Stark really so unfazed by the demise of two such close individuals, his beloved girlfriend and his longtime driver, before his very eyes? "Tony Stark, you." The Green Goblin's words were abruptly cut off as an expensive high-heeled shoe struck him on the head. "Rude fellow, this is the consequence of your abduction," came the voice of Potts, who should have perished in the rubble. "Wait, you were supposed to be dead. How are you here?" "I'm not the only one who can call out," Johnny remarked disdainfully as he descended from the sky. "I've mingled within S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long. I know far more people than you, who just crawled out of bed." With a sound akin to a web-slinger in action, Peter, adorned in his Spider-Man suit, appeared before them. The Green Goblin finally grasped who had rescued the hostages. "Damn it, it's that Spider-Man. Why is he here?" "Mr. Stark, your bodyguard could use a diet. His current weight hardly meets the standards for a bodyguard," Peter said, gently setting Happy down from his shoulder. Tony nodded, his expression serious. "I believe this kidnapping will motivate him to lose some weight." Johnny detached himself from the iron suit and addressed the Green Goblin. "Now it's 3 against 2. Perhaps you should consider surrendering, Mr. Osborn." Chapter 38. The Green Goblin's Rampage. "You know my identity?" The Green Goblin's gaze sharpened, his expression turning sinister as he regarded Johnny. He had prided himself on his ability to conceal his identity, believing no one could discern the truth. Even his personal secretary remained unaware. "Your powered armor is not inferior to the iron suit, and your physical prowess far exceeds the norm. Few possess the core technology that Tony requires." Johnny spoke earnestly. Indeed, much of this insight stemmed from Johnny's understanding of the narrative. The Goblin had concealed himself well, but could he truly deceive a time traveler? "Since you are aware of my true identity, none of you shall leave here alive. You will all perish today." He reboarded his glider, preparing for a desperate fight against them. One truly does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Would it not be wiser to surrender sooner? Johnny prepared to transform into the Ice Phantom to engage him in combat, but was halted by Tony, who interjected, "Allow me. I have yet to settle the score for the abduction incident at the villa. Today, he shall witness the disparity between his power armor and my Mark armor." Now clad in Mark 6, Tony was determined to teach this fiend a lesson. Indeed, the clash between two corporate titans, each adorned in cutting-edge armor, was a rare spectacle. "Pepper, please take Happy to the hospital. We shall handle the rest," Tony instructed. Very well, but do exercise caution, she replied before driving off in Tony's luxurious car. With both parties unencumbered by concerns, they were free to engage in earnest combat. Tony and the Green Goblin soared into the sky, for the air was their true battlefield. This left only Johnny and Peter to confront the colossal Sandman. Peter, be careful. In his current form, a single blow could incapacitate either of us. No worries. I've dealt with him before. Peter waved at the Sandman. Isn't that right, Mr. Bank Robber? Spider-Man, the Sandman growled, his deep voice laced with resentment from their previous encounter. With a brief reminder, Johnny transformed into the Human Torch, flames erupting from his hands. I wonder if your sand can withstand my searing flames. 2 fireballs were hurled, striking the Sandman's chest with precision. The intense heat caused the sand to begin melting, a faint burning sensation radiating from his body. The Sandman hastily discarded the hissing clumps of sand, but it was too late. The sand at his chest had already transformed into a large chunk of impure glass. It appeared to be quite effective. The Sandman's vulnerabilities were not limited to water. He also feared extreme heat, and Johnny, as the Human Torch, was an expert in wielding fire. The elemental advantage was fully realized. Aware that Johnny was his nemesis, the Sandman ceased holding back, propelling his massive form toward them. With a thunderous boom, a colossal fist descended, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Yet, as is well known, where there is smoke, there is no harm. In the split second before the fist struck, Peter utilized his webbing to soar away, while Johnny, emboldened, leaped onto the Sandman's fist using the propulsion of his flames. Perhaps this hand is best left unused. Consider it a weight loss opportunity. Flames, fierce and blazing, enveloped Johnny's fist as he unleashed a blow, infused with intense heat. Upon the Sandman's wrist, the sand began to glow red and melt, and with a crack, the Sandman lost one of his hands. Roaring in agony, he quickly reformed another hand from surrounding sand, but the pain from the severed limb elicited a pained howl. Rising to his feet, he lifted his foot to stomp down on Johnny. Suddenly, 2 strands of webbing latched onto his foot, and Peter exerted a powerful tug, interrupting the Sandman's downward motion. Well done, Peter. Seizing the opportunity presented by his adversary's weakened state, Johnny conjured a massive fireball, directing it toward the Sandman's ankle. The extreme heat caused the sand to swiftly melt, transforming into crystalline glass. With 1 foot incapacitated, the Sandman could no longer support his immense frame and toppled to the ground. Yet, the encounter was far from over. The Sandman began to reassemble the sand, quickly reforming into a smaller version of his former self. This foe proved to be quite formidable, and prolonging the battle seemed futile. A new strategy was imperative. As Johnny pondered his next move, he deftly evaded the Sandman's attacks. Perhaps due to the diminished quantity of sand he could manipulate, the Sandman's movements became noticeably more agile, and several of his strikes nearly grazed Johnny. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Johnny's mind. Confident in the feasibility of his plan, he called out to Peter, "Peter, lend me a hand and toss me toward him." "Are you sure?" Peter replied, diligently using his webbing to obscure the Sandman's vision. Despite his reservations, he chose to heed Johnny's command, launching him forward with a powerful swing of his arms. Just as the Sandman cleared the webbing from his face, he found Johnny smiling before him. Before the Sandman could comprehend the situation, Johnny's voice rang out, "Take this, Big Bang." Flames erupted violently, in the Sandman's astonished gaze. The sand on his body began to melt away rapidly, attempting to swat Johnny, who was suspended in the air, unleashing flames. The Sandman's arm disintegrated into shards of glass before it could fully extend. No, this cannot be. Realizing the effectiveness of his assault, Johnny intensified the flames. "I am now supercharged." Once the Sandman was fully crystallized, Johnny ceased his fiery onslaught and gracefully descended to the ground, panting heavily. The flames atop his head had diminished in ferocity, evidently sapping his energy. Peter descended from the rubble, steadying Johnny's shoulder. What a masterpiece. This could very well become a notable attraction for the public. Before Johnny could respond, a resounding whoosh echoed above them. The Green Goblin piloted his smoke-belching glider, plummeting towards them. By sheer coincidence, it crashed directly onto the crystallized Sandman, scattering glass fragments in all directions. "My apologies for defacing your artwork," Tony quipped, though he was in a less-than-ideal state himself. His once pristine armor was now battered and worn. The arc reactor in his chest dimmed. Nevertheless, he had triumphed, reaffirming that Stark Industries' Iron Man suit was indeed more formidable. The Green Goblin brushed the glass shard from his face and removed his mask, blood trickling from a wound sustained in the crash. "Surrender, Mr. Osborn. You have nowhere left to flee." Johnny stepped forward, offering a word of counsel. "Defeat? I refuse to accept such failure. The term failure cannot possibly exist within Norman Osborn's lexicon. Alas, it is futile to reason with a wretched specter. One can only converse with the judge." Tony raised his hand and shot forth 2 ropes, binding him tightly. The Green Goblin struggled incessantly, his fury once again igniting the serum within as the reptilian genes began to consume his body. The corners of his mouth gradually split open. Intricate green scales swiftly crawled up his neck, and Tony's ropes were being stretched by the transforming form. This is dire. The serum within him has gone berserk. Such a transformation transpired in mere seconds, and amidst the shards of glass, the visage of the Green Goblin was no longer visible. It was replaced by the grotesque countenance of a lizard man. Chapter 39. The Death of Osborn Roar. The lizard man's slit-like pupils coldly scanned each face in the vicinity as he unleashed a furious roar. "Quick, fall back." Despite Johnny's warning, Tony, being merely human, could not react with the same swiftness as the others and was struck by the lizard man's tail, crashing into the debris beside him. "Sir, multiple contusions have been detected on your shoulder. I need no reminder. I am well aware." Tony grimaced against the pain, retorting to J.A.R.V.S. Not only that, but the legs of his suit had also sustained severe damage, rendering him immobile for the time being. Johnny, witnessing Tony's injury, cast an increasingly hostile glance at the lizard man. After all, Tony was his friend. They had shared meals, drinks, and flirtations. More importantly, he was exceedingly generous. The majority of the funds Johnny had accumulated had been drawn from Tony. If anything were to befall Tony here, Johnny would likely never forgive himself. "Since you have sought your own demise, do not blame me." Johnny pressed the emblem on the Human Torch's chest, transforming into another extraterrestrial hero, Mighty Tyrannosaurus. This was Johnny's latest acquisition from the card draws, one of the strongest beings in the universe, surpassing even the 4-armed tyrant. "Let's engage in a duel, Osborn." With that, Johnny lunged towards the lizard man, seizing the moment while it was still unprepared, and delivered a powerful blow to its head, sending the lizardified Osborn flying several dozen meters away. Green blood trickled from the corner of Osborn's mouth, and a few fallen fangs lay scattered on the ground, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yet before he could rise, Johnny bent low and leaped high into the air, propelled by the force of gravity, crashing down upon the lizard man. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed from the lizard man's form. When all was silent, Johnny finally departed from atop him. However, before Johnny could distance himself, Osborn slowly began to rise once more. Thanks to the potent healing abilities of the reptilian genes, his wounds had healed significantly, and he had swollen in size, now scarcely resembling a human form, having fully devolved into a massive cold-blooded creature. "Osborn, how mad must you be to inject so much lizard serum into yourself?" The utterly deranged Osborn was incapable of responding to Johnny's inquiry. His sole desire was to rend apart the creature before him and obliterate everything in his vicinity. He opened his maw in a furious roar and lunged at Johnny on all fours, resembling a genuine lizard. Johnny extended his hand to halt Osborn's gaping jaws, only to be propelled backward by the tremendous force, leaving deep, alarming fissures in the concrete beneath them, under the immense, biting power of the lizard man. The mighty arm of Johnny began to seep blood, waves of pain coursing through his nerves. Yet, Johnny remained unfazed, gazing into Osborn's emotionless eyes. He uttered, "Have you truly devolved into a monster? What a pitiable creature you are. Allow me to grant you release. After all, monsters are destined to be vanquished by heroes." Johnny swung his fist into Osborn's abdomen, and even in his feral state, Osborn instinctively felt a surge of excruciating pain, forcing him to relinquish his grip on Johnny's arm. In an instant, Johnny seized Osborn's reptilian head, lifting him high above, the sudden sensation of weightlessness causing Osborn to thrash in desperation. Yet, it was futile. He could not escape the grasp of Johnny's powerful hand. The resounding crash as Osborn met the ground echoed ominously, the tremendous impact fracturing the earth beneath him. Terror gripped him. His animal instincts urged him to flee from Johnny, the harbinger of doom. But it was not yet over. "You shall accompany me in this game." Johnny grasped Osborn's tail and hefted him once more, slamming him back to the ground. The lizard man was toyed with as Johnny wielded him with impunity, utterly unable to resist. Again and again, until the ground was awash with the green blood of the lizard man, Johnny finally ceased his assault. At that moment, Osborn had been utterly transformed beyond recognition. His bones grotesquely exposed, and his innards laid bare. Even with extraordinary healing abilities, he could not be pulled back from the brink of death. Johnny exhaled, casting Osborn's lifeless body to the ground, now devoid of any motion. After vanquishing Osborn, Johnny's form began to shimmer with a green light. It was time for his transformation to revert from the mighty being. "Wow, how revolting. This is simply dreadful," Tony remarked, lifting his visor to survey the grim spectacle that was Osborn. "He has completely devolved into a mindless beast. It is better for him to perish here than to pose a danger to others." Tony nodded in agreement. Should such a monster escape, it would undoubtedly lead to numerous casualties, necessitating immense government resources to eliminate him. Peter approached Johnny, witnessing such a gruesome scene for the first time as a university student. Unlike Tony, he had observed the entirety of Johnny's brutal confrontation with Osborn as an onlooker. During this time, he contemplated offering assistance. Yet it was evident that Johnny did not require it. He single-handedly vanquished the thoroughly lizard-like Osborn. "So, shall we indulge in dinner at my residence?" Tony suggested casually, stretching his shoulders. "Now, might it be too late?" Peter replied. "Not at all, Peter. Let me assure you, this fellow is an immensely wealthy tycoon. Even at midnight, he could summon an entire team of chefs to his home with a mere phone call." Johnny draped his arm around Peter's shoulder, lavishly extolling the opulence of Tony's lifestyle. Unperturbed by Johnny's embellishments, Tony simply shrugged. After all, he had lived such a life. Playboy, scientist, race car driver, capitalist, his titles were too numerous to count on one hand. "Oh, by the way," Johnny turned to Tony and casually remarked, "now that the president of the Osborn Corporation is deceased, have you considered acquiring it?" "Acquire the Osborn Corporation?" Johnny nodded. "Not to mention, the Osborn Corporation ranks among the elite in the field of genetic engineering. Rather than fearing the emergence of another menace like the Flyman or Mantis Man, it would be prudent to seize control and eliminate this unstable factor. It would be challenging, as it is a well-established company, but purchasing some shares to become a stakeholder is certainly a possibility. As a shareholder, one could participate in the management. Previously, the presence of Osborn as the founder hindered stakeholder involvement in decision-making. With his demise, the Osborn Corporation will undoubtedly undergo a significant upheaval. At that point, seizing the opportunity during a stock price plunge would be advantageous. As Johnny and the others distanced themselves, a small cluster of pebbles in the serene ruins began to coalesce with the wind, and as more sand converged, the Sandman, Mark, was resurrected once more. However, his gaze remained tranquil, disregarding the remnants of Osborn on the ground as he silently made his way towards the streets of New York City. "The transaction is complete, Osborn." Chapter 40. To your right, by the riverside of Washington, the sun ascended, casting golden rays upon the water, while a gentle breeze invigorated the senses. "Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale," Johnny incessantly murmured, striving to regulate his breath and keep pace. Ahead of him, Captain America, Steve, wore a contented expression, deliberately slowing his stride to match Johnny's rhythm. Observing Steve's demeanor, Johnny felt a swell of frustration. Despite having consumed copious amounts of Odin's private stash of exquisite brews, enhancing his physical prowess, he still struggled to keep up with Steve. Both were clad in workout attire, beads of sweat beginning to form on Johnny's brow, while Steve appeared remarkably refreshed. Without comparison, there is no pain. His lungs felt as though they were ablaze. To maintain his rhythm, Johnny chose to disregard Steve's presence and fix his gaze on the horizon, resolutely striving to banish any thoughts of abandoning his run. In accordance with his usual routine, one might expect him to be still in bed, engaged in a battle with Morpheus. Little did he anticipate being summoned by Steve for a morning workout. Although he possessed extraordinary capabilities, a trivial timepiece. He mused that physical training seemed less pragmatic than indulging in another round of 10 consecutive draws. Just as he contemplated surrendering to fatigue, a familiar figure materialized ahead, a certain Sam Wilson, once a member of the U.S. Air Force's paratrooper rescue team. He had executed classified operations under the Falcon program. Now in retirement, he was serving at the Veterans Affairs Office alongside Steve. Indeed, Johnny could only recall one specific memorable moment involving him. Very well. Let me take this opportunity to humiliate this ordinary human. With an impulsive surge of speed, Johnny surpassed Steve, swiftly closing the gap to Sam, who was not far ahead. To your right, he declared with a stoic expression, then continued on without a backward glance. Initially perplexed, Steve could not fathom why Johnny had suddenly accelerated past him. However, upon observing Johnny's antics, he found them amusing. Quietly, he too quickened his pace, positioning himself to Sam's left. To your left, he called out, maintaining his pursuit of Johnny. As the dormitory head for veterans, Sam was now utterly bewildered. What was the meaning of this? One moment they were greeting him, and the next they dashed away without a second glance. Was this a provocation? Indeed, it felt like a challenge. The utterance of their words ignited a spark of pride within the veteran, prompting him to accelerate in an attempt to catch up with the two. Yet to his dismay, the distance between them only widened with each stride. Who were these individuals? In Sam's gaze, they continued to grow more distant until they vanished from sight. Realizing he could no longer keep pace, he ceased his sprint and gradually regulated his breathing, reverting to his previous rhythm. In the calmness that enveloped him, two familiar footfalls echoed from behind. Could it be? To your right, to your left. The duo flanked him, surpassing him without so much as a glance. He uttered a string of expletives, still unaware that his ordeal was only just beginning. To your left, to your right. Johnny and Steve persistently repeated their mischievous prank. After some time, as he leaned against a small tree, panting heavily, Sam sought to steady his breath. Hey, not too shabby, my friend, Johnny said as he approached, offering him a chilled can of cola. You two monsters, Sam exclaimed, cracking open the cola and savoring its refreshing taste, which rejuvenated him. Steve soon joined them. Though he held not cola, but a standard bottle of mineral water, as a fitness enthusiast, he was averse to sugary beverages. I'm Steve, and this is Johnny. Steve sat in the shade, introducing himself and Johnny. I am Sam, the dormitory manager for the World War II veterans. It's a pleasure to meet you, Captain. You've managed to keep up with us for 5 rounds. Your stamina is impressive. It seems you've maintained your fitness since returning from the battlefield. Consider a compliment. Sam chuckled self-deprecatingly. But Johnny, how did you manage to run so swiftly? It's a blessing from God, Johnny replied mysteriously. He had no intention of sharing the truth with Sam. His speed was a result of indulgent revelry, having nearly emptied Odin's private collection alongside Thor. Of course, Tony had partaken as well, having secretly brought back a portion of it to Earth. As for the effects, Johnny found it difficult to comment. According to Happy, during that time, Potts often worked late, suggesting the outcome was likely favorable. A blessing from God? Sam echoed, completely bewildered by Johnny's words. Never mind. I'll treat you to some later, and you'll understand, Johnny replied. Right, Steve? Hearing this, Steve sighed. He felt that since Johnny had met Stark, he had become increasingly wayward, drinking heavily every 3 days and indulging in minor excesses every 2, all while reveling in Tony's lavish lifestyle. In an effort to rectify Johnny's poor habits, Steve had invited him to join in morning exercises. Yet it seemed a formidable task. Changing Johnny's nature would not be swift. Are you adjusting to life here? Steve asked. Sam chose not to dwell on the previous topic and instead inquired about Steve. As a fellow veteran, he was aware of Steve's return to America and knew that the illustrious Captain America had been dormant for 70 years, awakening from his icy slumber. Having been isolated for so long, Sam was concerned that Steve might struggle to adapt to this rapidly evolving era. After all, he was a hero in the hearts of the American people. I'm currently trying to adapt. Johnny has been introducing me to this new age, cyber CFS, bars, underground fighting arenas. These peculiar places have truly broadened my horizons. Sam nodded, reassured that with someone looking after Steve, he need not worry. He believed Steve would soon acclimate to the times and continue to protect the nation. Ding! Steve's phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw yet another mission notification. He returned the phone to his pocket and stood, addressing Johnny. It's time to go. We have a mission. All right, Johnny replied with a resigned expression. It was a pleasure meeting you, Sam. Let us go for another morning run sometime. I feel confident with you by my side. Sam, hearing this, felt a pang of exasperation. See you next time. He escorted them to the park's exit, where a red convertible awaited. I hope I didn't interrupt your conversation, Natasha, clad in a black bodysuit and gripping the steering wheel, inquired. Chapter 41. The Hydra exposed Black Widow. Are you certain the signal transmission point is here? Johnny inquired, as he kicked aside the debris strewn across the ground. His skepticism was understandable. The desolation of the area was striking. Rusted fences, dilapidated walls, and a ground overrun with weeds, all contributing to an air of utter abandonment. This is indeed the place. The radar signal cannot be mistaken, Natasha asserted confidently, clutching the radar device. In contrast to the others, Steve's expression was tinged with nostalgia. This was once my training ground. It has been a long time since then. So, these structures date back to World War II? No wonder it appears so forsaken. Easily scaling the fence, Johnny and the others ventured into the factory's interior. With a series of clicks, Natasha skillfully illuminated the decrepit establishment once more. It was a testament to the manufacturing prowess of America during the war, as the lights remained operational even to this day. Under the glow, a wall emblazoned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia came into view. This used to be S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve murmured, gazing at the wall. It seems this place harbors many secrets yet unknown to us. Natasha, still clutching the radar, pressed onward. They arrived at a row of cabinets cloaked in cobwebs and dust. Sharp-eyed Steve discerned a hidden secret and, securing his shield, exerted his full strength to push open one of the cabinets. Why is there an elevator hidden here? Steve questioned, perplexed, as he had no recollection of such an installation. Let us enter and find out. Isn't that why we're here? Johnny replied, trailing behind. He was fully aware that this basement served as Hydra's clandestine base. Yet witnessing it firsthand would be more convincing. Moreover, he was more concerned about the impending missile strike than the base itself. This is truly dire. However, this marks the beginning. Only through this revelation can Hydra be fully unmasked, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. to undergo a significant transformation. Descending in the elevator to the subterranean base, Natasha adeptly activated the computer with the disk she possessed. A scientist appearing strikingly reminiscent of a bobblehead materialized on the screen. Introducing himself as a deranged Hydra scientist, I have preserved myself within these over 2 million neural units, lurking in the shadows and secretly orchestrating everything. Hydra is akin to a parasite within S.H.I.E.L.D., quietly instigating wars across the globe. For every head severed, 2 more shall emerge. We are omnipresent. We manipulate pivotal moments in history. Captain, you are also a component of our plan, and your awakening has been within our control. Flashing on a screen were the faces of individuals marked for assassination. The Insight program will be activated once more, and Hydra shall reign over the world again. There is no escape for you. As he concluded his ominous proclamation, Natasha's phone erupted with alarms. A missile is relentlessly approaching, with just 30 seconds remaining. Damn it, Steve, filled with rage, hurls his shield, shattering the screen into smithereens. What shall we do? Natasha, too, is flustered as the missile draws ever closer. Stay calm, Johnny reassures them. Their plan was indeed flawless, utilizing dialogue to keep us here, stalling for time to ensure the missile would obliterate us. However, they have underestimated one crucial factor: my presence. Boom. The missile strikes the base with pinpoint accuracy, a mushroom cloud rising in its wake, rendering the factory utterly defunct. Above the ruins, an armed helicopter descends, lowering a ladder as a cadre of trained soldiers descends into the fiery wreckage, searching for Johnny and the others, determined to ensure no one survives this onslaught. Leading the charge is Rumlow, the S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical officer and a double agent for Hydra. Armed with a machine gun, he meticulously surveys the scene. Suddenly, amidst the debris, a yellow sphere stands out conspicuously, piquing his suspicion. He gestures for his team to follow, all readying their weapons to fire at a moment's notice. Indeed, this sphere is Johnny transformed into his explosive form, Thunderbolt. As footsteps draw nearer, Johnny senses the approach of Hydra members. If you have come to meet your demise, do not blame me. Johnny begins to spin his body, launching a fierce assault on the nearest soldier. The Hydra members, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, are caught off guard. It is only after Johnny takes down one of their own that Rumlow reacts, urgently commanding, "Fire!" That must be Johnny. He is still alive. The team swiftly pulls their triggers, aiming their guns at Johnny to unleash a barrage of bullets. Yet, The biological shell of Thunderbolt is not only resilient, but also exceedingly smooth. The bullets fail to harm Johnny and instead ricochet, striking some unfortunate souls among the ranks. The disastrous turn of events causes Rumlow to furrow his brow in concern, signaling his team to cease fire. Johnny, I know it's you. Surrender now. Hydra holds your abilities in high regard. Join us, and you shall enjoy untold riches. You have always loved money. Haven to you? Surely, you cannot refuse such an offer. His words strike a chord, yet Johnny is no longer in need of wealth. A mere request to Tony would suffice for all his desires. Seeing Johnny remain unmoved, Rumlow finds himself at a loss and instructs his team to alter their strategy. All members prepare grenades to throw at Johnny, but at that moment, from the nearby ruins, a shield emblazoned with a silver star soars through the air, executing a perfect arc to deftly knock down all the grenades in their hands. Disaster. As the grenades land at their feet, the only word that resonates in their minds is that single ominous term. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades detonate, claiming the lives of most members, while those fortunate enough to survive are left gravely injured, writhing in agony on the ground. Steve emerged from the shadows, a trace of dust lingering on his face. Rumlow, have you two betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D? In response to Steve's inquiry, Rumlow wiped the blood from his forehead, recounting how he had narrowly escaped death by dropping to the ground just as the explosion occurred. Steve, Hydra is the world's destiny. You cannot thwart us. Johnny stretched his body, carefully placing Natasha, who was wrapped within, onto the ground. Gazing at the unscathed group, Rumlow offered a wry smile. If it weren't for Johnny, you all would have perished here, and everything would have fallen under Hydra's control. You will not succeed. We still have Fury. The mention of Fury sent a chill through the group. Fury is in danger. Chapter 42. The Pursuit of Hydra on the bustling streets of Washington. Where traffic flowed incessantly and pedestrians thronged, Fury sat in his modified vehicle, waiting at a traffic light as 80s black rock music played in the background. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted his moment. This is Fury. Fury, are you all right? It was Johnny, his breaths quickened with urgency. Of course, I'm fine. Why are you calling me in the middle of a mission? Fury, you need to run now. Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. You are on their assassination list. Fury fell silent, momentarily doubting if this was merely a prank, but the thought dissipated swiftly. In the few seconds of contemplation, another voice broke through the static. Fury, Secretary Pierce, is also a Hydra mole. They have been orchestrating this for some time, intending to execute the Insight Plan to eliminate those deemed significant threats to the world. It was Steve who had delivered this grim warning, and Fury found himself fully convinced. I understand. With a brief reply, he ended the call and refocused his attention on his surroundings. With decades of military experience, he quickly accepted this almost unfathomable reality. Was S.H.I.E.L.D. truly riddled with Hydra agents? Had he spent years unwittingly aiding his greatest enemies? It was a hellish joke, but Fury could not afford a laugh. He steeled himself, employing years of counter-surveillance training to scan his environment. Indeed, as he observed, a police car was steadily approaching, its occupants casting furtive glances in his direction. Taking a deep breath, his grip on the steering wheel trembled slightly. The race for survival had begun. As the light turned green, Fury slammed down on the accelerator, his vehicle surging forth like a wild beast unleashed upon the pavement. The pursuing police car, caught off guard by sudden acceleration, fell far behind. The street serves as an essential thoroughfare to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and every turn is etched in Fury's memory. After navigating several intersections, the police vehicle that had been tailing him vanished completely. Once he had eluded his pursuers, Fury began to contemplate his next destination. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was rife with traitors, then every one of his private residences would undoubtedly be documented. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s clandestine methods overshadowing official channels, finding him would be a trivial endeavor. In search of a new sanctuary, he realized he must first lie low for a while. As long as he awaited the return of Johnny and the others, there was still hope for salvation. A jarring screech of brakes echoed, and before Fury's eyes, a collision unfolded, blocking the entire intersection. Passage was rendered impossible. To complicate matters, several police cars were quickly closing in. It was too late for him to escape their encirclement. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, and Fury's expression hardened, his fingers gripping the steering while turning pale from tension. He had no choice but to act. He could not resign himself to death in this spot. With a swift motion, he shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, causing the car to lurch backward. Under the vehicle's power, the police cars behind him began to be forced back. Excellent, this was feasible. He only needed to reverse a bit further to create an opening wide enough to flee. Suddenly, gunfire erupted as officers disembarked, their rifles blazing in unison before the watchful eyes of civilians, bullets sparking violently against the car's exterior. Fury's vehicle was fortified, with bulletproof glass and an armored body, all meticulously designed to ensure the driver's safety. Yet, even such defenses could not withstand the relentless barrage of gunfire. After wave upon wave of shooting, the car windows emitted a mournful cry, splintering into cracks. Each fissure brought Fury closer to the clutches of death. Clearly, escape was no longer an option. They had been astute enough to shoot out his tires, extinguishing any hope of survival. Damn it! Even the typically composed Fury could not suppress an expletive in such dire circumstances. There was no possibility of waiting for fate to take its course. He drew his sidearm, ready to fight to the bitter end. Old friend, I never imagined you would accompany me on my final journey. With practiced ease, he checked his weapon, adopting a resolute stance as he loaded the magazine. His gaze was steely, his body curled within the driver's seat, fingers tightly gripping the trigger. The moment his adversaries appeared, he would fire without hesitation. One death would be in vain. Two would be a triumph. As the only African-American director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he had not risen through mere connections. Back in the day, when I soared through the skies with Captain Marvel, you were nothing but a blip. The gunfire abruptly ceased, and a figure he had not anticipated materialized at the window. It was Tony Stark. He tapped on the nearly shattered glass, his tone laced with amusement. Director Fury, you seem to be in dire need of assistance. Does S.H.I.E.L.D indulge in the games akin to Mission Impossible? As an American citizen, I find this scene profoundly disheartening. Were it not for Johnny's phone call, he would never have believed that the agency founded by his father could harbor so many Hydra infiltrators. Upon his arrival in Washington, witnessing Fury under gunfire confirmed the veracity of Johnny's claims. Tony also received the unsettling revelation that he, too, was on Hydra's assassination list, ranked alongside world leaders. Reflecting on Johnny's congratulatory tone, Tony could only manage a resigned smile. J.A.R.V. assess whether there are any armed officers in the vicinity. While airborne, he had incapacitated everyone through automated targeting, yet it was prudent to verify for any oversight. Sir, the area is now solely occupied by bystanders, with no personnel possessing lethal weapons. However, calculations indicate that within half a minute, the crowd will reach its peak. Are you suggesting I should depart hastily? Indeed, sir. Impressive. J.A.R.V. Tony quipped lightly. Director Fury, we must leave at once. He yanked open the car door for Fury to exit. Without hesitation, Fury concealed his aged telephone and promptly joined Tony, resting a hand on his shoulder. Are you ready? We are about to take off. Tony wrapped his arm around Fury's waist, activating the thrusters beneath his suit, and swiftly ascended from the scene. At the highest floor of the triangular wing building, Secretary of Defense Pierce pounded his fist on the table while watching the video feed from his subordinates. So many have gone after Nick Fury, yet he was rescued? How could Hydra tolerate such incompetence among you? His secretary dared not lift her gaze, perspiration trickling down her face. Chapter 43. National Manhunt. After releasing his fury upon his subordinates, Pierce gradually regained his composure. The immediate priority was to initiate the Insight program. Once activated, it would enable Hydra to re-emerge and bring the world to its knees. The mere thought of it ignited an uncontrollable excitement in Pierce's eyes. The Insight program was a collaborative scheme between him and Fury, designed as a defensive measure to safeguard American territorial integrity. With 3 aircraft carriers constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D, synchronized with a satellite targeting network. Once launched, they would not descend, powered by robust engines allowing for suborbital flight. These carriers would be armed with precision weapons capable of locating threats globally, eliminating them with deadly accuracy. Naturally, after Hydra's clandestine modifications, their potency would be exponentially enhanced. with a single strike capable of annihilating at least 800,000 lives. Currently, all main forces were dedicated to the Insight program, necessitating the deployment of Hydra's most formidable soldiers. Pierce dismissed all security personnel and privately dialed a confidential number. Winter Soldier, it is time for you to take action. Eliminate Nick Fury and his associates at all costs. Do not allow them to interfere with Hydra's operations. After concluding the call, Pierce set down the phone. Although Fury was surrounded by many capable individuals, the Winter Soldier was Hydra's ultimate creation, a true instrument of death. All of Hydra's assassination missions over the years had been executed through him. Tony brought Fury to his private villa, which was filled with familiar faces, yet their behavior left Fury utterly astonished. Upon seeing that Tony had successfully returned with Fury, Johnny hastily swallowed his mouthful of steak. Fury, it's wonderful to see you alive. After such a long flight, you must be famished. Would you care for some steak? It's flown in from Japan and is absolutely delicious. Johnny's excessively abstract demeanor caused Fury's lips to twitch involuntarily. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "This is hardly the time to enjoy steak. Hydra is relentlessly pursuing us. A moment's carelessness could result in our demise. Precisely for that reason, we need to eat well to have the strength to fight. Come on, there's also the fine wine I brought from Asgard." Fury let out a deep sigh, perhaps realizing he was an unfit director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What subordinate would calmly indulge in steak while their leader faced an assassination attempt? Fury, don't be too tense. Have a bite. It will give you the energy to strategize for our next move, Steve urged. Black Widow took a sip of the wine, signaling her agreement. As for why Johnny and the others were indulging in steak at Tony's villa, it was thanks to the Hydra members who had pursued them. They left behind an advanced armed helicopter that enabled Johnny and his companions to evade the ground pursuit and safely escape to Tony's refuge. Ultimately, Fury acquiesced to the absurd invitation, fastening a napkin around his neck and beginning to eat the steak. With the first bite, the rich juices instantly calmed his frayed nerves for being hunted. Meanwhile, Tony, leisurely removing his Iron Man suit in the basement, made his way upstairs and, upon seeing everyone already dining, expressed his dissatisfaction. Starting the meal without the host is rather impolite, don't you think? Don't worry, we saved some for you, along with the Asgardian wine. The mention of the wine brightened Tony's eyes. For the sake of my hospitality, I shall forgive you this time. Seated at the main table, Tony opted not to indulge in the steaming steak before him, but instead took a sip of the exquisite wine. Ah, it tastes just as I remember. After savoring this, other wines are utterly unpalatable. Johnny, just how much wine did you bring back? It seems you have an endless supply. I'm not sure. Before I left, Odin gifted me a flask, but I don't know how much it holds. Upon hearing those words, Tony clicked his tongue. I'll offer $100 million. How about you leave me 2 barrels? Are you certain? When it came to money, Johnny was certainly intrigued. His little worn-out watch hadn't seen a tenfold draw in quite a while. With his $100 million in hand, he pondered how many tenfold draws he could procure. Naturally, I, Tony Stark, am not one to be stingy when it comes to finances. Wealth is the one thing I possess in abundance. At this, Johnny nodded. Although Tony was currently engaged in a clean energy project, he was once the foremost arms dealer in America. Even a starved camel is larger than a horse. Not to mention, simply selling off the luxury cars in his underground garage could easily yield $700 to $800 million, let alone the private villas scattered around the world. All right, once we return to S.H.I.E.L.D, I'll ensure you receive some. With the deal struck, Tony indulged in a sumptuous bite of the steak before him. As for Fury and the others, witnessing Tony nonchalantly spend $100 million, they could only curse him silently as a spendthrift. Sir, news has emerged concerning you and your associates. Jarvis's mechanical voice resonated at the dining table. Tony swiped his finger across the screen, causing a virtual display to materialize in midair, where a host was reading from a script. According to multiple reliable sources, Nick Fury, former director of S.H.I.E.L.D, has been confirmed as a spy planted by Hydra. He has so far managed to evade capture, and his current whereabouts remain unknown. Citizens are advised to consider this individual extremely dangerous. Should anyone encounter Nick Fury, please notify the authorities immediately. The scene transitioned, displaying Fury's likeness. Indeed, with his fierce expression and eye patch, he bore the unmistakable aura of an international fugitive. The images continued to switch, revealing Johnny and his companions in full detail. "Now we truly resemble street rats," Johnny remarked self-deprecatingly. Though this news appeared absurd to some high-ranking officials, the number of uninformed individuals was far greater. Upon seeing their faces, they would likely report them without hesitation. "This has become troublesome," Fury remarked slowly after viewing the news. "Pierce is barking up the wrong tree. He is the very spy for Hydra, yet he weave a web of lies that entirely severs any possibility of communication with S.H.I.E.L.D's internal members. Forget about the wanted notice. Our foremost priority must be to thwart the Insight Project. If that plan is set into motion, the entire world will plunge into crisis." Fury clapped his hands, redirecting the group's focus. Chapter 44. The Winter Soldier strikes. Just as Fury and Johnny began to elaborate on the necessary next steps, a sense of impending danger stirred within Johnny and Steve, both of whom sensed a crisis. Without a moment's hesitation, Steve shouted, "Get down!" Johnny instantly transformed into the Diamond Warrior, swiftly enveloping everyone in a protective layer of crystal. Through the crystalline fissures, Steve discerned a dark speck approaching the villa. A thunderous explosion reverberated across the beach, reducing Tony's opulent seaside abode to mere ruins. A property worth tens of millions now lay in devastation. Damn it, they dared to employ such measures. Johnny seethed with rage. This was his inaugural experience of such a fierce onslaught. Had it not been for the sixth sense that had stirred within him moments prior, he and his companions might have already been sipping tea with the Almighty. Fortunately, all remained unscathed under the protective embrace of the Diamond War God as Crystal, sustaining only minor injuries, nothing grave. "Steve, ensure their safety. I shall investigate which audacious soul dares to disregard the lives of others," Johnny commanded. He spread more crystal around, mending the breach caused by the prior assault, then transformed into the Ice Phantom, soaring towards the direction of the missile launch. With a powerful flap of his wings, Johnny quickly located the culprit outside the villa, none other than the Hydra's lethal weapon, the Winter Soldier, Bucky. He stood at the cliff's edge, cradling a sniper rifle, with a smoking rocket launcher lying at his feet. Johnny's gaze sharpened as he activated the phasing ability of the Ice Phantom, advancing towards Bucky's position. Enhanced by Hydra's modifications, Bucky noticed Johnny's emergence from the villa, but just as he prepared to fire, he found the hero had vanished mid-air, a discrepancy with Hydra's intelligence. Little did he know, Johnny's repertoire of heroic abilities had vastly expanded, far beyond the initial roster of 10 extraterrestrial champions. A chilling breath suddenly materialized at Bucky's feet, forcing him to relinquish his sniper rifle and retreat hastily. In the air, Johnny confronted him, offering no semblance of cordiality. "Give him a thrashing," was the first thought that flickered through Johnny's mind. Unlike Steve, who shared a profound camaraderie with Bucky, Johnny harbored no such sentiment. In his eyes, Bucky had posed a significant threat to his life. Even if he did not slay him, he would ensure Bucky faced a lifetime of imprisonment. Observing Bucky deftly evade the icy breath, Johnny felt no surprise. As a fellow super soldier on par with Captain America, Bucky possessed extraordinary physical prowess. Not only was he adept with various weapons, but his mechanical right arm endowed him with superhuman strength and reflexes. Since the Ice Phantom could not inflict harm upon him, Johnny decided to adopt a different approach. After all, he had the advantage of numbers. Four-handed tyrant, Johnny descended from the sky, confronting Bucky directly. "Your greeting method is quite unconventional." That missile was genuinely appreciated. Before he could finish, Johnny coiled his body and delivered a solid punch to Bucky. True to his title as the Winter Soldier, Bucky swiftly raised his hand to defend, rolling on the ground multiple times to dissipate the immense force of the blow. "Not bad at all. Let us see if you can withstand what comes next." Leveraging his physical advantage, Johnny swiftly approached Bucky, seizing his right leg before he could rise, and forcefully flung him against the surrounding rocks. The ferocity of the assault drew a trickle of blood from Bucky's mouth, which he hastily wiped away, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Johnny. "Ah, such a commendable glare. I relish the presence of an indomitable spirit. I hope you can maintain this tenacity and not disappoint me." A sinister smile crept onto Johnny's lips. The last individual to offer him such a look was none other than the Frost Giant King, Lao Fei. As for the outcome, it was evident. They were left utterly obliterated. This time, Bucky refused to remain passive. Instead, he drew the pistol from his waist and engaged in a guerrilla battle against the swift Johnny. The sound of gunfire echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with the oncoming bullets, Johnny remained unfazed. He once again transformed his form, adopting the guise of the Flash Star. His rollerblades glided effortlessly, leaving a flurry of afterimages on the ground, moving so swiftly that the bullets were incapable of keeping pace. Even Bucky, having undergone years of enhancement, now found it impossible to ascertain Johnny's location with the naked eye. After evading the bullets, Johnny refrained from immediate retaliation. Instead, he began to circle Bucky. This maneuver, which he termed the Flash Star Tornado, was designed to fully exploit the speed of the Flash Star. The swirling dust and the impenetrable barrier encircled Bucky, rendering him immobile. He could only crouch down, attempting to shield his vital areas from potential strikes. However, this was precisely what Johnny desired. As he intermittently struck at Bucky with the tail of the Flash Star, be it his legs, arms, or waist. Although the power of the Flash Star was not particularly formidable, the incessant harassment was sufficient to unnerve him, disrupting his usual calm judgment. After 5 relentless minutes of disturbance, even this seasoned warrior could no longer endure. He chose to rise, firing continuously at the barrier formed by the Flash Star. Yet, the bullets met the barrier without any reaction, sinking into it like stones cast into a vast ocean. It was a futile endeavor. This reckless display provided Johnny with an opportunity. The blue tail ensnared Bucky's leg, toppling him to the ground. What? The unexpected turn of events shattered Bucky's composure, and he hastily attempted to rise. However, Johnny was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. He transformed once more into a small figure clad in black, adorned with a lightning emblem on his chest. That light. Heek, heek, heek. An evil grin spread across Johnny's face as he raised his hands, gathering yellow lightning at his fingertips. The crackling sound of electricity evoked deep-seated fears within the Winter Soldier's memories. It was Hydra's application of extreme voltage that accelerated the Winter Soldier's absorption of the super serum, enabling the creation of a warrior capable of rivaling Steve in a remarkably short time. Upon witnessing the terror-stricken gaze of Bucky, Johnny sneered, "I relish that fearful look. This is a current of extreme voltage, specially prepared for you. I hope you can withstand it." The yellow current lashed at Bucky's body like a serpent, eliciting anguished cries from him. Observing its efficacy, Johnny intensified the electrical output until Bucky lay motionless, frothing at the mouth, prompting Johnny to cease the torment. Chapter 45. The Agreement. Seeing Bucky sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, Johnny exhaled a sigh of relief. Capturing him alive without delivering a fatal blow proved to be quite a challenge. Approaching him, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Although he had exerted excessive force, Bucky's twitching legs confirmed that he still clung to life. It was time to take precautionary measures. With a flicker of thought, the light shifted once more. Spider monkey. Johnny expelled webs from his mouth, enveloping the unconscious Bucky until a thick layer of silk formed. This should suffice. The next scene promised to be most entertaining. Bucky's first encounter with Steve. The mere thought amused him, and he hoped Steve could bear the revelation. After all, it had been years since they last saw each other, and now Bucky had become a pawn of Hydra, aiding them in numerous covert operations over the years. Particularly concerning Tony, Bucky had personally orchestrated the demise of the Star couple. If Tony were to discover this, Bucky would likely not have much time left. Contemplating these matters, Johnny felt a pang of despair. It was indeed a conundrum. He sighed softly. The future could wait. For now, he would take Bucky back and devise a plan. With a flash of green light, Johnny transformed into Glider. "Come with me." With a swift claw, he lifted the cocooned Bucky into the skies, soaring towards the now-ruined villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Fury and the others gazed at Johnny's return with astonishment. "Did you capture the scoundrel who bombed my villa?" Tony inquired, his voice laced with concern, for this villa held cherished memories of him and Pepper, not to mention numerous cover girls. Indeed, it was him, the assassin dispatched by Hydra. Johnny cast the cocoon down and reverted to his original form. This damned fellow deserves a few punches to learn the consequences of indiscriminately demolishing others' homes. Tony rose from the sofa, ready to land a blow on Bucky's face, only to be halted by a restraining hand. Turning back, he was perplexed by Steve's intervention. Did he truly sympathize with this Hydra assassin? Surely not. Was he really that altruistic? Wait a moment, this person resembles a friend of mine. At this revelation, astonishment swept over the group. What? Captain America's friend? is an assassin for Hydra. The sky has fallen, and Captain America has betrayed us. Of course, this is merely a solitary drama playing out in Johnny's mind. Yet, once these words are spoken, they become intriguing. Others, too, are filled with curiosity, directing their gazes toward Bucky's face. Steve steps forward, brushing aside Bucky's tousled hair, revealing a rugged American visage adorned with stubble. "Bucky, is that truly you?" Upon recognizing his identity, Steve cannot help but exclaim. "Do not call out to him. He is currently in a state of unconsciousness and cannot hear your words," Johnny interjects, interrupting their poignant reunion. Just moments ago, he shot Steve, and regardless of their profound past connection, the man before them has undoubtedly been brainwashed by Hydra and will not recognize you in the slightest. The coldness of his words extinguishes the warmth of Steve's emotional reunion with an old friend. Having slumbered for 70 years and awakening from ice, Steve feels an undeniable sense of unreality. Despite his efforts to adapt to this new era, numerous individuals he once knew have perished on a battlefield, and those who survived have aged beyond recognition. He remains a solitary figure in this time, akin to a ghost, living without authenticity. In any case, let's not dwell on him for now, Steve. Do not be too melancholic. He is here and cannot escape. There will be ample time for discussion in the future. Of course, their next meeting will likely take place in prison. Upon hearing Johnny's words, Steve manages to rein in his emotions and refocus on the current situation. "So, what should we do now?" Natasha poses this pressing question. Hydra has already initiated their offensive, and they cannot afford to remain passive. Otherwise, they will indeed face the full brunt of the Insight program. The group falls silent, overwhelmed by the immense pressure of confronting Hydra, backed by S.H.I.E.L.D. It is Johnny who speaks first. "I believe this is our best opportunity to strike, while Hydra remains unaware of the failure of their assassination plan, preoccupied with launching the Insight program, leaving them vulnerable to our counterattack. If we act now, we can surely catch them off guard." Fury strokes his chin, expressing his agreement with Johnny's plan, yet he harbors a concern. To thwart the Insight program, we must infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters. However, we are already wanted and have no chance of stopping them. Who says there is no opportunity? After all, not all members within S.H.I.E.L.D. are loyal to Hydra. If we can make contact and incite chaos from within, it may provide us with the means to infiltrate. But how do we make contact? This is no small feat. S.H.I.E.L.D's firewall is equipped with national security measures, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to penetrate. Do not forget. Johnny turned his head, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his lips as he gazed at Tony. After all, we have a genius in the field present. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stark? Although he felt a surge of joy at being regarded so highly by Tony, he acknowledged that the intrusion would require time. He had to test the waters first. With that, Tony commanded JARVIS to commence the infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D's systems. "Sir, the infiltration should be completed shortly," JARVIS announced, eliciting astonishment from everyone present once more, particularly for Nick Fury, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Witnessing Tony breach their computer systems with such ease was both impressive and unsettling. It should have been a cause for celebration, yet internally, he found it somewhat difficult to accept. Is this truly the extent of S.H.I.E.L.D's firewall? Johnny exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. As the instigator, Tony found himself at a loss for words. It was astonishingly simple, akin to strolling through one's own garden. Perhaps it had not been updated in a long while. Indeed, who would dare to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D's systems casually? It was likely that their overconfidence had led to this outcome, having fulfilled their prior conditions. Johnny suddenly inquired, "Fury, would you feel sorrow if those 3 aircraft carriers were to vanish?" This question triggered Fury's defensive reflex. "Why do you ask? What are you planning?" Johnny shrugged his shoulders, feigning helplessness. "Just curious. If you find yourselves unable to deal with Hydra from within, then we may have to resort to more forceful measures." Chapter 46. Steve's reputation. Minister Pierce stood in the control room of the flying battleship, his demeanor calm and self-assured. As long as the vessel launched successfully, the path to future dominance would be within reach. For the moment, He was unconcerned about Fury and his team's whereabouts. With the Winter Soldier pursuing them, they would have little opportunity to thwart the initiation of the Insight program. A piercing sound erupted in the researchers' headsets, followed by Steve's voice. To all S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, you have likely heard much about me in recent days, and some of you have been dispatched to apprehend me. However, I believe it is crucial for you to know the truth. The current S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra, with Alexander Pierce at the helm. Fury's downfall is merely the beginning. Should you launch this helicarrier today, Hydra will successfully dominate the entire world. I understand that many may be reluctant to accept my words, but I urge you to contemplate and trust your own judgment. I am Steve Rogers, and I will do everything in my power to prevent the initiation of the Insight program, even if it costs me my life. As the call ended, the personnel in the control room exchanged glances, yet they immediately ceased their actions, pausing the launch of the carrier, realizing that something was amiss. An expression of rage flickered across Pierce's face as he bellowed. Do not heed the words of that fugitive. He is merely trying to mislead you. Continue with the launch. Unexpectedly, not a single individual heeded his command to proceed. All eyes were fixed upon him. You are scientists of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why would you trust the words of a World War II veteran? The orders of a superior are paramount. He seized a handgun from a member of the SWAT team and approached a staff member with unruly yellow curls, aiming the weapon at his head. Continue, and do not cease. The staff member's complexion paled, his fingertips trembling, yet he resolutely replied, I'm sorry, but the captain has given orders. This retort provoked Pierce to the extreme. He yanked the staff member's tie and pressed the gun to his forehead. Repeat that. The staff member dared not meet his gaze, opting for silence, which was unequivocally a refusal. Just as Pierce prepared to make an example of him, Agent Sharon, standing nearby, drew her sidearm. I'm sorry, but the captain has given orders. Sharon, you must comprehend the gravity of your actions. Pointing a weapon at a superior is a grave violation of the Agent's code and could lead to a court-martial. Pierce released the small staff member and turned to face Sharon. A profound silence enveloped them. Very well, very well. Pierce laughed in fury, casting a glance at the SWAT team members, signaling them to take action. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed in the control room as numerous researchers fell lifeless. And amidst the chaos, Pierce took the opportunity to press the activation button for the Insight Project S aircraft carrier. With the carrier's engines igniting, Pierce slipped away from the control room. Above the waters of the Washington Bay, Johnny and Tony awaited in the skies, serving as the secondary safeguard against the destruction of the Insight Project. Steve's speech was quite impressive. Was it rehearsed? Tony remarked with a light-hearted tone. More of an improvisation. There's no time for him to memorize a script now. Perhaps everyone prefers adaptability, Johnny replied. This was undoubtedly a nod to Tony's own impromptu decision to discard the prepared remarks from Stark Industries and reveal his true identity as Iron Man during a press conference. In this regard, the two were quite alike, both relishing in creating spectacles during pivotal moments. As they exchanged banter, the previously tranquil bay began to ripple, as if a colossal creature were about to breach the surface. Indeed, the worst-case scenario unfolded. 3 aircraft carriers ascended in a precise, triangular formation. Wow, so this is the Insight Project S carrier. That Fury fellow secretly constructed such a device, Tony quipped, observing the meticulously crafted carriers. There's no time to waste. Let us take a closer look before it becomes the most extravagant fireworks display in Washington's skies. Johnny flapped the wings of his gliding apparatus, pursuing the ascending carriers. Wait for me. Tony increased the thrust of his armored suit's propulsion, joining Johnny at his side. What should we do now? Destroying these 3 behemoths will likely deplete Stark Industries' ammunition reserves. Our attacks merely serve as a gentle rubdown for them. It's hard to say. Johnny's confident response left him perplexed, and after a brief contemplation, an absurd notion emerged in his mind. Johnny, when you asked Fury if they would feel pain when dismantled, you weren't jesting, were you? Do I strike you as someone who enjoys joking? Yes. Not only do you strike me as such, you are indeed that sort of person. Before Tony could articulate his thoughts, Johnny transformed once more. And under the green glow of the small device, his form grew immensely. Before long, a colossal figure, 50 meters tall and adorned in red and white, appeared above the aircraft carrier. The colossal giant, after such a long interval, The colossal giant made a grand reappearance. Goodness, is he this impressive? Even the seasoned Tony could not refrain from exclaiming in astonishment. Johnny had never shared such a transformation with him. As the colossal giant, Johnny landed firmly atop one of the aircraft carriers, the power surging within him, bolstering his confidence further. Since interference from within the plan's initiation was no longer feasible, a physical annihilation would suffice. Johnny swung his fists downwards, the hard superalloy shell yielding like paper under the might of the colossal giant, causing numerous aircraft on the carrier to erupt violently. Observing Johnny's brutal display from above, Tony could only shake his head. It seems I have little to do here. I might as well just watch. Sam, clad in gliding wings, joined Tony's side, and upon witnessing the giant dismantling the aircraft carrier with bare hands, he inquired, "Don't tell me that fellow is one of yours? As you can see, by the way, where Steve. Isn't he supposed to be with you?" At Tony's question, Sam scratched his head awkwardly. He is over by the second aircraft carrier, preparing to alter its missile trajectory to ensure mutual destruction. That is quite a brilliant plan, or rather, one conceived by a rational mind. Who keeps a 50-meter giant as a pet? However, Steve's involvement seems somewhat redundant now, as Johnny is dismantling the carrier at a far quicker pace. Just as Sam intended to retrieve Steve, he abruptly fell silent as several aircraft began to appear around them, their missiles accurately locking onto their position. Trouble is upon us. Chapter 47. Pierce's Escape. No sooner had he spoken than missiles were launched in their direction, prompting Tony and Sam to hastily accelerate and evade. Jarvis, lock on all aircraft positions and show them the might of Stark Industries. Yes, sir. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Johnny was also besieged by the aircraft. While the bullets striking him were inconsequential, the incoming missiles somewhat hindered his pace in dismantling the carrier. With no other choice, he paused his demolition efforts and seized one of the carrier's turrets to hurl it towards the aircraft. "Johnny, leave the aircraft to us. You should focus on destroying the carrier's power system, specifically those 4 massive rotating fans. Without power, the carrier will inevitably plummet," Tony remarked as he obliterated a few enemy jets passing overhead Johnny. Once Tony diverted the aircraft harassing him, Johnny swiftly located the turbocharger of the carrier. Truth be told, it resembled an electric fan quite strikingly. After a brief moment of jest, he gathered his strength and leaped beside the fan. As for how to destroy it, a good punch would suffice. Johnny aimed at the juncture between the turbocharger and the carrier, delivering a powerful blow that sent sparks flying, causing the incessantly spinning fan to gradually decelerate. Effective. Encouraged by this success, Johnny refrained from further chatter and continued to rain down blows. At that moment, he began to revel in the joy reminiscent of the Hulk. Buildings? Smash. Moving cars? Smash. Aircraft? Smash. Happiness is indeed that simple. Through Johnny's relentless efforts, the carrier soon found itself unbalanced and plummeting due to insufficient power. Excellent. One down, time for the next. The 3 carriers were inherently interconnected and relatively close. Moreover, Johnny, now a colossal giant, effortlessly leaped onto the flight deck of the second carrier. "Hello there." He greeted the pilots who scattered in fright at his arrival. He then set his sights on the carrier's power system, ready to continue his demolition spree. However, en route, he spotted a familiar figure. "Steve, what are you doing here?" At that moment, Steve was engaged in combat with surrounding SWAT team members, his shield stained with blood. He urgently needed to redirect the carrier's weaponry to thwart this inside initiative. Just as he was struggling to hold his ground, a massive hand swatted away the SWAT members surrounding him as if they were mere flies. He looked up to see a giant grinning down at him. "Steve, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Steve instantly recognized him. "Oh, I'm here to help you." Steve scratched his head, reluctantly uttering this phrase. "Had I known you were this formidable, I wouldn't have come. Thanks for the assistance, but we should leave quickly. This carrier is about to sink." "What?" Steve glanced ahead to see Carrier 1 engulfed in smoke, slowly descending. True to Johnny, he works efficiently. "All right, be careful. You too." With that, Johnny strode away. Steve sighed, securing his shield on his back as he began searching for intact aircraft nearby. After bidding farewell to Steve, Johnny resumed dismantling the carrier's power system. Meanwhile, on the ground, Natasha had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion with fury. After effortlessly dispatching several guarding officers, they ascended to the pinnacle of the building. There, they fortuitously encountered Pierce, who was preparing to flee. Natasha raised her pistol and aimed it at him, declaring, "Minister Pierce, it would be prudent not to act rashly. For the bullets, do not discriminate." Upon seeing Fury and Natasha's arrival, Pierce remained unfazed, for he perceived that the Insight Project had successfully commenced, rendering their actions futile. "Fury, you have failed. The Insight Project is in motion, and from this moment on, you shall dwell in the fear of Hydra." Hearing this, Fury's brow furrowed in concern. Was it too late? Now that the aircraft carrier has not yet fully ascended, you should make your escape promptly, though it won't be for long, he said, pacing before his desk with an expression that suggested he held the upper hand. At that moment, Natasha's earpiece crackled with sound, and a smile graced her lips. "Minister Pierce, your plan has unraveled." Pierce, incredulous, stepped closer, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? If this is your final gambit, I have nothing to say. However, this is not the time for daydreaming, Agent Natasha." "No, she speaks the truth. You should look behind you," Fury interjected, breaking his silence. "What trickery is this?" "Nevertheless, I shall take a look." Pierce turned around. The towering S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters afforded a splendid view, and Pierce swiftly beheld the aircraft carriers engulfed in thick black smoke. 1, 2, 3. Each of the 3 carriers associated with the Insight Project plummeted, sending waves crashing across the Washington Bay. Damn impossible. Those were 3 well-equipped carriers. How could you have the means to destroy them? He began to ramble, grappling with disbelief. "Hydra spy Pierce, you are now under arrest. The remainder of your life shall be spent in prison." Natasha forcefully kicked him to the ground, binding his hands behind his back, rendering him immobile. Yet Pierce seemed oblivious to his predicament, fixated on the direction of the falling carriers. At this juncture, Fury spoke once more. "Pierce, the Insight Project you so desperately initiated has failed, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will undergo a significant restructuring. Hydra shall cease to exist." "No, that cannot be. Hydra will not fail. We shall endure forever. This must be an illusion," Pierce shouted fervently, his desperation palpable. "Pathetic," Natasha remarked, producing handcuffs to secure him. However, at that instant, the door burst open, revealing Jasper, who held the Tesseract in his hands. The Tesseract now radiated with unrestrained energy, blue currents flickering across its surface, some even arcing towards them. Natasha, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, swiftly pulled Fury down. Yet they were too late, as the currents surged towards them, rendering them helpless and unconscious on the ground. "Minister Pierce, we must hurry. We now possess the Cosmic Cube, and Hydra is destined to rise again," Jasper urged as he helped the fallen Pierce to his feet. "You are right. We should make a comeback. This is merely a minor setback." Chapter 48. A Decade of Fortune, the Clock King. In the depths of the oceanic prison, Steve navigated through layers of guards to reach the lowest tier, where an old acquaintance awaited him. As the lead officer swiped his card to unlock the final alloy door, a figure emerged, a man clad in a mask, bound tightly by specially designed ropes, notably equipped with a metallic arm. It was none other than his old friend, the lethal weapon of Hydra, the Winter Soldier, Bucky. Through the thick bulletproof glass, Steve gazed at him, a tinge of nostalgia crossing his face. He recalled a time before his enlistment, when he was a frail youth, and Bucky embodied the quintessential American soldier. Both harbored dreams of serving their country, aspiring to contribute in their humble ways. Subsequently, Steve was invited to participate in Dr. Erskine's Super Soldier program, and after enduring a series of trials, he became the chosen recipient of the Super Serum. The serum magnifies human flaws. For the virtuous, it enhances their qualities, while for the malevolent, it exacerbates their vices. The epitome of goodness was Captain America, while the embodiment of evil was the grotesque Red Skull. After the officers adjusted the controls, the soundproofing of the glass enclosure was temporarily disabled, allowing the 2 men to hear each other. Steve spoke first. "Bucky, do you remember me? It's Steve. We were once the best of friends." The Winter Soldier remained silent, his years of experimentation having erased all previous memories, rendering him a perfect instrument of Hydra's will. "Bucky, I assure you, everything I say is true. Do you remember our conversations before enlisting? We vowed to fight against Hydra together, side by side on the battlefield." At the mention of Hydra, Bucky lifted his gaze towards Steve, yet his expression remained stubbornly unyielding, devoid of any emotion. Undeterred, Steve produced an old photograph, its edges worn with time, showcasing himself alongside his comrades during their military service. He pressed the photo against the glass, hoping to provide Bucky a clearer view. Bucky stared at the somewhat yellowed image, which captured both him and Steve, dressed in World War II American uniforms, smiling amidst a backdrop of turmoil. "Bucky, we undertook a perilous mission together. You saved my life by sacrificing yourself and plunging into the abyss. I had believed you perished, only to discover that Hydra had rescued you, brainwashing you into becoming a killer." A flicker of hope illuminated Steve's face as he longed for Bucky to recollect those bygone days, to remember his dear friend. "Is what you say truly real?" Bucky spoke, his hoarse voice reverberating throughout the confines of the prison. "Of course, Bucky, I would never deceive you. I am unaware of the atrocities Hydra has inflicted upon you over the years, yet I fervently hope you can recall our shared past. Refrain from serving Hydra any longer. You were once a more commendable American soldier than I. How could someone as passionate about America and yearning for peace become a mere assassin under Hydra's command?" Upon hearing these words, Bucky felt a flicker of uncertainty within him. He had never sought to uncover his past. Instead, he had been ensnared in a relentless cycle of awakening, killing, and sleeping over and over again. Perhaps he had occasionally glimpsed fragments of memory, but they were swiftly engulfed by Hydra's incessant brainwashing. Gradually, he relinquished any hope of reclaiming his memories, becoming a puppet under Hydra's control. However, this time was different. With Steve's familiar presence urging him on, and free from Hydra's interference, he found himself able to reflect upon his past, even if just a sliver of it was worth pursuing. The visiting hours were extensive. Steve sat opposite Bucky, recounting their shared history in hopes of rekindling his memories. Meanwhile, Johnny, uncharacteristically foregoing a leisurely holiday, descended into the basement to prepare for another round of 10 consecutive draws. As per usual, he opened the safe and placed the gold bars on the table, having amassed a considerable fortune in recent days. Most of it was courtesy of Tony Stark, who even facilitated the exchange of this gold. However, he bore no grievances. In return for 2 barrels of Odin's finest wine from Johnny, Tony expressed his desire for more cash in future dealings, declaring he would accept any amount without hesitation. Reflecting on this, Johnny chuckled and shook his head. One could only commend Tony for his generosity. As long as you became his friend, you could directly ask him for anything you lacked, and he would gladly provide it. Even the dilapidated state of the villa, due to Bucky's incident, did not dampen Tony's spirits. He cheerfully mentioned that he was eager to renovate, claiming that the destruction saved him the cost of hiring contractors. According to Johnny, Tony had poured considerable effort into the villa's reconstruction, meticulously enhancing the defensive measures and significantly expanding the underground Iron Man suit research facility. Most of the equipment was now linked to JARVS, transforming everything into a fully automated system. Secretly, he had even buried several Stark Industries missiles along the cliff's edge for unforeseen circumstances. He was confident that the next time someone dared to assault his villa, they would face dire consequences. If they survived, he would retaliate. If not, it would merely reflect their incompetence. To encounter a missile before even meeting the opponent, who could withstand such a surprise? Johnny felt a twinge of sympathy for anyone attempting to infiltrate Tony's villa in the future. Setting aside those thoughts, Johnny took a deep breath. Something significant was about to unfold. 10 consecutive draws. The small device once again radiated a brilliant green light, engulfing the gold upon the table. Unlike last time, Johnny did not receive a notification regarding the upgrade of his little broken watch. After thoroughly consuming the gold upon the table, the watch's dial began to rotate once more, revealing a plethora of alien heroes. The first to appear was the Crystal Hero. Well, not particularly useful. Johnny preferred the Diamond War God instead. Moving on, the next was the Explosive Tiger. Forget it. This one was also inadequate. Ever since he learned that the Explosive Tiger clan possessed a profound sense of shame, Johnny found it difficult to accept transforming into him. After all, the watch's version of the Explosive Tiger was devoid of clothing. A tad embarrassing, but not excessively so. Following was the Lightning Snow Monster, Armadillo King Kong, Speedy, Thunderous Man, and Little Bobo. With each card drawn, Johnny's expression grew increasingly sour. There seemed to be no powerful characters at all. The three illusions were yet to appear. He was beginning to feel anxious. Little broken watch, you had better be wise, and, having consumed so much of my gold, grant me some formidable characters. Please. It seemed as if his prayers had been heard. After an extended rotation, the final alien hero revealed itself. The Clock King. Chapter 49. The Avengers Recruitment Plan. What? Johnny stared at the alien icon, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Had he misread it? It surely appeared to be the Clock King. Fantastic. It was indeed the Clock King. Salvation was at hand. This time, the figure was one of the three illusions, the Clock King, composed of mechanical metal and gears. A dark golden, liquid metal coursed through his body. Though his appearance was rather unremarkable, his powers were undeniably formidable. True to his name, he had the ability to accelerate, delay, pause, and even reverse time. He could also embark on time travel. The green laser emitted from his hands could age or rejuvenate a target. Little broken watch, I adore you. At this moment, Johnny could no longer contain his excitement and leaned in to kiss the watch. This was the Clock King, a being that could rival the Time Stone within the Marvel Universe. As long as Johnny was dissatisfied with the outcome, he could simply restart. It was akin to having a cheat code. After successfully summoning the Clock King, the little watch ceased its rotation and returned to a state of tranquility. The specified metal has reached saturation. Please choose a rarer metal for consumption. A mechanical voice resonated within Johnny's mind, causing him to furrow his brow. What does this mean? No more gold? Johnny gazed at the remaining small portion of gold on the table, lost in contemplation. Rare metals? Speaking of which, the first rare metal that comes to mind in the Marvel Universe is undoubtedly that one. Vibranium. It ranks among the most precious metals in the cosmos. Captain America Steve's weapon is forged from vibranium. It is durable, resilient, possesses excellent conductivity, and is quite expensive. Vibranium is exclusively produced in a single nation, the Kingdom of Wakanda, nestled in Africa. When most people think of African countries, they often conjure images of backwardness, savagery, and filth. However, this nation is a stark contrast. It is indeed a chosen land. Centuries ago, the crash of a meteorite significantly altered Wakanda's surface environment. Under the guidance of the Black Panther, one of its leaders discovered the heart-shaped herb, which decisively ended a prolonged period of civil strife and unified the nation. In the vicinity of the meteorite's impact, they uncovered this rare metal and harnessed its properties to propel their technological advancements. Moreover, they employed a unique protective shield to conceal their country from the prying eyes of the world. Without an invitation, no one could venture in to explore. It can be said that they are currently the most advanced nation on Earth. Yet, despite their technological prowess, their weaponry remains rather primitive. Spears, machetes, javelins, and shields bear a striking resemblance to the armaments of uncivilized tribes, rendering their advancements somewhat paradoxical. One might expect a nation endowed with one of the universe's rarest metals to develop something akin to a planetary annihilation cannon, or, at the very least, to engage in high-tech innovations such as plasma rifles, lightsabers, or aerial trains. However, alongside their technological evolution, their culture is equally challenging to integrate into, characterized by an extreme exclusivity. Non-natives are strictly prohibited from engaging with the core of the nation. Anyone caught pilfering vibranium from the tribes faces relentless pursuit and retribution. The bald thief from Avengers. Age of Ultron bears the indelible mark of a thief, a stigma from which he can never escape. Contemplating this, Johnny felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of attempting to steal vibranium. The prospect of capture was daunting. He flicked his wrist at his seemingly inconsequential watch, which seemed to present him with an insurmountable challenge. Yet, he could not afford to refrain from acting. He eagerly anticipated the watch's next upgrade. This device was essential to his standing within the Marvel Universe, and despite the challenges, he felt compelled to give it a try. Time was on his side. The Clock King had proven sufficient for now. Given that Wakanda had yet to reveal itself, fretting over it would be futile. At the very least, he was pleased with today's card draw, which not only enriched his roster of heroes, but also provided hints for future upgrades. Johnny believed that with persistent effort, he would eventually become invincible within the Marvel realm. Drawing Superman would mean ultimate supremacy. Since his humble watch had ceased absorbing gold, he felt no pressing need to toil diligently. He yearned for a moment of respite. As someone who had spent 2 lifetimes working tirelessly for others, he resolved to embrace a period of leisure. Perhaps he would occasionally visit Tony for a meal engage in philosophical discussions with Peter, and finally drop out of checking on Fury. With the remaining gold secured in a safe, Johnny rose from the basement and returned to the living room. He first ordered a delectable Chinese meal before settling down to watch the news on television. As anticipated, the news was fervently reporting on the incident involving the Washington aircraft carrier's descent. Observing the president of that nation, sweating profusely under the sharp questions from reporters. Stuttering as he spoke, Johnny couldn't help but chuckle. Surely, Nick Fury was experiencing similar distress. After all, the S.H.I.E.L.D. was truly in disarray, grappling with an overwhelming exodus of Hydra spies, leaving numerous positions alarmingly vacant. He could hardly have imagined a day when over 80% of his personnel were affiliated with Hydra, who wouldn't be driven to despair in such a situation. The thought of witnessing Fury's flustered demeanor was undeniably amusing. Johnny felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he laughed heartily. One could only wonder if Fury's typically stoic expression would now bear a hint of amusement. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Johnny's first thought was that his takeout had arrived. He sprang to his feet, and the moment he opened the door, he was taken aback. Standing before him was none other than Nick Fury, the very man he had just been mocking. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Fury said calmly, his demeanor unruffled. Johnny's expression fell, and he managed to stammer. "Come in." Fury, unceremonious, strode in and settled onto the couch in the living room. Seeing him so audacious in his home, Johnny felt a surge of irritation. "How dare you be so brazen in my house? Just wait until I turn into a flash and deal with you," he mused, knowing Fury was no longer the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., merely an interim figure. Despite his inner thoughts, Johnny brewed a cup of hot tea for Fury. "Aren't you supposed to be busy managing S.H.I.E.L.D.? How do you find the time to visit me?" After taking a sip of tea, Fury replied slowly, "I came to see you regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. matters." Johnny's expression morphed into one of confusion. "You can't possibly suspect me of being a Hydra spy?" He blurted out, his candidness causing Fury to sputter his hot tea in surprise, coughing incessantly. Realizing his misjudgment, Johnny waited for Fury to regain his composure. Without allowing Johnny to continue his wild speculations, Fury produced a document and placed it on the table. Johnny leaned in to examine it closely. The title read Avengers Recruitment Program. Chapter 50. I refused. Johnny picked up the document and pretended to peruse its contents, which essentially stated that after thorough scrutiny, one could qualify to join the Avengers, pledging a portion of their strength to uphold world peace. The absurdity of it made Johnny want to laugh. Thorough scrutiny? Does that include Hydra's review? He mused, recalling that Hydra had previously constituted a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D's operational strength. It was highly probable that many Hydra members were involved in this vetting process, and it wouldn't be surprising if Hydra were secretly orchestrating this initiative from behind the scenes. Johnny set down the documents in his hands, gazing at Fury, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. With a stern expression, he uttered the words, "I refuse." To ensure Fury understood his stance more clearly, Johnny reiterated, "I am sorry, but I decline to join the Avengers." The two rejections transformed Fury's countenance into one of extreme displeasure, as if he had just ingested something vile. Observing Fury's shifting expressions, Johnny struggled to suppress a smile. Indeed, that was the expression, the look of helplessness. In this world, nothing ever goes entirely as one wishes, and today, Johnny intended to impart a lesson to Fury about the harsh realities of society. "Why?" Fury inquired slowly, managing to quell his inner agitation. He simply could not fathom Johnny's refusal. To him, it represented an opportunity for advancement, a path to greater freedom and privileges. Most importantly, the rewards would be significantly higher. Fury was well aware of Johnny's avaricious nature. Yes, though Johnny wished to tease him directly, he refrained, recognizing that he shouldn't treat Fury as if he were a mere child. "There is no particular reason. I just find no necessity in becoming an Avenger. I believe being an ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. agent suits me perfectly well." Johnny continued, "There is no conflict between being an Avenger and a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. You merely need to contribute your strength for the nation when it matters most, and everything else remains unchanged." Hearing Fury's explanation, Johnny burst into uncontrollable laughter. Amidst Fury's astonished gaze, He laughed heartily for quite some time before finally regaining his composure and wiping the tears from his eyes. Fury, we have both experienced the world. Please don't treat me like a 3-year-old. Being an Avenger is entirely different from being a federal agent. Why do you think that way? Fury's face displayed confusion. Since you have sincerely asked, allow me to elucidate, Johnny said, clearing his throat and straightening his posture. First and foremost, saving the world? That is a noble and glorious undertaking. As a member of the Avengers, one is expected to execute it without hesitation. Would you not agree? Fury nodded in affirmation. Well then, if successful, all is well. However, what if we fail? Who would bear the brunt of the blame? The Avengers. Of course. After all, when faced with a crisis that threatens the very existence of the world, all we can do is exert our utmost effort. Yet, if we were to fail under such circumstances, the Avengers would incur the scorn of the global populace, who might believe that all misfortune stems from the Avengers' lack of diligence. In such a scenario, what would the United States government do? And what would you do? Under Johnny's incisive questioning, the usually loquacious Fury found himself unexpectedly ensnared in contemplation. Johnny's inquiries pierced deeply, embedding themselves like thorns within the recesses of his mind. I haven't finished speaking, Johnny interjected, continuing, if one truly were to join the Avengers, who would command this elite force, the pinnacle of American might? Who can assure that they would not become a mere instrument of American profit? Let's not forget, Hydra managed to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. for years. What if our esteemed president harbors ambitions of global dominion? Can you guarantee that the Avengers will remain true to their ideals, with their every action solely for the sake of world peace? I find that exceedingly difficult to believe. Once Johnny had laid bare his thoughts, silence enveloped the room. I will ensure the purity of the Avengers, Fury finally responded after an extended pause. I will select a suitable leader to guide this extraordinary team, ensuring that nothing will change. If I am not mistaken, the leader would be Steve? Johnny posed a question, already anticipating the answer. Indeed, I have faith that he will lead this team well. But not everyone is Steve, Johnny retorted. Meeting Fury's gaze, he remained undaunted, adding, throughout the years, America has produced but one Steve, one Captain America. Most of us are merely human, with our desires and emotions. In comparison to Steve, Red Skull might better embody the essence of the ordinary person. This was Johnny's innermost conviction. Steve was too noble, capable of wielding Thor's hammer, rendering everyone else somewhat inferior in comparison. Realizing he could not sway Johnny, Fury gathered the documents from the table, preparing to leave. Johnny rose to see him out, also retrieving the takeout from the doorstep. Upon opening the takeout, Johnny sampled the zhajjiangmian from the Chinese restaurant. It was somewhat clumpy, yet palatable. Adhering to a principle of not wasting food, he finished the now-cold dish. Just as he concluded his meal and prepared to wash up, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. The caller was Tony. Johnny pressed the answer button, and a familiar voice resonated. Johnny, long time no see. How have you been? The opening was decidedly uncharacteristic of Tony Stark. You and T call me out of the blue without a reason. What's on your mind? Tony chuckled awkwardly, having his thoughts laid bare, yet swiftly transitioned to the crux of the matter. Has Fury reached out to you? About the Avengers initiative? Yes, but I declined. What? You turned it down? I thought you'd be thrilled to accept. Why would I accept? Speaking of which, you declined as well. How dare you criticize me? Johnny scoffed, unrelenting in his banter. The notion of saving the world does not quite suit me. I find myself more inclined to embrace the life of a bon vivant, indulging in leisurely moments with Pepper and aspiring to bear a beautiful child. This sentiment truly resonates with your character. I can only imagine the displeasure etched upon Fury's face. Indeed, as I recounted the tale spun by Tony, Johnny posed a rather profound inquiry. Should the day come when one must choose between saving the world and merely surviving, which path would you take? This weighty question struck Tony into a contemplative silence. Draped in a bathrobe, he stood on the newly renovated balcony of his villa, gently tapping the ash off his cigar. After a lengthy pause, he finally declared, when that moment arrives, I shall take Pepper far away. The fate of others is of no concern to me. Quite so, the destruction of the world matters little to me. Johnny, in a light-hearted manner, played along with Tony's jest. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Johnny ended the call, pondering the difficulty of such a choice. Glancing at his worn watch, he offered a resigned smile. Chapter 51. Greetings, Hulk. The Green Giant, known as Hulk, is a formidable being born from the renowned physicist Bruce Banner's unfortunate exposure to gamma rays during an experiment. His destructive power on Earth is unmatched. The United States military has long sought to apprehend this dangerous individual, yet he seems to have vanished from existence since his rampage in New York City. Recently, S.H.I.E.L.D. uncovered an elderly man named Lee, whose accidental consumption of a foreign beverage resulted in dangerously elevated gamma particles in his system. Following the trail, they eventually traced him to a beverage factory in Brazil, prompting the dispatch of a substantial military force to retrieve Dr. Banner. However, conventional military tactics proved inadequate against such a monstrous entity. Thus, several extraordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were specially assigned to assist the military in capturing Dr. Banner. Among them was the exceptionally skilled Johnny, accompanied by Steve and Hawkeye. Johnny, donning headphones and immersed in the rhythms of American rock music, appeared utterly at ease, while his companions bore expressions of grave anticipation, as if on the brink of a world war. "Johnny, you truly don't feel the slightest bit anxious?" Hawkeye inquired with a wry smile, fully aware of the peril they faced in confronting the Hulk, the very being who had laid waste to New York City and defeated countless military forces. Johnny removed his headphones and replied nonchalantly, "What use is anxiety? It is far better to conserve our energy for the encounter with that beast. Besides, we are the formidable trio of federal agents. Let us maintain our confidence." Though Hawkeye did not grasp the significance of Johnny's reference to the trio, he found his nerves eased by Johnny's words. After exchanging banter with Hawkeye, Johnny gazed out the window at the lush rainforest below, suppressing the excitement that bubbled within him. "Hulk, I sincerely hope you shall not disappoint me. In the realm of Marvel, the Green Giant Hulk possesses strength that is comparable to that of the purple-skinned adversary." The reason Johnny embarked on this mission was fueled by his desire to engage in a formidable contest with him. Knowledge of both oneself and one's opponent is essential for achieving victory in every battle. Thus, acquiring experience in confronting Hulk would equip him with the confidence to dispatch that finger-snapping foe. The armed helicopter swiftly transported them to Hulk's location, where, as anticipated, the military engaged with Hulk had already suffered significant casualties. The ground and treetops were littered with the bodies of American soldiers. In stark contrast to his adversaries, Hulk appeared unfazed, standing amidst the encirclement and unleashing a series of roars. The bullets fired by the military could not penetrate his skin. Instead, the sting they caused only served to amplify Hulk's fury. "It is our turn now. We cannot allow further loss of life among the troops," Steve proclaimed, securing his shield firmly in hand. With those words, he executed another display of American-style parachuting. American parachuting is undeniably audaciously stylish. Johnny observed Steve's freefall with a smirk, secretly bemused. Declining Hawkeye's offer of a parachute pack, Johnny decided to partake in American-style parachuting himself. After all, his physical prowess was only slightly inferior to Steve's. And with the helicopter hovering so close to the ground, he felt emboldened to take such a risk. With a resounding crash, Steve landed precisely between Hulk and the military. He turned to the commanding officer and stated, "I kindly request that you withdraw. The ensuing matter shall be managed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Once the troops had retreated to safety, Steve addressed Johnny, saying, "I will advance to attract his attention. Wait for the opportune moment to assist." Before he could finish, Johnny dashed forward without hesitation. "Hulk, greetings. I have eagerly anticipated our meeting." A green aura enveloped him as he transformed instantaneously. Divine power Tyrannosaurus. Hulk, initially bewildered by the sudden appearance of this enigmatic creature, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation as Johnny's colossal fist collided with his face. The force of the blow sent Hulk soaring, crashing through a dozen trees before finally coming to a halt. Observing Johnny's reckless actions, the usually composed Captain America couldn't help but utter an expletive. Hawkeye, in midair, fell in intense frustration, thinking, "Come on, don't engage so soon." As Hulk regained his footing, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The pain ignited an overwhelming rage within him, causing his green muscles to swell once more as he charged at Johnny. Seeing Hulk's fury, Johnny's lips curled into a grin. "Now, this is more like it. Let us engage in a fierce brawl." The two titans, both endowed with extraordinary strength, clashed violently, sending splinters of wood flying and leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. "What do we do now, Captain?" Hawkeye inquired, slightly awestruck as he observed the two combatants. Akin to gods of war, grappling fiercely. Steve sighed and helplessly remarked, "Step back and be ready to support Johnny." In the central battlefield, as Hulk unleashed his formidable onslaught, Johnny effortlessly discerned the openings, skillfully evading the attacks. However, Hulk was a different matter altogether. He seemed to revel in the confrontation, refusing to dodge Johnny's strikes, which only caused Johnny's brow to furrow deeper with each blow. It wasn't fear of Hulk that troubled Johnny, but rather the unsettling realization that he felt woefully inadequate, his strength pale in comparison to the might of the godly Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, Johnny prided himself on his formidable combat skills. A crushing defeat in both strength and technique was not the outcome Johnny wished to witness. After narrowly avoiding one of Hulk's punches, Johnny seized his arm and delivered a knee strike that left Hulk gagging. Yet, Johnny did not relent. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a sweeping kick that sent Hulk sprawling to the ground, pinning him down with all his might. "Come on, Hulk, put in some effort. Get a little angrier, will you?" With that, Johnny unleashed a flurry of punches upon Hulk's face. As Johnny's fists rained down, green blood trickled from Hulk's lips, and several of his teeth were knocked loose. Gradually, Hulk's consciousness began to wane, his vision clouded by the blurry figure of the godly Tyrannosaurus. Is Hulk about to lose? He pondered within his mind. No, Hulk would never concede defeat. With a sudden roar that reverberated through the air, Hulk unleashed a tremendous bellow, sending shockwaves that stung the ears of those nearby. Johnny, startled by the outburst, had barely time to react before Hulk delivered a brutal punch, sending him crashing to the ground. As Johnny lay sprawled on the floor, he shook his head, attempting to rise, only to feel as if someone had a grip on his ankle. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness abruptly yanked Johnny back to reality, as he found himself being mercilessly slammed into the ground by Hulk, like a mere rag doll. One impact, two, three. The earth soon bore the imprint of the godly Tyrannosaurus, and the force of the blows rendered Johnny's mind somewhat hazy. Ultimately, Hulk, as if tired of the game, flung Johnny away with great force. Hulk emerged victorious, raising his arms in triumph to declare his conquest to the onlookers. As Johnny regained his senses, shaken and slightly dazed from being hurled several meters away, he mused, "Perhaps I've gone a bit too far?" No, this was precisely what he needed. Having bested the godly Tyrannosaurus, it was time to test himself against Hulk. With a surge of green luminescence, Johnny transformed once more. Unbeknownst to Hulk, who was still celebrating his victory, a massive hand loomed closer. Johnny grasped Hulk's body, lifting him into the air. "Greetings, I am the Colossal Titan, and now it is my turn to engage you." Chapter 52. Effortless domination. As Johnny observed Hulk struggling in his grasp, a smile crept across his lips. No wonder the Colossal Titan was also known as the Magus of Jaskier. The sensation of effortlessly controlling another was truly exhilarating. The Hulk is indeed true to his nature. Even in the grip of the colossal giant, he remains restless. With his freely moving arms, he incessantly swings his fists, striking against Johnny's palm. The immense power concealed within his physique surprising even Johnny himself. This fellow is remarkably tenacious, possessing an astonishing strength, Johnny mused. The throbbing pain radiating from his palm made Johnny realize that holding onto the Hulk was not the wisest course of action. Thus, he assumed the posture of an American athlete preparing to throw a baseball and forcefully hurled the Hulk away. A thunderous noise reverberated as Hulk's body carved a deep trench through the rainforest. Witnessing this spectacle from the rear of the giant, the members of the army, dwarfed like ants, were left utterly astounded. It was their first encounter with such a colossal being, capable of effortlessly tossing the Hulk aside. Truly a monster among monsters. Nearby, Steve observed the expressions of his comrades and let out a slight sigh. Johnny was indeed reckless. It was unwise to transform into a giant so easily, drawing far too much attention. Standing beside him, Hawkeye patted his shoulder and offered reassurance. Do not be overly concerned. At least the outcome is favorable. The Hulk has been thoroughly thrashed, which is quite an achievement. Just as everyone believed Johnny had triumphed and was preparing to capture the Hulk, a deafening roar erupted. Roar! In that moment, all present acknowledged the Hulk's seething rage, yet also a thrill coursed through him. It was his first encounter with such a behemoth, and engaging in battle would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Ignoring the disparity in size, he charged forward, accelerating towards the giant. As the distance between them diminished, he suddenly leapt upwards, aiming to deliver a punch to the giant's face. Johnny, faced with this unexpected intruder, had no intention of remaining passive. The Hulk's intentions were rather simplistic. As he approached with purpose, Johnny had already discerned his plan. In the face of that powerful punch, Johnny merely sidestepped, evading it effortlessly. It is well known that when a person is airborne and devoid of leverage, they become a target for their opponent. The Hulk found himself in such a predicament. Having missed his strike, he was, in Johnny's eyes, a sitting duck, and Johnny was not about to let him escape so easily. Johnny maneuvered behind him, utilizing his left foot as a pivot to channel his entire strength, determined to launch the Hulk away with a powerful kick. Yet this was not the end. Johnny leapt into the air, concentrating his force in his right leg, and struck downwards at the Hulk's position. Behold my technique, the thunderous dual kick. Now, Johnny had a clearer understanding of the disparity between them. If the enraged Hulk truly possessed strength akin to that of the purple sweet potato spirit, Johnny was confident he could easily handle him in his giant form. In this most favorable scenario, should the purple potato acquire the Power Stone, even a titan of colossal stature would prove futile. After all, that is a force capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire planet. No matter how formidable the titan, he cannot contend with Thanos augmented by the Power Stone. During Johnny's contemplation, a commotion arose beneath his feet as the Hulk pressed his fists against the soles, exerting tremendous force in an attempt to topple him. Faced with such a predicament, Johnny could only summon his strength to resist, forcefully pinning the Hulk once more beneath his foot. Yet the Hulk, akin to an indomitable cockroach, would rise to resist as long as Johnny did not utterly vanquish him. Johnny, who had been tirelessly subduing the Hulk, began to feel weary. After all, the Hulk remained a valuable living asset that could not be truly extinguished. Moreover, his objective had already been achieved. Further entanglement with the Hulk would merely squander precious time. Thus, Johnny relinquished his Titan form, revealing the arrival of Little Bobobo. Johnny advanced a few steps, approaching the ever-searching green giant, who was scanning for the Titan's presence. From one came two, and from two emerged three, as three little Bobobos arranged themselves in a triangular formation, encircling the Hulk. Johnny opened his mouth, unleashing a tremendous sound wave from his throat. The Hulk, a typical figure with high physical resistance yet low magical resilience, found himself utterly defenseless against the auditory assault from Little Bobobo, covering his ears and rolling helplessly on the ground. This cacophony persisted for a full 5 minutes until Johnny finally ceased the sonic barrage. The figure that lay before him was no longer the green giant, but rather the unclothed Dr. Banner. At last it was over. Johnny concluded his transformation and casually sought a clean patch of ground to rest, awaiting Steve and the others to wrap things up. Today had indeed been exhilarating, but the rewards were substantial. After all, it was rare to encounter an adversary as formidable as the Hulk. Perhaps he should consider training with Dr. Banner more frequently in the future. After all, he could not truly be killed, making it an ideal opportunity for him to familiarize himself with the extraterrestrial heroes he had summoned of late. Johnny gazed at the still slumbering Dr. Banner, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. While Johnny pondered the future, Steve and Hawkeye found him first. Upon seeing Johnny safe and sound, their previously tense expressions relaxed considerably. "Good lad, to have fought so fiercely. I'm relieved you are unscathed," Hawkeye remarked as he approached, helping Johnny to his feet. "Come on, do you not know me?" "A little confidence in our own is warranted," Johnny replied, standing and maneuvering to reveal Dr. Banner before them. "That individual is Bruce Banner, the recently formidable Green Giant?" Hawkeye exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the vulnerable, hair-covered, middle-aged white man sprawled on the ground. To him, this feeble figure seemed inconceivable as the once mighty Hulk. "It is indeed him, resembling the likeness documented," Steve concluded after a careful examination. "He has fallen into a coma. It would be prudent for us to return him to America at this juncture. Otherwise, should his mood deteriorate, the emergence of the Hulk could lead to considerable complications." Johnny stepped forward, quietly analyzing the situation. Although they could overpower him, they were not in their homeland, and it was unnecessary to stir trouble abroad. International criminal law is no trivial matter. Should any adverse repercussions arise, even S.H.I.E.L.D. would struggle to withstand the weight of global scrutiny. Very well. Prepare the aircraft immediately. We shall return him home. Steve issued the command without hesitation. But first, let us procure him an article of clothing, Johnny suggested, as it was indeed unnecessary for a middle-aged man to be seen unclothed. A valid point. Both agreed. Chapter 53. Look, a UFO. It has been over a week since the successful apprehension of the Hulk, who, in his current form as Dr. Banner, resides within the glass enclosure prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D. Undergoing scrutiny by the relevant personnel, Johnny had visited him, and to his surprise, Dr. Banner, clad in attire and bearing an innocuous expression, truly resembled a physicist. Of course, this physicist transforms into a formidable green behemoth when angered. However, this no longer concerned Johnny. He was now invited to Tony's villa, where, according to Tony, a special gift awaited him. The journey was smooth, and Johnny arrived at the villa without incident, although it appeared unchanged. He knew that Tony had executed extensive renovations, rendering it not only more robust, but also discreetly outfitted with an array of weaponry and surveillance systems. The previous ambush by the Winter Soldier had indeed prompted Tony, who typically preferred a laid-back approach, to invest heavily in refurbishing the entire villa. It is worth mentioning that Steve remained steadfast in visiting Bucky weekly, convinced that Bucky had not truly changed, with persistence. He believed that one day his friend would regain all his memories and they would be reunited as the best of friends. Johnny could only silently cheer for Steve from the sidelines, thinking that their well-being was paramount. Despite the installation of a brand new intelligence system, Johnny's access privileges remained unchanged. Upon reaching the entrance, before he could even greet anyone, J.R. spoke through the surveillance. "Welcome, Mr. Johnny." The unassuming iron gate swung open, and several concealed infrared cameras subtly adjusted their angles, remaining vigilant to any movement in the vicinity. Observing this display, Johnny could only commend Tony, renowned for possessing the intellect akin to a second Infinity Stone, for achieving such advanced technology in just a few months. However, since he was a guest and not a criminal, he reassured himself that the heavy weaponry was not intended for his reception. Following the familiar path, Johnny approached the grand entrance of the villa, where an armored suit stood awaiting him. "Hello, Johnny. I have been expecting you." Tony's voice emanated from within the suit, exuding his characteristic nonchalant demeanor. "Oh, you, who rarely ventures outside, are waiting for me at the door?" Johnny remarked, casting a discerning glance at the armor before him. Upon hearing this, Tony found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was indeed more inclined to immerse himself in research. Lately, he had become increasingly captivated by the Iron Man suits, to the extent that numerous documents delivered by Pepper lay signed in his bedroom. Not at all. Am I really that kind of person?" Tony feigned enthusiasm as he draped an arm over Johnny's shoulder, urging him to disregard such trivialities. "It's merely because I have prepared a splendid gift for you that I awaited your arrival at the door." "Quite normal, really." "Oh, is that so?" Johnny replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Tony. While observing the suit moments ago, he had casually glanced at the model number, which, as expected, was a Mark 42. This suit, often humorously referred to as the anti-Tony armor, boasted an extraordinarily advanced artificial intelligence. At present, it appeared as though Tony were conversing with himself, but in reality, it was merely a broadcast. Johnny could guarantee that Tony was likely engrossed in a film down in the basement. Perhaps he would surprise Johnny upon his entrance, launching into a monologue about his latest suit model. However, Johnny had no intention of passively waiting. That would be an affront to his identity as a time traveler. He resolved to take the initiative and surprise Tony instead. "Tony, look behind you, a UFO." True to his scientific nature, this ruse, which even a child could see through, effortlessly captured Tony's attention. He turned to follow Johnny's gaze. "What? Johnny, did you see something?" Tony asked, but before he could await an answer, he was met with a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling towards him. There was no time to evade. The Iron Man's helmet struck the ground with a series of rolls. Of course, that was impossible. As Johnny had anticipated, the suit was hollow, and Tony was indeed operating it remotely. "I knew you were up to these little tricks." Unperturbed by being exposed, Tony silently retrieved the helmet from the ground and reattached it to the armor. The helmet's eyes flickered with light, and communication was restored. "How did you figure out? This prank even fooled Pepper." "Please, I am a federal agent. Your little antics are child's play," Johnny replied shamelessly. In truth, Tony's ruse could likely deceive the vast majority of individuals, Only someone like Steve, with his keen intuition, would sense something amiss. Are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents really this formidable? It seems I must include them in my list of subjects for observation, just in case. Tony, ever the proactive thinker, had already constructed dozens of Iron Man suits, each equipped with its own unique capabilities to prepare for an array of unforeseen dangers in the future. For instance, the Mark 42 was specifically designed to summon the battle suit at any moment, with the pranks being merely incidental. It wouldn't be reasonable to create such an advanced suit solely for the sake of mischief. So, the surprise you have for me is this new Iron Man suit? Johnny inquired. Had Johnny not been a time traveler, he might have indeed fallen for Tony's ruse, and calling it a surprise would not have been unwarranted. However, this revelation did little to elevate Johnny's anticipation. Ever since the last attack, Tony had not invited him to any gatherings, and Johnny had assumed that Tony was recuperating from an injury at home. Instead, it seemed he had made remarkable progress on the Mark 42, advancing at an astonishing pace. Of course not. Come in. Let us head to my basement, Tony replied, leading the way with the suit as he guided Johnny downstairs. As they walked through the corridor lined with various forms of Mark suits, Johnny couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief. It felt rather boastful to display such advanced weaponry so prominently for others to see. Wouldn't that invite envy? After a series of scans, Johnny arrived in Tony's basement. Tony was seated on a sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, smiling as he welcomed Johnny. It's been a while, hasn't it, Johnny? He greeted warmly. If you have something to say, go ahead. Well, you're in for a treat. I prepared a new suit just for you. Chapter 54. Johnny's Iron Suit, what did you say? Johnny exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. You've built me an Iron Man suit? Is that for real? Absolutely. Allow me to showcase my masterpiece, Tony replied, unfazed by Johnny's skepticism. With a snap of his fingers, a sleek black Iron Man suit ascended from below, revealing itself in the center of the basement. Indeed, men are inherently drawn to high-tech marvels, and Johnny was instantly captivated by the suit before him. The black exterior was accentuated with green lines reminiscent of circuit boards, similar to when the shapeshifter had possessed the Mark 6. While Johnny had piloted an Iron Man suit before, it had been through the coercive takeover of the operational systems by the shapeshifter, making it feel as if the suit had become an extension of his own body. However, he had never experienced genuine control over one. So, this is the suit you crafted for me? It's rather impressive. Johnny couldn't resist stepping closer to caress the iron suit, relishing the characteristic chill of the metal. After all, what man hasn't dreamed of possessing his very own iron suit during his youth? It represents the ultimate aspiration for every man. Seeing Johnny so enamored with the suit, Tony felt a swell of pride within him, satisfied that his tireless efforts had culminated in this creation. The dedication he poured into it rivaled that of his work on the original Mark suit. Would you like to try it on? This suit of armor is designed to fit snugly, tailored to your measurements. Tony tilted his head, inquiring about Johnny's thoughts. That doesn't seem right, Johnny hesitated verbally. Yet his body eagerly approached the Iron Man suit. Noticing his eagerness, Tony directed towards the nearby control panel, JARVIS. Scan Johnny's physique and grant him full access to Alien 1. Alien 1? Johnny turned his head, intrigued, having never heard the name before. Indeed, I named this suit for you. Since you can transform into various extraterrestrial beings, the title Alien 1 is quite fitting, Tony elucidated. Upon hearing this, Johnny found himself in agreement with his old friend. However, he was indifferent to the name. What truly mattered was donning the suit, as only by engaging with it could he truly grasp the violent aesthetics that the Iron Man suit offered. The exhilarating experience of piloting the iron suit was undeniably distinct when compared to super serum or iron arms. Body scan complete. Mr. Johnny, please proceed to the designated area for the assisted donning of Alien 1. Johnny walked to the area indicated by JARVIS, extending his arms and standing obediently as the various components of the armor were affixed to him. Surprisingly, with each addition of iron, Johnny felt an impending sense of invincibility, already envisioning himself battling foes while clad in the armor. Suddenly, a question arose in Johnny's mind. Could he still transform while wearing this suit? While the iron suit was undeniably impressive, his transformation was the true source of his power, and it was essential to distinguish between the two. Thus, he asked Tony, "May I inquire if I can still transform into an alien hero while wearing this suit? Will it have any effect?" That would indeed be the case, Johnny nodded. Acknowledging the suit's compact size. If you were to transform into a four-armed behemoth, there are two possibilities. Either the suit would be crushed, or you would be. Upon hearing this, Johnny felt a wave of frustration. While Tony's reasoning was sound, the phrasing was less than pleasant. The notion of being crushed was rather ominous. However, rest assured, I have specifically designed a feature in this suit to ensure you can transform into an alien when necessary. What feature? Johnny inquired with curiosity. I call it the super ejection system. Whenever you desire, you can detach from the iron suit without impeding your transformation capabilities. More importantly, once detached, the iron suit can return to your specified location through its intelligent operation mode, which is simply perfect. Is that so? After hearing Tony's explanation, Johnny's lips curled slightly. The super ejection system? He wondered if it was as reliable as the Digga summoning system of Flying Swallow 1. After the helmet was finally affixed, Johnny's extraterrestrial suit was deemed officially equipped. At this moment, J.A.R.V.I.S. activated the visor, unveiling an array of functions before Johnny's eyes. Is this what Tony perceives on a daily basis? It is rather intriguing. Are you managing well? Shall we venture out for a test flight now? Tony, donned in his Mark 42 armor, prepared to accompany Johnny for a little escapade. Of course, my piloting skills are quite commendable. I cannot concur with that, Tony retorted. This was based on his own experience. After all, it was Johnny who rescued him from Afghanistan, riding a dirt bike to escape the desert. If his skills had been a tad inferior, Tony would have felt as though his arc reactor was about to be jolted from his chest by Johnny's reckless driving. J.A.R.V.I.S. Activate the Intelligent Assistant System. He must not be allowed to go awry. Tony issued the command, harboring grave doubts about Johnny's driving aptitude. After a brief stretch to acclimate his body, Johnny swiftly adapted to the presence of the iron suit, as if merely donning an additional coat. Observing Johnny's gestures, raising his hands and stretching his legs, Tony chuckled. Quite amusing, is it not? This is a rare experience. J.A.R.V.I.S. Open the sunroof. We are ready for takeoff. As the sunroof of the villa's basement opened, Tony initiated the propulsion system of his iron suit, soaring ahead into the sky. J.A.R.V.I.S. Let us take flight quickly and keep pace with Tony. Indeed, Mr. Johnny. With that, the thrusters on Johnny's armor activated, swiftly lifting him from the ground. Initially, he felt somewhat disoriented, but soon realized it was akin to wielding the iron suit as a shapeshifter. He directed the thrusters on his hands and legs towards the horizon, ascending vertically into the sky. With twilight descending, the two suits illuminated the night sky, leaving dazzling trails akin to shooting stars. Johnny soared to altitudes exceeding 1,000 meters, executing a series of intricate maneuvers, even indulging in a genuine spacewalk. Observing his proficiency, Tony expressed his astonishment. I never anticipated you possessed such talent for the suit. It is truly hard to believe. Spare me the flattery. I have always been a practical individual, you know. Do you not believe I have the aptitude for flying as well? Johnny swooped behind Tony, playfully tapping his shoulder. That's debatable. Chapter 55, an encounter with Peter. Disregarding Tony's jest, Johnny continued his ascent. Soon, he reached several thousand meters in altitude, thanks to the oxygen system invented by Tony, which alleviated breathing difficulties for an ordinary person at such heights. Gliding freely in the upper atmosphere, Johnny suddenly spotted a commercial airliner soaring past him, prompting him to maneuver the suit closely alongside it. Utilizing the suit's radar evading technology, he trailed the aircraft without being detected, reveling in this novel sensation. Lousy is as swift as an airplane, leaving you astounded. A little boy by the airplane window spotted Johnny in midair, and amidst his incredulity, Johnny performed a lively jazz dance. Mom, look, there's someone outside, exclaimed the boy, tapping the arm of the person beside him in astonishment. What? That's impossible, dear. We're on an airplane. Who could possibly be outside? His mother replied, after glancing out the window. That was close. I nearly got spotted, Johnny thought, having swiftly descended to the bottom of the plane just in time to avoid detection before the mother turned her head. Nevertheless, he relished the moment, believing he had undoubtedly made a profound impression on the little boy. As Johnny departed from the aircraft, vanishing into the night sky, he returned to Tony's side. Quite amusing. This speed surpasses that of when I transformed into an alien hero, Johnny remarked. After all, Tony's armor can achieve a velocity of 3 Mach in full flight. A remarkable feat indeed, while none of Johnny's alien counterparts could reach such heights. Moreover, it required no exertion on his part. Pure exhilaration. Naturally, it's my invention. A marvel of contemporary technology, Tony replied, graciously accepting Johnny's praise without a hint of modesty. Inwardly, he felt immense satisfaction, relishing the joy of sharing the wonders of his Iron Man suit with a friend. Shall we venture below to showcase this? It's a splendid opportunity for the citizens of New York to witness the awe of the Iron Suit, Johnny proposed. Why not? Tony responded nonchalantly. Ever since revealing his identity as Iron Man, he had periodically soared through the city, attracting envious gazes from numerous citizens. Investors eagerly purchased Stark Industries stocks, resulting in a notable surge in share prices, thus significantly elevating his wealth. This is indeed the most remarkable manipulation in history, Tony mused. That night, many employees at the World Trade Center once again beheld the rapidly flying iron armor in the sky. Astonishingly, this time, there were two suits soaring aloft. The figure clad in the yellow and red armor was Mr. Stark, but who was the other? I have no idea, but that black suit looks incredible. Could be a new product from Stark Industries? I want it. Get some sleep. I advise you to invest in more stocks instead, came the reply. All right. Stark stock price is bound to rise tomorrow. By the dip, hurry. Amidst the chatter, Johnny swooped past, performing an intricate maneuver for the onlookers. However, Tony was less than pleased. Thanks to JARVIS, he was acutely aware of their conversations. Johnny's armor could be cooler than mine? Impossible. Indeed. The classic hue of the iron suit is unmistakably yellow and red. That black coating was merely a spontaneous whim, lacking any true allure. Tony, feeling somewhat disheartened by the public's lack of appreciation for his aesthetic sensibilities, could foresee the continued rise of Stark Industries stock. Yet he remained dissatisfied with the populace's failure to grasp his artistic vision. As he traversed the towering edifices, Johnny enthusiastically greeted the citizens below, receiving a warm response in return. It was evident that the public still favored the iron suit. He mused internally, wondering if transforming into the four-armed behemoth would startle them. After soaring past several skyscrapers, Johnny arrived at the rooftop of the World Trade Center, where he paused to catch his breath. Despite Jarvis's assistance, the execution of each movement relied solely on his own faculties. Isn't the nightscape splendid? Tony remarked softly as he lifted his mask. Indeed, I now comprehend your penchant for wandering at midnight. It is quite liberating, Johnny replied as he stood at the edge of the building, savoring the nocturnal panorama. Absolutely. Next time, I shall devise a series that enables you to don the iron suit, even in extraterrestrial form, Tony encouraged. Well, you better get to work, Johnny replied nonchalantly. For Tony to wear the suit as an alien hero would necessitate advanced nanotechnology, truly a hallmark of high-tech innovation. Yet at that moment, a figure meandering around the city caught Johnny's attention. Was that individual not resting? There was only one person capable of weaving through the cityscape. Peter Parker, the beloved neighborhood Spider-Man. Spider-Man, over here. Johnny waved his arms, calling out to Peter. Initially intent on continuing his vigilante pursuits, Peter halted upon hearing someone call his name. Is that Johnny? He wondered, pressing his face against the glass of a nearby building. With his extraordinary vision, he discerned a figure clad in black iron armor beckoning to him. It was indeed Johnny. The extraterrestrial design Tony had created bore a striking resemblance to the iron suit modified by Johnny, making it easy for Peter to recognize him, especially since he had been present during the battle against the Green Goblin. Without hesitation, Peter shot a web towards them. Peter's arrival brought Johnny delight, and he warmly patted him on the shoulder. Truly, you are the Spider-Man. Even at this late hour, you are out there combating crime. Chief George should award you a banner. Your efforts have contributed to the decline in crime rates. Feeling slightly bashful, Peter scratched his head in response, reiterating his commitment to fulfilling Uncle Ben's expectations. With great power comes great responsibility. After exchanging pleasantries with Johnny, Peter politely greeted Tony. Mr. Stark, it has been a while. You're welcome. We're all friends. Tony waved his hand casually. Peter had indeed saved both Pepper and Happy, a favor Tony was keenly aware of. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Johnny suddenly nudged Tony with his elbow and said with keen interest, Tony, why not create an iron armor for Peter? Something akin to what I'm wearing? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Tony had yet to respond, but Peter preemptively declined. No, thank you. My current spider suit works quite well for my movements. Don't be so modest. Tony is quite affluent. and I believe he would be very interested in you. Considering you're a superhuman, quite a rarity, Johnny remarked. After pondering for a moment, Tony chimed in, no problem. If you don't mind, Peter, come by my villa sometime to record your physical data, and I'll craft a similar iron suit for you. Tony's enthusiastic agreement left Peter somewhat astonished. In his eyes, such an iron suit must cost a fortune. While he admired it, as a college student, he was ultimately financially constrained. Don't worry about the cost. This guy has plenty of money, and he is genuinely interested in researching new suits. You might even inspire him, Johnny casually noted, sensing Peter's apprehensions. Tony nodded in agreement with Johnny's assessment. With everyone advocating for it, Peter found it difficult to refuse and ultimately acquiesced. That's the spirit. We're all buddies, Johnny exclaimed. Peter, thank me later. An iron suit is quite rare, and I'm genuinely concerned for your safety, he added, given that Peter was recruited by Johnny and it was only right to offer him some assurance. Aside from Johnny, Tony certainly harbored his own ulterior motives. If Peter and Steve were both superhumans, perhaps his anti-Steve armor would soon materialize. Naturally, Tony had also contemplated an anti-Johnny suit, but found it overwhelmingly challenging and decided to abandon that idea. Setting aside the mindless mechanical assaults of shape-shifting creatures, that colossal giant remained an insurmountable chasm for him. Thus, after careful consideration, he chose to temporarily shelve the design for that armor. Chapter 56. Pierce's cunning maneuvers in a clandestine Hydra research facility. Several remnants of Hydra were diligently calibrating their equipment, led by our esteemed Minister Pierce. Jasper, are you certain this will fully harness the power of the Tesseract? Pierce asked, arms crossed, a hint of concern in his voice. Absolutely. We secured all their data during our escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. And coupled with Hydra's research from decades ago, we will undoubtedly master the immense energy contained within the Tesseract, Jasper asserted confidently at the control panel. As Hydra's chief researcher, he was among the foremost experts in the scientific community regarding Tesseract research. Upon hearing his words, Pierce felt a slight alleviation of his anxious demeanor. At this moment, the only way for Hydra to secure its place in the world was to master the Tesseract and utilize it to forge extraordinary, advanced technological weaponry. Very well. Let us commence the experiment without delay, Pierce decisively commanded, casting aside any lingering doubts. Yes, echoed the Hydra members surrounding him in unison. Before them, a sophisticated control panel held the Tesseract firmly in place with four metallic claws, ensuring its stability during the experiment. As the operator initiated the command, a beam of ethereal blue laser shot directly toward the heart of the Tesseract, stimulating the Space Stone at its core. Being one of the 6 Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe, it possessed unique capabilities. Once provoked by potent energy, it could unlock any point in time and space within the cosmos. However, humanity had yet to grasp its true potential, perceiving the peculiar energy fluctuations merely as a weapon, oblivious to the astonishing powers it would soon reveal to the world. Blue ripples emanated from the Tesseract, undulating through the air, causing the entire basement to tremble as the brilliance of the Space Stone enveloped those present. Pierce's heart raced to an apex, and he fervently murmured, "It must succeed. This is our only chance." At long last, the space surrounding the Tesseract appeared to be torn open like a curtain, revealing a portal from which a dark violet light began to radiate outward. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, some timid souls even collapsing in fright. At that moment, Jasper was equally dumbfounded. He had never encountered such phenomena in any documentation. Fortunately, Pierce, being a former head of security, was accustomed to high-stakes situations. He offered a brief reassurance to the others before stepping toward the deep violet rift. Just as he reached out to touch the extraordinary opening, an overwhelming force drew him in. With a resounding crash, Pierce, clad in his suit and bow tie, found himself unceremoniously sprawled on the ground, enduring the pain in his lower back as he struggled to rise. Yet, the scene before him left him utterly speechless. A desolate expanse of sandy terrain stretched beneath the sky adorned with countless stars, enveloped in a chilling atmosphere of silence. More alarming still, a blue humanoid being draped in a gray robe sat upon a throne, observing him with keen interest. Pierce swore he had never been regarded with such a gaze in his life. It felt as though he were a curious plaything, devoid of any emotional nuance. Suddenly, the figure on the throne moved, advancing step by step toward Pierce. He instinctively attempted to retreat, only to discover that his body was entirely immobilized, rendered helpless like a lamb awaiting slaughter. His fate resting solely in the hands of this enigmatic being. Under the astonished gaze of Pierce, the blue-skinned entity thrust a scepter into his chest. "Am I to perish here?" Pierce pondered in despair. Regrettably, death did not descend. Instead, a hoarse voice, reminiscent of grinding teeth, echoed within his mind. "Who are you? From where do you hail? What is your intent?" Without a moment's hesitation, Pierce promptly replied, "I am Pierce from Earth. I arrived here by accident, harboring no malice." His tone was imbued with sincerity as he endeavored to convey his harmlessness. Upon hearing his response, the blue-skinned being's eyes flickered, and the corners of the golden mask subtly twitched, clearly intrigued by his origins. He parted his lips. "Are there many beings like you on Earth?" "Indeed, there are many of us, akin to the stars in the sky," Pierce swiftly responded. "Excellent." The blue-skinned figure nodded. "Then what brings you here?" Inwardly, Pierce shouted, "I truly do not know." He began to rack his brain, understanding that the answer to this question was crucial to his survival and could not be answered lightly. Many? Extraterrestrials? Invaders? Triangular trade? Words began to coalesce in his mind. For the sake of his life and the resurrection plan of Hydra, he made a decision that betrayed his ancestors. "My lord, I wish to invite you to visit Earth. Its environment is beautiful, and its population abundant. I am certain you will find it to your liking." Upon hearing this, the blue-skinned entity displayed a faint smile, a commendable response. "You have garnered the approval of the Chitauri." Indeed, by sheer happenstance, Pierce had arrived at the stronghold of the Chitauri army, triggering Loki's narrative, while the timeline remained unaltered. Observing his demeanor, Pierce wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The prior contemplation had drained much of his energy. He returned to the throne, gazing down at Pierce, and spoke, "You must open a larger portal to welcome our great army." "Army?" Pierce instinctively echoed. "This place is desolate. Where is the army to come from?" As if comprehending Pierce's confusion, the commander of the Chitauri army snapped his fingers. With the sound reverberating, the space above Pierce began to twist and distort, and a multitude of Chitauri soldiers emerged before his eyes. The vast void was swarming with formidable creatures, well-equipped vanguard troops, and colossal warships looming behind them, all of which shattered Pierce's worldview. Now, this is an army, he thought. Compared to them, Earth's forces seemed like mere child's play. At that moment, Pierce felt assured that with their strength, Hydra would surely rise again, effortlessly dominating Earth. Suddenly, the blue-skinned figure tossed his staff to Pierce and calmly stated, "Utilize the power of the staff, and guide my vanguard to forge a passage for the army." Pierce grasped the staff tightly and promptly declared, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill this mission." Chapter 57. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Meeting as Pierce returned to Earth, he was immediately surrounded by anxious Hydra researchers, for he was their pillar of strength. The moment he vanished, despair enveloped them, as the absence of their leader extinguished any hope of revival for Hydra. Among them, his devoted subordinate Jasper was the first to speak. "Mr. Pierce, are you unharmed? What transpired? How could you suddenly disappear?" "I am unscathed," Pierce replied, a smile gracing his lips. "In fact, I have made significant discoveries. Behold what I have brought back." Shortly after he emerged from the spatial rift, a cadre of Chitauri vanguard appeared before the astonished onlookers. Everyone was taken aback by the alien presence, and Jasper, in a flurry of panic, exclaimed, "Mr. Pierce, who are these beings? Why are they here?" In response to his subordinate's disquiet, Pierce gently patted his shoulder and explained, "This is our army, an unstoppable force." Hearing this, Jasper swallowed nervously. He had never encountered an army of such terrifying countenance. "By the way, do you know where the most concentrated energy in the United States is located? We need to open a larger portal with the Tesseract." "The most energy?" Jasper pondered for a moment, and an answer emerged in his mind. "Stark Tower. Its reactor undoubtedly housed the greatest energy." "Stark Tower? Excellent. Our next target shall be there," Pierce affirmed. Soon, the American populace would once again be engulfed in fear of Hydra. Perhaps influenced by the Mind Stone and the Scepter, Pierce had become somewhat delirious, envisioning a glorious future of world domination. Meanwhile, aboard S.H.I.E.L.D. spacecraft, an extraordinary meeting was convening. "Dr. Banner, you've been released," Johnny remarked. stepping off the elevator with a look of astonishment. Bruce Banner, the man who transforms into the Hulk when angered, was unexpectedly present at the S.H.I.E.L.D. meeting, leaving many bewildered. Dr. Banner, the renowned physicist? A flippant voice emerged from behind Johnny, belonging to none other than Tony Stark. As a billionaire who also possessed a scientific mind, it was no wonder Tony was intrigued by Dr. Banner. In response, Dr. Banner awkwardly nodded. Among those attending the meeting were Steve, Natasha, and Hawkeye. Isn't this the original lineup of the Avengers? Johnny mused internally. After exchanging brief greetings with the others, Johnny fell silent, uncertain of what scheme Fury was concocting. Once the Avengers assembled, it would inevitably trigger an apocalyptic event, a certainty beyond doubt. Cough. I sincerely appreciate your presence. Fury began, but Tony promptly interrupted. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. My time is exceedingly valuable. Agreed. Johnny chimed in. The remarks from these two individuals left Fury feeling somewhat fatigued. The Avengers initiative was a daunting endeavor. Given the director's words, this meeting must contain significant substance, Steve remarked. Fury doesn't summon people lightly, Hawkeye added. All right, let us expedite this. I have a date with Potts this afternoon. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Fortunately, Fury decided to bypass all formalities, picking up the remote to activate the large screen behind him. He commenced his explanation. Decades ago, the leader of Hydra, Red Skull, discovered a mysterious extraterrestrial artifact, which he named the Tesseract. It harbors immense and enigmatic power. Hydra once sought to harness it to create formidable high-tech weaponry, but ultimately failed. The reason for their failure was, of course, the valiant efforts of our Captain America, Steve Rogers. At this, everyone nodded. Steve's accomplishments were indisputable, and to this day, he remained an idol for many young boys. Fury pressed the remote, and the screen displayed years of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research on the Tesseract, including numerous images of researchers. Among them was Tony's father, Howard Stark, who had also participated in the Tesseract studies. Upon seeing his father's image, Tony stroked his chin but remained silent. S.H.I.E.L.D. had also contemplated utilizing it to forge weapons in the name of global peace. Wait, Tony interjected. Creating dangerous weapons for the sake of world peace? Isn't that rather absurd, Director Fury? Ever since the kidnapping incident in Afghanistan, Tony had harbored a deep-seated aversion to weapons, even putting an end to Stark Industries' arms business. In his view, any weapon would inevitably harm innocents. The best course of action was to cease production and eradicate the development of armaments entirely. I do not deny S.H.I.E.L.D.'s errors, but our intentions were indeed pure. Unfortunately, due to Hydra's infiltration, we lost the Tesseract. I am aware of that. Johnny raised his hand to respond. You were directly ambushed by the enemy and lay in the hospital for quite some time before waking up. I nearly thought you were destined for the afterlife. Upon hearing Johnny's words, Fury offered no further explanation. It was indeed a lapse on his part. Is all this explanation merely to introduce a lost extraterrestrial artifact? Hawkeye questioned, somewhat perplexed. Certainly not, Fury continued. Just yesterday, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reconnaissance satellite detected fluctuations from the Tesseract in a concealed location. It appears Hydra has once again initiated experiments on it. Then what are we waiting for? Just provide a location, and we can go eliminate them. Johnny stated with confidence. Just kidding, we are all prominent figures here. It's easy to handle them. After all, they are merely Hydra. We dispatched personnel to investigate immediately, but unfortunately, we arrived too late. By the time we got there, Hydra had vanished, Fury lamented. After all that talk, we ended up with nothing. Why did you call us here? Tony expressed his dissatisfaction. No, I believe that Hydra will certainly make a comeback soon, which is why I summoned you all. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences, Fury asserted firmly. Ding, ding, ding. All eyes turned to Tony as his phone rang at an inopportune moment. He shrugged and answered the call, but as the conversation progressed, his expression darkened. After hanging up, he addressed the group. I think I know where Hydra has gone. Where? To Stark Tower. Chapter 58. The invasion. They invaded Stark Tower? Fury's face displayed disbelief. He could not fathom the purpose behind Hydra's current operation. It was entirely contrary to their usual tactics. Revealing their whereabouts at this moment was tantamount to courting disaster. Let us not dwell on that. We should set off. Otherwise, New York City will be in chaos. Johnny interjected. Let us get to it. Johnny was right. We should move out. Steve stood up from his chair and spoke. S.H.I.E.L.D. We'll prepare the aircraft for you, ensuring you reach there as swiftly as possible. The group boarded the Quinjet and quickly ascended to the skies surrounding Stark Tower. However, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. Clouds gathered over New York City, and a beam of light shot from Stark Tower, piercing through the clouds, while numerous alien forces rode in flying crafts nearby. Such a scene was unprecedented. What in the world had Hydra done to create such a commotion? At this moment, Tony donned the Mark 42 suit, and with the suit's assistance, he could clearly see an unknown device operating continuously at the top of Stark Tower. This peculiar sight was most likely the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, Johnny remained silent. He recognized the soldiers hovering in the sky. They were Chitauri, part of one of Thanos' many legions, known for their relatively lower combat capabilities. Yet, their presence here completely defied logic. In his memory, the Chitauri's arrival on Earth had been orchestrated by Loki, but now Loki was confined in Asgard, making it impossible for him to instigate trouble. You all go evacuate the civilians. I need to check the company and see if I can halt that machine's operation, Tony declared before activating the suit's thrusters and flying towards Stark Tower. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Johnny transformed into his glider form and followed suit, eager to uncover the truth. Upon witnessing two individuals depart the aircraft without a backward glance, Steve could only exhale a resigned sigh. Yet, more pressing matters awaited his attention. He decisively issued commands. Natasha, you and I shall be responsible for evacuating the civilians on the ground. Hawkeye will engage in harassment against the airborne forces. Upon realizing he had been excluded from the assignment, Dr. Banner timidly raised his hand and inquired, "What about me?" Steve regarded his frail form, momentarily at a loss for words. In his human state, Dr. Banner appeared exceedingly vulnerable. "You will assist me in evacuating the civilians," Natasha interjected, providing him with an escape from his embarrassment. "All right," he replied, finally comprehending his role. "Then, Avengers assemble," Steve proclaimed, leaping from the aircraft without a parachute. Natasha and Banner, laden with their packs, followed closely behind, while Hawkeye, having inspected his bow and arrows, sought a vantage point suitable for sniping. Meanwhile, Johnny and his companion swiftly arrived atop Stark Tower. Although they encountered a few minor adversaries along the way, they dispatched them with ease. As Johnny landed on the rooftop, he beheld J.A.R.V. diligently operating machinery, while Pierce, brandishing the Mind Stone scepter, awaited their arrival with an air of confidence. Observing the scepter in Pierce's possession, Johnny furrowed his brow and asked, "Pierce, from where did you acquire that scepter?" "The artifact, embedded with the Mind Stone, should not have manifested on Earth. You need not concern yourself with that," Pierce replied. "Soon, the entire world will succumb to Hydra's dominion, and your S.H.I.E.L.D. will be powerless to intervene." "Are you certain?" Tony interjected, channeling energy into his hands, unleashing a repulsor blast towards the device. However, to his astonishment, the blast was nullified by an invisible energy field just before it reached its target. "I assure you, this is the force field generated by the Tesseract. You cannot breach it. You shall merely witness as I open a rift in space-time and welcome the army," Pierce taunted mercilessly. Johnny remained silent, for he recognized the truth in Pierce's words. Once the rift was fully opened, the Chitauri forces would indeed descend upon them. Yet, that was not the most terrifying prospect. Should Thanos arrive as well, Earth's fate would be sealed. After all, the planet was far from prepared to confront the cosmic army led by Thanos. Suddenly, the ominous clouds overhead dispersed with a rumble as the Tesseract had fully charged, revealing a colossal rift in space from which an endless stream of Chitauri soldiers emerged. Soon, they were encircled by a vast legion, and the situation grew increasingly dire. At that moment, Pierce waved the scepter and commanded, "Kill them." "What do we do now?" Tony, positioned behind Johnny, surveyed the menacing army with uncertainty. "There's no other option. We must delay them until that machine loses power, at which point the rift will naturally close," Johnny analyzed. "As per your request, let us proceed." Tony no longer concealed his intentions. After simply inputting a command, the shoulder and elbow compartments of his armor opened, revealing an abundance of ammunition within. Once Jarvis had locked onto all adversaries, a barrage of munitions erupted, tearing a rift in the encircling forces. Meanwhile, Johnny transformed from the gliding Colossus into the Diamond War God. sending shards of crystal flying, while simultaneously claiming the lives of numerous foes. Yet, such efforts proved insufficient, as the Chitauri army swarmed forth like a plague of locusts from the fissure. This time not as a vanguard, but as a well-equipped main force. Several aerial manta rays were also among them, their exteriors fortified with thick armor, concealing numerous archers poised to strike, rendering them utterly formidable. Observing the ever-growing Chitauri ranks, Tony realized that remaining in Stark Tower was no longer viable. He decisively declared, "I will draw away a portion of them. The rest is up to you." "Very well," Johnny replied. With that, Tony activated the thrusters of his suit and soared away. A considerable segment of the enemy forces following him, thereby alleviating some pressure from Johnny's position. Surrounded by foes, Johnny prepared to unleash his full firepower. Little Bo. In mere seconds, he manifested dozens of duplicates. Nearby, Pierce, witnessing the spectacle, began to mock. "Are you trying to outnumber them? That is far from sufficient, Johnny." "Outnumber? I did not intend to rely on sheer numbers for victory," Johnny retorted with a slight smile. "Tell me, are the Chitauri's ears not keen?" Before Pierce could respond, dozens of Johnny's duplicates opened their mouths in unison, unleashing a wave of sound that coalesced into a bomb-like explosion at the heart of the enemy ranks. In an instant, the surrounding soldiers succumbed, blood streaming from their orifices. Little Bo has made a significant contribution. Chapter 59, Nuclear Bomb? Delicious. Under the sonic assault of Little Bo, scores of soldiers perished, including Pierce and Jasper, who, as mere mortals, met their demise instantly. Casting a glance at the cosmic cube, which continued to discharge beams of energy, Johnny could only sigh in resignation. Now, all he could do was hope that the energy of the arc reactor would deplete swiftly. Otherwise, his small band would struggle to defend New York. Approaching the edge of the building, Johnny began to survey the situation below. Steve was demonstrating his shield skills on the street, while Hawkeye relentlessly loosed arrows with various devices, claiming the lives of many insignificant foes. Dr. Banner had once again transformed into the Hulk, engaging an aerial manta ray. Tony utilized the copious ammunition of his suit to shoot down the airborne soldiers, while Natasha engaged in close combat with the lesser enemies. "Well, it appears the Avengers' combat prowess is rather lacking," Johnny mused to himself, resting his forehead in contemplation. "Now, let the heroes make their entrance." With that, Johnny leaped from the building, his form transforming once more. Supergiant, a colossal giant, towering at 50 meters, descended from the heavens, instantly claiming the lives of a portion of the ground troops, significantly alleviating the pressure on Steve and his companions. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Johnny, with a swift thrust, struck down an airborne, fish-like craft that was unleashing artillery fire, seizing its tail and hurling it mercilessly against the surrounding skyscrapers. The once resplendent buildings crumbled into dust, while several soldiers in the air were struck by the debris, plummeting from their airships. Although Johnny had significantly reduced their numbers, this act drew the attention of even more Chitauri forces. In no time, multiple flying fish surrounded him. Yet, Johnny showed no signs of fear. He boldly initiated a gesture of international camaraderie. Though the Chitauri were perplexed by its meaning, they recognized it as a provocation. Consequently, the piloted fish surged toward Johnny in a fierce assault. Johnny bent slightly, wrapping his arms around the body of the fish, leaving the previously boisterous soldiers momentarily stunned. They unleashed a barrage of gunfire at him, but for a giant of his stature, the bullets were mere annoyances. Ignoring their futile attempts, Johnny exerted his strength and executed a magnificent suplex, the tremendous impact deforming the armor of the flying fish and reducing the soldiers within to mere pulp. However, rather than retreat, the Chitauri gathered even more troops to converge upon Johnny. It is said that many ants can bring down an elephant, despite Johnny's overwhelming might. There would come a time when his strength would wane. Steve and the others were still entangled in their own battles, unable to extend aid to him. He would have to rely on himself. Johnny murmured to himself. Just as he resolved to fight with all his might, a dazzling beam of multicolored light descended beside him. The Bifrost. Johnny gasped in astonishment. Emerging from the radiant bridge were familiar figures, none other than Thor and his 4 companions. Thor, stepping forth from the Bifrost, immediately soared in the air to greet Johnny. "Johnny, how's it going? Did I arrive just in time? I secretly sent Heimdall away to come to your aid. Aren't you moved?" Johnny, Taken aback, yet predominantly touched, felt a surge of hope. Reinforcements had finally arrived. After this, I'll treat you to a grand feast. He understood Thor's temperament well. Aside from his love for battle, fine food and drink were among his greatest pleasures. With Tony around, there would be no shortage of excellent chefs. That's a promise, Thor replied, cutting through the chatter. Wielding his mighty hammer, Thor summoned a torrent of white lightning that coalesced in his grasp. With a powerful swing of his arm, a colossal bolt struck a flying fish, the ensuing electric currents dispatching numerous soldiers. With Thor's assistance, Johnny unleashed his full potential, leveraging his colossal physique to relentlessly assault the surrounding troops. Each punch and stomp effortlessly claimed the lives of many soldiers. Very well, that's the spirit. As long as we can endure this moment, once the Space Stone loses its energy and they no longer have support, this will be a victory for Earth. Unfortunately, an unforeseen event occurred at this critical juncture. Tony evaded the pursuit of the Chitauri soldiers and reached Johnny's side. Johnny, I have some unfortunate news. What is it? They currently hold the advantage. As long as no one interferes, they can achieve a decisive victory. As long as no one interferes. According to Fury, the U.S. Congress has issued a directive to launch a nuclear missile, which means a nuclear bomb is currently en route to New York City. Once it arrives, we will meet our demise alongside those alien forces. Hearing this grim news from Tony, Johnny's composure shattered. What on earth is Fury thinking? Are those American leaders completely out of their minds? They come here to stir up trouble at this moment. This familiar scene reminded Johnny of the events of the first Avengers. It seemed that in a timeline without him, those high-ranking officials acted in the same manner. Despite his intervention, the outcome remained unchanged. This timeline is remarkably resilient. However, contemplating this now is futile. The critical issue is how to neutralize that nuclear bomb. Should we let Tony make a sacrifice? No. Johnny dismissed this thought in an instant. Setting aside the question of success, Tony has always treated him well. He could never put Tony in danger. With a furrowed brow, Johnny began to ponder various solutions. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Tony, can you trace the flight path of that nuclear bomb? Yes, JARVIS has already calculated its trajectory. Excellent, take me there. Huh. Before Tony could react, Johnny transformed, and fortunately, he was swift enough to catch the now ordinary Johnny. Do you know what you're saying? That's a nuclear bomb. It's not something that can be resolved by you, an alien hero. Johnny firmly grasped Tony's arm to steady himself and responded to Tony's query. I have my ways, just take me there. With no other options available, Tony reluctantly complied with Johnny's command, heading toward the direction of the missile. Sir, there are 40 seconds until the nuclear bomb's arrival. In truth, Tony could vaguely see the small black dot approaching in the distance without JARVIS analysis. As for Johnny, after transforming, he had become an unprecedented alien hero. Tony gazed at this creature before him, green and plump, resembling a frog, and began to regret bringing Johnny along. He sighed internally. If Johnny couldn't resolve the situation, he would have to rely on himself. Are you really capable of handling this? Tony asked, his concern evident. I think I might be able to, Johnny replied ambiguously. In this instance, Johnny has transformed into the formidable explosive frog. In the original narrative, he had consumed an extraterrestrial weapon capable of annihilating an entire city, comparable in power to a nuclear bomb. By the same token, one might conclude that the explosive frog could indeed devour a nuclear bomb. Let's hope it is not too unpalatable. Tony, cradling Johnny in his arms, steadily advanced toward the nuclear bomb. What do you intend to do now? The answer is simple. Consume it. Johnny flexed his facial muscles, preparing to open his mouth to its maximum capacity. Are you jesting? That is a nuclear bomb, not mere spaghetti. You must be fooling me. Tony stammered, at a loss for words. It is hardly surprising. After all, no one has ever witnessed anyone daring enough to swallow a nuclear bomb whole. Trust me, I would never jest with my own life. In truth, it is too late for regrets, as the nuclear bomb loomed ever closer. With no other option, Tony had no choice but to place his faith in Johnny. As the bomb drew near, Johnny strained to widen his mouth, aiming to gulp down the nuclear device in one go. Glug! In Tony's incredulous gaze, Johnny consumed the entire bomb as casually as one might an egg. Sir, according to radar scans, the nuclear bomb signature has vanished. Mr. Johnny has successfully ingested the bomb. Chapter 60. Frugality? Huh. Upon hearing JARVIS' earnest analysis, Tony's mind struggled to comprehend the revelation. Emotionally, he perceived it as a positive occurrence, yet rationally, a cacophony of disbelief echoed within him. As an accomplished physicist, he found it utterly incomprehensible that Johnny had indeed swallowed a nuclear bomb. It was a nuclear bomb. The immense energy contained within should have erupted into a black mushroom cloud over New York City, yet now resided within Johnny's belly. He pondered whether he ought to revisit his physics studies. This was utterly absurd. While Tony's mind raced with chaotic thoughts, Johnny felt increasingly uncomfortable. His abdomen was swelling as if he had overeaten. The explosive frog did not digest what it consumed, but rather transformed it into energy to be expelled later. Thus, while the bomb had indeed vanished, the energy from its potential explosion now resided within Johnny. I feel quite full. This was Johnny's first realization. The next thought was to expel it. If not, the energy within the explosive frog could not be released, and he would undoubtedly explode on the spot. As for the means of expulsion, he had already devised a plan. Johnny extended his green little claws to pat Tony's arm. At that moment, he could not articulate words, so he pointed in a direction with his finger. Following Johnny's gesture, Tony beheld the wormhole opened by the cosmic cube. It is evident that, as comrades in mischief, Tony immediately grasped Johnny's intent. "Are you certain you wish to do this? Deliver the nuclear bomb to the enemy's stronghold?" Johnny forced a smile and gave him a thumbs up. "Well, at least it is a precious gift. I hope they will appreciate it." Understanding Johnny's intentions, Tony ceased his hesitations and activated the propulsion system of his iron suit, soaring towards the wormhole. Upon returning to the heart of the battlefield, the Avengers were still fiercely engaged with the Chitauri army. Noticing Tony's approach, a significant number of smaller foes began to pursue him, yet Tony had no time to linger. He shouted, "Steve, handle our pursuers. I need to deliver a package on the other side of the wormhole." "What?" Steve, having just felled an alien soldier with a punch, momentarily found himself puzzled by Tony's words. "Deliver a package? What kind of package? Are aliens shopping on Earth now?" However, upon seeing the expanding, ominous creature nestled in Tony's arms, he surmised that this delivery was likely no benign matter. He quickly directed Hawkeye to assist in fending off their pursuers. Following Steve's command, Hawkeye leapt to a vantage point, reached into his quiver to reveal a specialized arrow, and nimbly drew his bow, aiming with precision before releasing it in one fluid motion. This was the last explosive arrow. He hoped they would find it to their liking. The arrow flew true, striking the lead pursuer's flying craft, whereupon the red lights on its tip began to flash ominously, culminating in a devastating explosion that obliterated not only the craft, but also its trailing companions. "Well done," Tony praised. Now unencumbered by their pursuers, he swiftly guided Johnny to the very mouth of the wormhole. However, they were still encircled by Chitauri soldiers, who relentlessly closed in on them. Just as Tony pondered how to breach their ranks and reach the wormhole, a muscular blonde man descended from the sky, wielding a hammer that crackled with electricity, scattering the soldiers and granting Tony the chance to charge towards the wormhole. Tony seized this opportunity, propelling himself forward at full speed, while taking a moment to tease the God of Thunder. "Thanks for the assist." Hearing that familiar nickname from Tony, Johnny nearly burst into laughter, but quickly stifled himself. He couldn't afford to make a sound now. After all, he was harboring a significant secret within. A few minor adversaries still obstructed their path, but Tony dispatched them effortlessly with the remaining ammunition in his suit. At last, the two of them successfully traversed the wormhole, arriving before the colossal Chitauri warship. The exceedingly low oxygen levels, the pitch-black darkness, the ubiquitous meteors, and the grandeur of the immense warship rendered Tony acutely aware of his own insignificance and that of Earth itself. Would the planet face such crises in the future? Would they be able to withstand them? Just as he was lost in contemplation, Johnny's form swelled once more, nearing the brink of bursting. Tony snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "Hold on, Johnny, just a moment. Let me adjust our course." He approached Johnny's back, aligning Johnny's head towards the battleship, while commanding Jarvis to channel energy from the suit into the thrusters, ensuring they maintained their position as Johnny released energy. Once everything was in place, Johnny suddenly opened his mouth wide, expelling a sphere of green energy that surged directly towards the battleship. With a resounding explosion, the green beam struck the vessel, triggering a violent detonation and resulting in the death of numerous soldiers as the surrounding space warped under the immense energy fluctuations. Fortunately, Tony's preparations prevented them from being thrown off course by the shockwave. As Johnny's stomach gradually shrank, he finally ceased the output of the green energy. Burp! Johnny involuntarily belched, the earlier nuclear blast having filled him to the brim. Hearing Johnny's belch, Tony couldn't resist teasing. Seeing you like this. It seems the nuclear blast was tastier than French cuisine. Next time perhaps Congress should invite you for another. Let us skip that. As an ordinary person, I find carbohydrates more suitable for my palate. But enough chatter. I think we should leave quickly, Johnny suggested, glancing at the shrinking wormhole. He didn't want to risk being stranded in space if the space stone closed the portal. Good point. Tony adjusted their trajectory, accelerating towards the wormhole. As they traversed it, the space stone ceased its energy output, right on cue, perfectly timing their escape. In New York City, remnants of the Chitauri army remained. But without reinforcements, they were swiftly eliminated through the Avengers' coordinated efforts. In addition to clearing the minor threats, Johnny made sure to return to Stark Tower to retrieve the Tesseract and the Mind Stone Scepter. Observing the alien weapon in Johnny's hand, Tony remarked, "These two items have caused us such chaos. My Stark Tower will need renovations yet again." The glass near the upper levels of Stark Tower shattered under the sonic resonance of a small wave, resulting in considerable damage. Are you actually feeling sorry for that? Come on, you're a billionaire. Show some of that wealthy demeanor and stop being so petty, Johnny retorted decisively. One must practice frugality. Tony chuckled. You frugal? That's hilarious. Chapter 61. Conversing about everything. How did it go, Johnny? Were all the weapons retrieved? Steve inquired as he exited the elevator. He had witnessed the true power of the Tesseract, capable of summoning a well-equipped alien force from outer space, a stark contrast to his experiences in World War II. He certainly didn't wish to engage in such a war again. The prospect of such weapons falling into the wrong hands was terrifying. Rest assured, they are all here, Johnny replied, tossing the Tesseract in his hand with a smile. That is good to hear, Steve sighed in relief. Currently, all the Chitauri forces have been dealt with, leaving the aftermath for S.H.I.E.L.D. to tidy up. At this moment, Thor flew in through the window, generously embracing Johnny in an Asgardian manner. Thor, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. It was truly thanks to you just now. This was no mere flattery from Johnny, for had Thor not come to the rescue, Johnny might not have escaped to neutralize the nuclear bomb. If that bomb had detonated in New York City, countless innocent lives would have been lost. Among good brothers, there is no need for thanks. You have aided me greatly in Asgard as well. As you Earthlings say, this is merely reciprocity, Thor replied, patting Johnny on the back nonchalantly. It seems you've learned quite a bit about Earth during this time. You must have been reading a lot. Upon hearing this, Thor leaned closer to Johnny and whispered, I often sneak down to meet Jane, and I've learned much from her. The two exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other perfectly. Since everything is resolved, shall we go out for a meal? I know of a splendid Mexican restaurant nearby. My treat, and let us enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Tony suggested at that moment. Everyone readily agreed, wholeheartedly supporting Tony's idea. They descended to the ground floor of Stark Tower, meandering through several streets until they arrived at a beautifully designed Mexican restaurant. The owner was initially reluctant to serve such an eclectic group, but under the influence of Tony's financial prowess, he assured them that he would prepare the most authentic Mexican dishes to welcome them. Johnny also brought forth a flask filled with Odin's mead, intending to indulge in a hearty celebration. As the drinks flowed, the group began sharing various amusing anecdotes. Among them, Thor was the most animated, regaling tales of his homeland, Asgard, with extraordinary stories that left everyone in awe. Once they were comfortably conversing, he asked, I know Johnny can transform into various peculiar extraterrestrial beings. What abilities do you all possess? At this, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. It was Steve who broke the stillness first. I once injected a super serum, which granted me physical attributes several times greater than that of an ordinary person. I know. I witnessed your combat earlier. You are more than qualified to be a warrior of Asgard, Thor replied. Tony, unwilling to be outdone, patted the Iron Man's suit beside him. I did not inject any serum. My abilities lie within this suit of armor, and of course, wealth, which is a form of financial prowess. Everyone nodded in agreement, recalling how astonishing Tony's lavish displays had been. Natasha, an exceptional warrior in her own right, added, My combat skills are quite formidable. Sif, one of Thor's companions, chimed in, expressing her admiration for Natasha's prowess as they had fought together against the Chitauri soldiers in New York. The usually reticent Hawkeye also took the opportunity to introduce himself. My archery skills are precise. I have never missed a target. The technology of Hawkeye has garnered universal recognition. And Tony does not forget to express his gratitude for his assistance during the pursuit by the Chitauri army. Lastly, there stands Dr. Banner, bare-chested and somewhat timid. I am merely an ordinary man, he declares, met with skeptical glances from all around. The destructive power of Hulk is well known to everyone, and among this group, he is undoubtedly the most perilous. Eventually, unable to endure their scrutinizing gazes any longer, Dr. Banner concedes, it's just that sometimes I might become a tad reckless when angered. Upon hearing this, Johnny bursts into laughter, remarking, Dr. Banner, that is hardly recklessness. It feels more akin to having consumed counterfeit liquor, as if you wouldn't flinch even in the face of a nuclear bomb. Surely, one would fear a nuclear bomb. Dr. Banner scratches his head, meekly responding. After everyone has introduced themselves, Thor begins to demonstrate his thunderous powers, sending powerful currents that cause the hair on everyone to stand on end. Tony strokes his chin, intrigued by Thor's biological composition. Another individual defying the laws of nature. Is this bioelectricity generated through cellular processes? Yet, this is overwhelmingly potent, far more so than an electric eel. As Thor discharges electricity, the Mark 42 silently enters charging mode. Ultimately, the group celebrates with drinks, and Steve relays the news of their victory over the phone. As everyone departs the restaurant, the owner cleverly requests signatures from all, a memento of the Avengers' visit. Johnny envisions the restaurant's future popularity, certain it will attract countless visitors eager to partake in its legacy. With news of their victory, Fury finally releases the tension that has gripped his heart. He hangs up the phone, exhaling deeply. The Congress had not even informed him of the proposal to launch the nuclear missile, and by the time he sought to intervene, it was far too late. Fortunately, with Johnny's assistance, they averted the catastrophic explosion. In the updates, he learns that the invaders accessed Earth through the Tesseract. His brow furrows again. After decades of research, S.H.I.E.L.D. had only discovered its true capabilities through Hydra's accidental revelations. Thankfully, no significant casualties occurred, and both the Tesseract and the Mind Stone Scepter have been successfully recovered. Fury resolves to securely store them in the S.H.I.E.L.D. vault, ensuring such an incident never recurs. Should another occurrence arise, the fate of Earth could indeed be at stake. He glances at the vintage phone on the table, recalling that not long ago, he entertained the idea of dialing it. He had made a promise to that individual, the incredibly powerful woman, the most formidable he has encountered to date, and the original Avenger in his heart. She could only be summoned in the direst of times. With a single call, she would rush from any corner of the cosmos to offer her assistance. Fortunately, thanks to the Avengers' efforts, Earth remains safe for now. Yet he muses, this is far from sufficient. Once, he too had ventured into the cosmos, aware of Earth's insignificance amidst countless civilizations. Thus, he permitted his subordinates to harness the cosmic cube to develop various advanced weaponry, aiming to fortify Earth's defenses. There remains a long journey ahead, Fury uttered. Chapter 62. He exploded in the quiet of night. A corner of New York City, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Theater stood vibrant. The exterior was adorned with a myriad of colorful lights, and even Eastern lanterns hung from the Christmas tree, exuding an authentic Oriental charm. Dressed in casual attire, Johnny stood at the theater's entrance. Having just watched a S.H.I.E.L.D. drama performed by Chinese nationals, a nostalgic homage to his past. As he contemplated his return home, he spotted a familiar face by the roadside. Happy, Tony's personal driver. No, he should now be addressed as the director of security. Ever since the Stark Tower was rebuilt, Tony had taken a back seat, entrusting the company's management to Potts while he secluded himself in his villa, engrossed in the development of new Mark suits. During the latest shareholders meeting, Potts officially appointed Happy as the head of Stark Industry Security Department, overseeing all security matters. How did Johnny come to know this? Not from Tony, of course, but from his own attendance at the shareholders meeting. With his old watch no longer requiring gold for upgrades, Johnny found himself with a considerable sum of cash and opted for a remarkably safe investment, blindly purchasing shares of Stark Industries. He acquired $3 million worth of stock, thus earning the right to attend the shareholders meeting, an invitation extended by Potts, which he did not decline. Overall, the meeting was somewhat dull. merely outlining the company's future trajectory and reiterating Stark Industries' withdrawal from the arms manufacturing sector. A rather conventional shareholders meeting. Having a good girlfriend is indeed wonderful. Tony has struck gold. Johnny mused. After Potts became the voice of Stark Industries, the company's stock price rose significantly, yielding Johnny a modest profit. Why not focus on being the director of security at Stark Tower, instead of lurking outside? Johnny decided to approach stealthily to surprise him. Unaware of the impending visitor, Happy stood at a small shop selling Huaxia Theater souvenirs, continuously observing a blonde youth on a nearby bench through the reflection in the glass. He indeed appeared suspicious. Potts had even questioned Johnny's judgment. As Happy prepared to intervene, a hand rested on his shoulder, startling him from his tension. Before the essence of American traditional culture could permeate, it was interrupted by the beaming smile of the person before him. Happy, what are you doing here? Planning to switch careers and become a detective? Upon hearing Johnny's words, Happy exhaled a sigh of relief and gestured with his eyes toward the bench. The individual superior had visited Stark Industries, and I harbor suspicions regarding his character. He likely came to clandestinely observe us. My suspicions have been validated. That man is probably a drug addict. Just look at his bag. It undoubtedly contains a substantial amount of marijuana. Are you certain? Johnny, following Happy's gaze, turned to look. The appearance of the golden-haired youth startled him profoundly. Can a mere observation trigger such a scenario? Johnny couldn't help but exclaim. What was intended to be a simple outing to watch a play had devolved into this unforeseen predicament. If Johnny's instincts were correct, the blonde youth was likely affiliated with the scientist Aldrich Killian's subordinates. They presented themselves as enthusiasts of science, but in truth, they covertly conducted human experiments involving a substance known as the extremis virus. The extremis virus is a newly engineered serum modeled after the super soldier serum, granting those injected with it extraordinary strength and regenerative abilities akin to Captain America. However, it bears a fatal flaw. It is exceedingly unstable. If one's body fails to adapt swiftly to the alterations induced by the virus, it can result in severe overheating, dismantling one's bodily functions. In simpler terms, one risks becoming a human bomb. And now, we find ourselves at the very site of the virus injection. What kind of narrative is unfolding? Has a new American television series premiered? Happy appeared utterly bewildered. Before Johnny could elucidate, another individual, resembling a vagabond, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His fall attracted considerable attention from passers-by, who gathered around curiously. Happy, keep your distance. The vagabond had already been injected with the extremis virus, and, judging by his condition, it seemed his body was ill-equipped to handle the transformation. He was on the verge of becoming a human bomb. With the throngs of people milling about the theater, the repercussions of an explosion would be catastrophic. At this moment, only Johnny could avert the disaster. Fireman. Before Happy could interject, Johnny strode boldly into the crowd of onlookers. This man is about to explode. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you clear the area immediately. Johnny called out beside the fallen man. However, his warning not only failed to deter the curious crowd, but instead drew even more spectators closer. Particularly, his fiery demeanor prompted many to raise their phones to capture the moment. Americans truly have no fear of death, Johnny mused. Left with no alternative, he resolved to take decisive action to disperse the oblivious onlookers. With a sudden surge of energy, flames erupted from his body, engulfing the entire theater plaza. The fire licked at the bodies of those nearby, transforming several into human torches. Although this caused some minor injuries, it proved effective. The entire crowd scattered in panic. Once it was confirmed that no one dared to approach again, Johnny moved to the vagabond's side. His condition had deteriorated significantly. The veins on his face glowed ominously. His consciousness was fading, and he mumbled incoherently, "Save me, save me." Upon witnessing the desperate plea of the man, Johnny could only let out a resigned sigh. Oh heavens! No one could save you now. What possessed you to inject yourself with the doomsday virus? All Johnny could do was absorb the heat emanating from the explosion, striving to minimize the casualties among the crowd. The homeless man could no longer endure. He clutched his chest where his heart throbbed with increasing intensity, an overwhelming heat accumulating within him. Boom! He exploded. Johnny immediately extended his hands, drawing as close as possible to the epicenter of the blast, gathering all the heat radiating from the homeless man's body onto himself. The Flame Man was not merely capable of unleashing fiery assaults upon his foes. He could also amplify the intensity of his flames by absorbing external heat, which was precisely why Johnny had transformed in him. As the heat was fully absorbed, the flames atop Johnny's head surged with ferocity. Although this incident did not result in significant casualties, Johnny found no joy in it. After all, a living soul had perished before his eyes, and that sensation was far from pleasant. He understood that numerous individuals like the homeless man existed, mere pawns in the hands of Dr. Kieran, continuously providing data for the virus experiments. Suddenly, Johnny's keen senses detected someone lurking in the shadows, and he glanced up. Beside a taxi, the instigator, a blonde youth, was incessantly documenting the scene with his phone. You are truly courting death. Chapter 63. I am not a villain. Johnny, already in a foul mood, felt his gaze turn icy upon seeing him. Flames erupted from his feet, propelling him through the air toward the taxi. The youth, realizing Johnny had noticed him, attempted to flee, but his speed was no match for the fully charged Johnny. In an instant, Johnny intercepted him, leaving no possibility for escape. Thinking you can evade after committing a misdeed? You should consult me first. Johnny narrowed his eyes, speaking ominously. The streets were deserted under the night sky, leaving only Johnny and the blonde youth in a silent standoff. What are you talking about, Mr. Johnny? The blonde youth feigned innocence. I am merely an ordinary citizen passing by. Even as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, you cannot indiscriminately attack people on the street, can you? You know me? Of course. Mr. Johnny can transform into all sorts of peculiar beings and recently saved the entire city of New York. Your fame has spread far and wide. Is that so? I had no idea I had become so renowned, Johnny replied with a sardonic smile. Given that this individual was aware of his identity, it indicated that Dr. Kieran had likely been conducting covert investigations into him. Perhaps they possessed some information about all the Avengers. It seemed imperative to uproot this clandestine organization. While the Doomsday virus had many shortcomings, its potency was undeniably formidable. As long as one can adapt, they can possess combat prowess comparable to that of Steve in a remarkably short period. Furthermore, they can ignite their own blood, resulting in widespread explosions. Should Dr. Killian succeed in mass-producing such superhumans, it would herald yet another catastrophe for Earth. This peril must be extinguished in its infancy. Resolute in this decision, Johnny acted decisively. He conjured a small fireball in the hands of the Flame Man and hurled it directly at the face of the individual before him. In an instant, flames engulfed his entire body, yet he emitted no cries of anguish, instead spreading his arms wide to revel in the inferno. Indeed, you two have injected the desperation virus, have you not? This was merely a tentative strike, and the absence of harm was well within Johnny's expectations. The man tore off his burning clothing, revealing veins, bones, and organs beneath his skin, all radiating a crimson glow as waves of heat surged from his body. Have you investigated us? The golden-haired youth inquired, his eyes glowing ominously. The S.H.I.E.L.D possesses investigative capabilities far beyond your reach. Do not presume that your study of substandard serum can challenge the might of the authorities. Otherwise, you will soon find yourselves as the next Hydra. Johnny chose not to engage further in dialogue. With a concentrated punch enveloped in flames, he struck the man, propelling him several meters away. We do not aspire to become Hydra, the golden-haired youth declared as he regained his footing. We shall transcend Hydra, instilling fear throughout the entire world. Mr. Johnny, my name is Seven. Remember this name, for it will be the one that brings about your demise. As he spoke, the wound on his chest had already healed, the restorative properties of the desperation virus vividly on display. In the next moment, he lunged at Johnny, fingers clenched into a fist, an immense heat coalescing upon his knuckles. The tips of his fingers radiating a blinding red light as he aimed a formidable punch at Johnny's face, intent on sending him flying. Regrettably, this ideal scene did not unfold. Johnny effortlessly caught his fist. Witnessing his meticulously executed assault thwarted, Seven's eyes widened in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Johnny grasped his fist with a nonchalant demeanor and remarked, I believe you are mistaken about one thing. The one who should be contemplating survival is you. With that, Johnny's hand erupted with flames even more ferocious than before. As a master of fire attacks, Johnny had just absorbed an immense energy from human bomb, amplifying the temperature of his flames to over double their usual intensity. Under the extreme heat, S.H.I.E.L.D. began to scream in agony. While the desperation virus indeed granted remarkable regenerative abilities, they paled in comparison to the searing flames of the Flame Man. In mere seconds, his fist was reduced to a pile of charred remains, crashing to the ground. "My hand!" S.H.I.E.L.D. cried out in despair, collapsing to the ground as he gazed at the blackened remnants. "Rest assured, I'm not a villain of great malice. As long as you obediently reveal the location of your stronghold, I might consider sparing your life." As he spoke, Johnny did not hesitate to intensify the flames, reducing his hand to ashes that dissipated upon the pavement. Witnessing the complete annihilation of his hand before his very eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D. lifted his gaze, filled with animosity, towards Johnny. The fury coursing through him radiated a more brilliant red light, and the rhythm of his heart quickened. Dr. Killian was indeed correct. You are, without a doubt, our greatest impediment. Hearing this, Johnny chuckled. It was not the first time someone had assessed him in such a manner. Once, Hydra had perceived him as their most significant threat, even going so far as to dispatch armed helicopters to eliminate him. Alas, they underestimated him, and he survived, causing their final Insight plan to collapse utterly due to his intervention. Therefore, do not engage in futile resistance. Disclose your stronghold's location. Johnny stepped forward, gazing down at S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. shook his head and began, "That is impossible. I will not betray Dr. Killian. You can never thwart us." Suddenly, a surge of heat began to gather within him as he contemplated transforming into a human bomb to obliterate Johnny. Futile. The Human Torch could flawlessly absorb their energy. Such a bomb was merely a convenient source of power, readily replenishing his flames. Even in death, I will not divulge any information. Upon uttering these words, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body swelled, and a torrent of heat erupted once more. Drawing from his previous experience, Johnny adeptly absorbed the energy of the bomb, surveying the area to confirm no other adversaries remained before reverting to his normal state. This was indeed a predicament. He had failed to extract any useful information, and it seemed the members of the terrorist organization were remarkably loyal, more devoted to their cause than I am. Johnny murmured as he stood at the street corner. "Mr. Johnny, are you all right?" Happy panted as he hurried over. When Johnny had urged him to leave earlier, he had immediately taken refuge in a nearby shop. Having witnessed the power of 2 explosions, he was still somewhat shaken. Had it not been for Johnny's warning, he would have undoubtedly become a casualty of the human bomb. Upon seeing Happy approach, Johnny's eyes lit up. "Happy, do you have any information regarding that previous individual?" After pondering for a moment, Happy nodded. "I do, but he is dead. What use is his information now?" Chapter 64. Who do you think you are? In a secluded small villa in Miami, Florida, Dr. Killian, having finished watching the video on his phone, flung it onto the table, his emotions stirred by the unexpected revelation, and a faint glow of red emanated from his face. It was evident that he too had injected himself with the extremist virus and had successfully adapted to it. Maya Hansen immediately stepped forward to grasp his hand, attempting to soothe his restless spirit. However, Dr. Killian shook off her grasp, his voice urgent as he declared, "Maya, our plans have been disrupted. We can no longer proceed at such a sluggish pace. We must act swiftly to apprehend the President of the United States. For only then can we propel our research onto the global stage." Indeed, he was the mastermind behind it all. Aldrich Killian, once as fervently devoted to scientific inquiry as Tony himself, had introduced his research to Tony years prior, only to be met with a ruthless rejection and mockery. As Tony dismissed his work as mere child's play, unable to bear the insult, he rallied a group of similarly disheartened scientists, dedicating years to their clandestine research, ultimately culminating in the creation of the catastrophe virus. To amplify their influence, he even orchestrated the persona of Masterman, a figure of terrorism, to serve as their facade. Everything had been progressing smoothly until recently, when his subordinate, S.H.I.E.L.D., showed him a video of Johnny. It was then that he realized the urgency of accelerating their efforts. Johnny, as the Human Torch, was a veritable nemesis to the catastrophe virus, rendering their once proud explosive methods into a farce. "Killian, we are not yet prepared. The President may not flee as anticipated, and we have yet to ascertain his whereabouts," Maya explained, her concern palpable. As Killian's collaborator and beloved, she could not bear to witness him descending further into darkness. "Thus, I propose we hasten our pace. I will instruct our operatives to execute a series of explosions in various locations, compelling Masterman to step into the limelight and announce a terroristic threat against the President. The cowardly president will surely choose to flee, allowing us to accurately track his movements. Seated upon a dilapidated sofa, Killian unveiled his plans. Though fraught with peril, this was the quickest route to their objective. Yet this would result in countless innocents perishing. Maya interjected with grave concern. Perhaps we should deliberate further to minimize casualties. Maya, their deaths will not be in vain. Killian clasped her hand. Have you forgotten our vision? To elevate our research on a global scale. This final step is within our grasp, and the sacrifices of those individuals are necessary. Realizing she could not dissuade him from his course, Maya's gaze drifted to the phone on the table. It was playing a video of Johnny, transformed into the Human Torch, absorbing the chaotic explosion of a homeless man. As dawn broke, two unwelcome guests arrived at Tony's villa. "Tony, wake up! Open the door! It's urgent!" Johnny shouted at the intercom by the entrance. "Mr. Johnny, the time is currently 5:34 a.m., a period typically reserved for the human body's repose. It appears that the gentleman may not be able to respond to you in a timely manner. After all, Jarvis is an artificial intelligence capable of operating around the clock, and he promptly provided an explanation in the midst of Johnny's impotent fury. Jarvis is indeed correct. Our arrival at such an early hour is rather premature, as Tony is undoubtedly still ensconced in slumber." Happy concurred. Upon hearing their remarks, Johnny squinted and raised a hand to stroke his chin. It was not his intention to intrude upon Tony and Pepper's intimate moments. Rather, he sought Tony's assistance in tracking down Dr. Killian. The imposing figure from S.H.I.E.L.D. had requested that he locate an individual, entailing a cumbersome array of procedures that were exceedingly vexatious. Thus, Johnny opted to seek Tony's expertise, knowing that leveraging his technological prowess would yield swifter results. However, having journeyed such a distance with Happy in tow, only to find Tony still lost in dreams, how delightful it must be for him to luxuriate in slumber while Johnny busied himself with saving the world. Countless schemes flashed through Johnny's mind, transforming into a specter to infiltrate, metamorphosing into an icy wraith, or becoming a fleeting star. In any case, should Tony persist in his refusal to open the door, Johnny contemplated a renovation of the villa as a consequence. Fortunately, a voice interrupted his perilous thoughts. "Johnny, you may enter. Tony is in the process of dressing and will be with you shortly." It was Miss Potts, Tony's girlfriend. "Mr. Johnny, your request has been approved. The door is now open," intoned Jarvis's devoid of emotion voice in his ear. Upon witnessing the grand door finally swing open, Johnny grasped Happy and strode inside. Upon entering the foyer, he found Tony clad in a black and gold trimmed robe, a cup of coffee in hand, appearing quite drowsy as he settled on the sofa. "Up so early? Were you hoping to join me for morning exercises?" Tony yawned lazily. "With you? If I were seeking a workout partner, I would have sought out Steve," Johnny retorted sharply. At that juncture, Potts emerged from the kitchen, presenting Johnny with a cup of coffee. "Mr. Johnny, there must be something of great importance for you to arrive in such haste." Johnny accepted the coffee, offering a brief thank you before savoring a sip. The warm, rich coffee dispersed the agitation within him, instilling a sense of tranquility. "Let's cut to the chase. I need your help in locating someone, preferably swiftly." Johnny set down his cup and began. "Locate someone? ISNT that S.H.I.E.L.D. as specialty? I hardly possess such capabilities," Tony replied. "Stop with the theatrics. Relying on S.H.I.E.L.D. is far too tedious. By the time we find the individual, the broccoli will have gone cold." Johnny muttered, cursing Nick Fury in his mind once more. "All right then, whom are we searching for?" Tony shrugged nonchalantly, regarding it as no significant inconvenience. "You know him as well. Aldrich Killian." "Killian? Are you certain that S who you wish to find?" Before Tony could utter a word, Potts was the first to speak. Not long ago, this Dr. Killian had visited Stark Industries to showcase his research findings, but she had declined his proposal on the grounds of human weaponization. Indeed, the nature of his research was exceedingly perilous. Should he not be stopped, it could lead to considerable trouble. How could this be? Potts murmured to herself. Although she had refused to invest in Killian, his suave demeanor hardly suggested he was a terrorist. So, who exactly are you searching for? Who is this Killian fellow, anyway? In response to their disregard, Tony shouted in frustration. Chapter 65. The Clock King, do you not recall? Johnny inquired, his expression one of amusement. How would I know? He is not some blonde bombshell. Why should I remember him? Tony retorted with a sense of entitlement. That makes sense. Johnny nodded seriously. Had anyone else said such a thing, he would have delivered a sharp retort, but since it was Tony, it carried weight. He is your classmate. He previously came to Stark Tower seeking investment, which I regrettably turned down, Potts interjected, patting Tony on the shoulder in an attempt to jog his memory. Tony stroked his chin, deep in thought, yet he could not summon any recollection of this individual. Perhaps, in his eyes, Dr. Killian truly left less of an impression than a mere cover girl. Never mind, never mind. Johnny interrupted Tony's contemplation, urging him to help locate this person. I only know he is in Miami, but beyond that, I am utterly at a loss. Very well, Tony decided to abandon his efforts at recollection, opting instead to rely on Jarvis to track down the individual's whereabouts. Previously, Johnny had transmitted detailed information about Dr. Killian to Tony. Now, a broad search through satellite imagery would easily reveal his hideout. As Tony retrieved the data on his terminal, preparing for an extensive operation, an unexpected visitor suddenly appeared at the entrance of his villa. Sir, there is a lady at the door wishing to speak with you. Shall I permit her entry? Jarvis's cold voice echoed through the living room. Moreover, Jarvis thoughtfully transmitted the door's video feed to the screen, allowing Tony to discern the identity of the visitor. She was the epitome of a Western beauty, with cascading brown hair, an alluring visage, and clad in a leather outfit that was undeniably captivating. Upon recognizing the woman at the door, Potts's gaze towards Tony took on a decidedly perilous quality. Johnny, being more experienced, certainly knew who she was. Maya Hansen, Dr. Killian's girlfriend, presumably a person of some conscience. If his assumptions were correct, she had come to seek Tony's assistance in thwarting her boyfriend's reckless plans. Sensing the increasingly dangerous glint in Pepper's eyes, Tony could not help but chuckle nervously. Ahem, Jarvis, let her in. As she stepped through the threshold, Potts seized the opportunity to interrogate. Who is this latest ex of yours? She appears remarkably youthful and beautiful. Do not tell me she is here to demand child support from you. Tony found himself at a loss for words, as he could not be entirely certain of the situation. He had merely committed a mistake common among young men, engaging in fleeting romances, a habitual practice until he encountered Potts, which had prompted a degree of restraint. As he pondered possible excuses to deflect the conversation, Jarvis interjected, Sir, Miss Maya has arrived. Tony seized the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, hastily requesting her presence. With the main subject approaching, Potts could not afford to express her displeasure and could only utter a stern warning. You'll regret this. Under Jarvis' guidance, Maya Hansen entered the villa's living room, her eyes immediately finding Tony and the others. Upon seeing her, Tony rushed forward to greet her with a handshake, whispering during their embrace. Do not tell me we have a 7-year-old child between us. Certainly not, Mr. Stark, Maya responded, her surprise evident. That is reassuring, Tony thought to himself, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He then introduced her to the group, stating, This is my official girlfriend, Miss Potts. While gesturing to Johnny and Happy beside her, Maya recognized Potts and Happy from previous encounters during her visits with Tony, but her gaze widened upon seeing Johnny. He was the fiery individual from the video who had effortlessly absorbed the extremist virus and transformed into a human bomb. Have you met before? Tony, ever perceptive of women's reactions, immediately noticed Maya's unusual glance towards Johnny. This is our first meeting, Miss Maya. I assent it? Johnny rose politely to shake her hand. Yes, Mr. Johnny. I've only seen you in videos before today. I must say you are even more handsome in person. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tony inquired, Maya, what brings you here today? At his question, Maya's expression grew serious as she replied, I need you to stop Killian. He has descended into madness and is orchestrating a massacre. If I am not mistaken, you are referring to Aldrich Killian, correct? She nodded, unfazed. Knowing Tony was an old classmate of Killian's and a fellow distinguished scientist, so his recollection was not surprising. Goodness, he is now more renowned than I. Tony remarked with dissatisfaction. The fact that two individuals sought out Killian left him feeling somewhat indignant. After all, he was the affluent and dashing one. Killian was insignificant in comparison. Maya divulged Killian's plans without reservation, revealing that he had orchestrated several bombings aimed at abducting the President of the United States to gain control over the nation. As Tony listened, his brow furrowed ever deeper. If Maya's assertions held any truth, this Jillian indeed possessed considerable stature, rendering his plan highly feasible. "Sir, there is a live news broadcast concerning Masterman," Jarvis interjected suddenly. "Jarvis, project it onto the large screen," Tony commanded. The video revealed a bearded Asian man, his countenance fierce and his tone imbued with a palpable menace. He commenced his diatribe, lamenting the myriad injustices of America and the incompetence of its government. "Mr. President, I shall forge a new America. Soon you shall witness a magnificent demise, marking the prologue to our uprising." The scene shifted, unveiling an exquisitely adorned villa by the seaside, a residence indicative of wealth and privilege. "Does anyone find this villa familiar?" Johnny queried, uncertainty lacing his voice. Yet the next moment, Masterman unveiled his first massacre. "Indeed, this is the abode of Stark Enterprises president, Tony Stark, hailed as a hero by the American government, who shamelessly brands himself Iron Man. Now, I shall personally obliterate this American hero, making you aware of the wrath that arises from the east." With that, the footage transitioned. Several armed helicopters hovered above the villa, poised to strike. Upon receiving Masterman's command, they launched a barrage of missiles towards the residence. "Sir, radar has detected 16 incoming missiles. The villa will explode in 3 seconds." Everyone erupted in expletives. Tony was the first to regain his composure, contemplating every possible countermeasure. Yet it was far too late. There was no time to don the iron suit. He turned his gaze towards Johnny, the sole beacon of hope. In this moment of crisis, Johnny let out a resigned sigh. He offered Tony a reassuring glance before pressing a small, battered watch. Time King. Chapter 66. Smash Voluto. Johnny's entire form began to envelop in dark golden armor, intricate black patterns adorning its surface. Gear-like components sprouted from his head, while his chest swelled with a verdant liquid. Time King makes his grand entrance. Excellent. Johnny rose, testing the somewhat cumbersome body. With iron fingers, a hefty physique, and a top that incessantly whirred. There was no doubt. He was the Time King, a being of mechanism without numerical values. "Johnny, can this fellow truly intercept the missiles? Our lives hinge upon you," Tony urged anxiously. There was little choice. The Time King's appearance was undeniably deceptive. Who could fathom that beneath such a bumbling exterior lay the mastery of the universe's most formidable force, time? "Do not worry. Leave it to me." Johnny leapt into the air, striking an exaggerated pose. Smash Voluto. A clockwork mechanism whirred above as a verdant protective shield emanated from the center of his being, swiftly enveloping the entire villa. Within this emerald cocoon, time itself would remain suspended, allowing only the Clock King to traverse its confines freely. The experience of halting time for the first time was truly enchanting. Johnny playfully flicked Tony's forehead. In this realm of stilled moments, he alone could move. Having briefly savored the exhilaration of time suspension, Johnny recognized the urgency of his mission. He could not allow Tony's villa to remain under threat indefinitely. That would be utterly tragic. He approached the balcony and beheld the missiles looming ominously close. Their proximity was striking, yet they remained inert, an intriguing sensation indeed. Time, how fascinating it is. The mere act of pausing time proved to be such a formidable power, heightening his awareness of the extraordinary might of the time stone wielded by Doctor Strange. It was through this gem that Strange had tirelessly calculated possible futures, ultimately guiding the Avengers to a timeline capable of vanquishing Thanos, thus providing them a chance to rescue half of all life obliterated by Thanos' snap. But no more idle musings. Addressing the immediate peril was paramount. Survival came first. The Clock King, named after the Chronosopians, possessed abilities far beyond mere temporal suspension. He could unleash rays from his chest or palms that accelerated time, aging adversaries rapidly. Conversely, he could reverse time, returning foes to their childhood. As long as the universe recognized the concept of time, the Clock King could leap across multiple timelines, effectively traversing the fabric of space-time. Concentrating his energy at his chest, Johnny unleashed a tremendous beam of green light. Wherever it passed, the missiles rapidly aged, soon transforming into heaps of scrap metal. Armed helicopters in the distance met the same fate, vanquished by his laser light, obliterated around the villa. With the threat neutralized, Johnny felt his energy waning, struggling to maintain the expansive temporal stasis. He recalled that extensive training might enable him to prolong the effects of time suspension. He pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, the green shield began to retract gradually, until it all returned to the Clock King's essence. How did you accomplish that? Tony inquired, jogging over in astonishment. Not only had he thwarted the imminent missiles, but he had also obliterated the armed helicopters. Inside the living room, the grand entrance of the adult villain had concluded in utter failure. His initially grand debut fizzling out in an anticlimactic manner. Perhaps even he himself was unaware of what had transpired. As Tony stood at the edge of the balcony, he discovered a wealth of rusted missile remnants in the corner. Possessing great intellect, he immediately connected the dots to Johnny, the new extraterrestrial hero, and his remarkable powers. His gaze appeared somewhat vacant. If his thoughts were not mistaken, then Johnny would indeed be the invincible being on Earth. Johnny, with your extraterrestrial abilities, surely you are correct. Remember to keep this a secret from me. Tony could surmise this, which was also within Johnny's expectations, especially considering that he had, through his own strength, created a time travel device in the future. Compared to Tony, who had merely acquired temporal abilities through a trivial watch, Johnny might be perceived as the more formidable one. Upon receiving confirmation of his thoughts, Tony raised his hand and tapped the exterior of the Clock King. He felt a surge of curiosity. As a physicist, a creature capable of manipulating time seemed almost godlike to him. Tony even contemplated dismantling the Clock King's casing to meticulously study the internal structure of his body and unravel the secrets of his time control. Don't touch anything. You, a grown man, should refrain from laying hands on me, Johnny admonished, swatting away Tony's wandering hands at his waist with a look of disgust. Apologies, apologies. I couldn't help myself for a moment. Rest assured, my preferences remain quite conventional, Tony replied nonchalantly, continuing to observe the exterior of the Clock King. Ultimately, Johnny could no longer tolerate Tony's gaze and decisively reverted to his original form, returning to the villa. Upon entering the villa, everyone cast grateful looks at Johnny. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they could infer from Tony's demeanor that Johnny had saved them. Johnny waved his hand dismissively, signaling them not to dwell on it, and settled back onto the sofa. Due to Johnny's interference, the first massacre orchestrated by the man with no name had failed, resulting in a complete disruption of the news broadcast. Tony, you should now be able to trace the whereabouts of the man with no name through this news source. Dr. Killian, as the mastermind behind it all, must be with him, Johnny suggested. Of course, do not underestimate J.A.R.V.I.S.'s computational capabilities, Tony replied as he returned to the living room, commencing the pursuit of the signal's origin through J.A.R.V.I.S. Through the investigation of the signal and its connection to previous explosions, J.A.R.V.I.S. swiftly calculated their hiding place. Sir, calculations indicate that the signal is emanating from Miami, Florida. Additionally, J.A.R.V.I.S. kindly utilize satellite imagery to project the situation on the ground onto the large screen. Excellent. Then let us proceed. Let us swiftly eliminate them and return to enjoy our peaceful and stable lives, Tony exclaimed. We? Who else is there besides you? Tony inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Johnny smiled and placed his hand on Tony's shoulder. Who else could it be? I find it peculiar that you would pose such a question. Tony, having already guessed who that person was, attempted to feign ignorance. Isn't it better? A few terrorists would serve to wake you up, especially since I need someone to guide me. As Iron Man, aren't you the most suitable choice? After a series of persuasive remarks from Johnny, Tony found himself devoid of any counterarguments and reluctantly descended into the basement to don his iron suit. Chapter 67, The Frost Lizard. Damn it. How on earth is that Tony Stark still alive? Where have those armed helicopters gone? Kieran slammed his notebook onto the ground, his face contorted with sheer rage. Beside him, the once arrogant masterman, who had been so confident in the video, now sat in abject terror, not daring to utter a word. He too was bewildered by the turn of events. What had seemed an infallible plan had crumbled in an instant. To be candid, he was merely a puppet, a stand-in for Kieran, facilitating a reign of terror, utterly incapable of addressing Kieran's inquiries. The subordinates surrounding Dr. Kieran remained silent, their gazes cast downwards in a daze. What should we do now? As Kieran regained his composure, this question echoed in his mind. The most significant opening event had met such a farcical failure, undoubtedly inflicting severe damage to Masterman's reputation and jeopardizing future endeavors. A thunderous noise erupted above him, akin to the violent ripping open of a roof. What was happening? Under his astonished gaze, two iron suits descended from the sky, landing before the onlookers. One was adorned in the classic red and gold, unmistakably Tony's. The other was a sleek black, its angles sharp and adorned with green lines resembling circuit patterns. After a long hiatus of donning the iron suit, Johnny felt an exhilarating rush. After a cursory glance around, he swiftly identified the mastermind behind the terror attack, Dr. Kieran. Surrender at once. You are entirely surrounded. Upon declaring this, Johnny's suit activated, revealing an array of formidable machine guns from his shoulders and elbows. That was quite impressive. Where did you learn that? Tony inquired, stepping forward and speaking softly. In response, Johnny rolled his eyes. Was this really the time for such questions? For heaven's sake, we are in the enemy's stronghold. At least exhibit some sense of urgency. This is not a sightseeing trip. You can have it. Next time, you say it yourself. Deal. Kieran fumed as he witnessed the two seemingly disregard him, chatting as if they were in a vacuum. This feeling was all too familiar. Tony Stark had exhibited the same indifference years ago, casting aside years of his research without a glance, utterly trampling on his dignity. Tony Stark, after all these years, you remain unchanged, as arrogant as ever. Only when someone addressed him by name did Tony finally turn his gaze towards Kieran. Thanks to Johnny and Maya's efforts, Tony managed to unearth memories of this individual from the recesses of his mind. Long time no see, what was your name again? He had clearly recalled it before, but when it mattered, it slipped his mind. Tony could not help but pat his own head. Sir, the individual S name is Aldrich Killian, a former classmate of yours. Jarvis interjected at the opportune moment. Ah, right, Killian, the very one who orchestrated this series of terror attacks, and those armed helicopters were dispatched by you as well. I presume, Tony remarked, a sense of clarity dawning upon him. While his tone remained lighthearted, he had discreetly instructed Jarvis to lock onto Killian's vital points, poised to unleash a barrage of firepower should he make any rash moves. Such a pity you didn't perish in the villa, but no matter. It allows me the pleasure of extinguishing your life myself, relishing the moment you beg for mercy, Killian sneered. With that, a crimson glow began to emanate from his body, a surge of heat gathering at his chest. This is bad, Tony. No time for chatter. Fire now. Without hesitation, both Johnny and Tony unleashed their firepower, propelling Killian out of the doorway. Naturally, none of Killian's henchmen standing guard were spared. Johnny unleashed a barrage from his shoulder-mounted cannon. A hail of bullets erupted, sending dust and debris swirling in the already dilapidated structure. The man, cowering on the ground, clasped his hands over his head. He had not injected himself with the extremist virus, rendering him merely an ordinary man. In the chaos, he sought a chance to escape, but unfortunately for him, Johnny denied him that opportunity. The armor's display clearly indicated his presence, and Johnny held no sympathy for this lapdog of evil. Target locked, he declared, raising his hand to unleash a palm cannon, resolutely sending him to meet his maker. Sir, radar detection indicates multiple high-energy targets in the vicinity. Jarvis warned. It's like trying to kill a cockroach, Johnny grumbled. Indeed, Dr. Killian, the genius behind the extremist virus, had squandered his intellect, leading to a collective uprising against him and the subsequent downfall of his plans. As the smoke began to clear, a bare-chested Killian stepped forward, flanked by a cadre of followers. Unlike before, they had fully activated the virus within, significantly enhancing their physical prowess. More critically, in this confined space, their self-detonation capabilities would escalate exponentially. Tony, did you equip the suit with heat-resistant technology? Johnny inquired. That would be a splendid idea. I shall ensure it for next time. He replied, rolling his eyes, indicating that such provisions were lacking at present. What good is that? In the end, it still comes down to the little watch, Johnny thought, stepping out of the Iron Man's suit before the assembled crowd. Trying to transform into that energy-absorbing freak again? Killian scoffed. It's useless in this enclosed space. If we all self-destruct together, the blast will multiply geometrically. You want to be able to absorb that energy. Who said I intended to become a human torch? I merely thought to offer you a cooling breeze, seeing how heated you all are. As Johnny rotated his watch, he declared, Frost Lizard. The Frost Lizard, derived from the polar manzanite iguana of the Zanali planet, possesses the ability to emit freezing rays from its mouth, instantly encasing any object in ice. It serves as an impeccable choice to confront the excessively heated Dr. Killian and his companions. Another alien I have yet to encounter, Tony murmured, growing increasingly accustomed to the peculiarities of these extraterrestrial beings. Each time, Johnny unveiled a new alien, refreshing his perspective. But will you come? You seemed rather uncertain moments ago. Johnny provocatively extended his claws. Dr. Killian narrowed his eyes. Typically, a common individual would feel trepidation when confronted with the unknown. Yet at this moment, they had activated the virus within them, the surging power rendering them oblivious to fear. However, he opted for a more prudent approach. Let's obliterate them together. With Dr. Killian's command, a blinding red light began to emanate from him and all present, the heat radiating from their bodies, elevating the temperature within the room significantly. Arctic breath. Johnny unleashed a stream of blue freezing light, striking Dr. Killian and his cohort with precision. The extreme cold rapidly reduced their body temperature, causing the boiling blood within them to begin to cool. They sought to struggle, yet found themselves powerless as Johnny continued to unleash the freezing rays. After several seconds, a few vividly lifelike ice sculptures materialized at the center of the small room.